International Wanning Pro. It's official. I'm True Styling Giada Lagati in the booth, and yeah, we've got finals day. We're going to wrap this event up today, Giada.
Yep, it is an exciting morning. The waves are cooking out there. It's that perfect left we've been seeing all week. And look at that view. That's us.
That is. It's absolutely beautiful. It's its own little paradise here. We had a massive day of surfing yesterday. We locked in all of the semi-finalists. Let's take a look at the highlights from yesterday to get us amped up for finals day. It was a big day. We saw incredible moments. We saw some big upsets, Giada. Yesterday was huge, and it's finals day now. It's very, very exciting.
Yeah, we will see so much good waves run through, and a lot of us upsets today as well. There can only be one winner.
Yes, there can only be one winner. We've very excited. We saw some great waves being ridden this morning. Let's just actually get an official call, though. Dai Wacko is down there to loop us in and what's going on for the day.
All right, good morning, guys. This is finals day. The first heat will be starting in a few minutes. Before that, let's get info from the surfer who's going to be surfing this in women's QS semifinals, Sarah Wakita. I'm here with her right now, and let's hear because she just was out there for surfing. So how's condition today?
It's really fun. Waves are still here, and I feel like it's more consistent than yesterday. So yeah, I was catching a couple good ones out there.
You had a great heat yesterday, actually, and then how's your surfing this morning?
It felt pretty good. I'm pretty tired from the walking down every day, but yeah, it was fun.
Are you gonna stay on the beach till your heat, or you're gonna go back to the hotel and have rest?
I'm gonna stay down here and watch a couple heats. Rita's in the first heat, so yeah, I'm gonna stay down here.
And then please tell us today's schedule for the finals day.
We're gonna be starting with the women's semifinal Pro Junior, and then roll into the men's Pro Junior semifinals. And then we're going to be going into the women's semifinal, and then men's semifinals, and then finals all the way.
All right, guys, you hear it. So we're going to have a massive action of surfing. So let's get started. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you so much, Dai. Yeah, let's get started. Let's do it. Thank you, Sarah Wakita. We are starting at 8 o'clock today, which is very exciting because that's in less than 1 minute. So we are going to roll straight into the WSL International Wanning Pro Junior Women's Semi-Final number 1. We have Rita Suzuki and Wu Yao Mei, which is going to be an exciting 30-minute heats all day.
Yeah, it's going to be a good start. And look at that shot. I mean, not many places in the world you can see this left with like skyrise building as a background. That's pretty insane. Rita Suzuki, though, Wu Yao Mei, I'm excited to see the Chinese in finals day as well.
Yeah, me too. I'm really looking forward to seeing how these women approach these semi-finals. I mean, it's a completely different field. You need to be pretty consistent and pretty, locked and loaded and ready to go no matter what. So we've started and we are underway. The Women's Pro Junior, Rita Suzuki, Wu Yamei, semi-final number 2 is Hinata Shimizu and Jingu Wang. So that's also going to be a really, really good second semi-final. Rita, she's had some great results this year, getting second, I believe, in the Tahara Pro. She's a little pocket rocket.
Yeah, and she's still a junior. She is currently, I think, 5th on the ranking in the Asian QS series, but
Wow.
she's had a great year, you're right, and has been really consistent. It's what we were talking about earlier this week, that consistency in competition is the most important. You know, you might not have to win every event, but at least have a good, decent result, or getting to final stage times or quarters is already going to put you really high up in that ranking with points.
Yeah, it definitely will. And I think particularly when we're looking at the Pro Juniors, you're looking at those rankings and seeing, okay, you know, what do you need and where do you need to be to qualify for the WSL World Junior Championships, which will be in less than a month. We're going to be heading over to La Union in the Philippines, not too far away from now. I believe that starts on the 11th of January. So, you know, it's quick turnarounds for a lot of these Pro Junior surfers, but it's also super exciting as well because they have the ability to be a World Junior Champion.
Yeah, and it changes lives. I mean, we see Bronson Mady. He won that World Junior title last time or this year, and he was, you know, he came back home and he was already a really well-known surfer, but it just gives that extra layer of like confirmation, you know, and like sponsors love it. It's a good title to have on your CV if you want to be like really pushing forward and getting those big names like supporting you. It's a good title to have.
Yeah, it really is. You get that Challenger Series wild card as well, so that's a big leg up for a lot of the junior surfers. Looking at a Challenger Series campaign, no takers on this first wave. The women just a little bit too far inside, so that one's going to roll through. We've seen the conditions dropped off a fraction. It still looks just as powerful, but maybe a little bit of morning sickness out there this morning. It's not as clean and perfect as what we saw yesterday, but I'm feeling like as the day goes on, well, hopefully it'll just keep getting better and better and a little bit cleaner. The last couple of days we had an 8 a.m. call for an 8:30 start, and the last 2 days, 7:30 a.m. call. We started at 8 a.m. this morning, so earlier starts, and we've been trying to really make the most of the best conditions out there. And yeah, Wu Yamei being one of the Chinese competitors, this is one of her first kind of events in the women's junior tour as well. She started surfing when she was 9 years old and participated in the Asian Championships. Really looking up to, you know, the likes of Carissa Moore and Felipe Toledo, which is super incredible. I mean, they're great surfers, and she loves surfing beach breaks, and she says, yeah, I'm really good at surfing rights, and she's obviously quite good at surfing lefts as well. She's found herself in the semi-finals for Wu.
Yeah, that's no easy task. Rita Suzuki, as we said, is one of the best surfers in the Asian region. So being up against her in a semi-final shows that you didn't get there by chance. You know, she surfed her way there and proving to herself that she probably also likes a good left now.
Yeah, absolutely. There's nothing better than a good backhand snap, I think. And when you actually do a good one, the feeling of it is so nice. So Wu Yamei must be absolutely loving it right now. A couple of waves. Unfortunately, these women caught a little bit too deep and inside, so they need to negotiate and maybe readjust with their positioning right now, because that's the second set, it seems, it's rolled through. That might have just caught them off guard a fraction. So 25 and a half minutes to go. It's always tough when you're starting a heat and you know that there's waves coming, but you're finding yourself a little bit too far inside.
Yeah, and it can kind of distract you a little bit from the rest of the heat. You know, it's easy to make those like simple, easy mistakes at the start of a heat, and it just kind of throws you off for the rest of it. So it's a really, really good point to be able to kind of wash things off quickly and be able to just recover. I'm sure the girls are not too bothered because no one has caught a wave just yet. 5 minutes into this one, maybe you need to readjust their positioning, because that was looking like a pretty good set.
Yeah, that looks like it was rolling through really nicely. So maybe needing to reposition, go a little bit further out. Rita Suzuki and Wu Yamei have not yet taking off on a wave. We're about 5 minutes down in this 30-minute heat. 30-minute semi-final, I should say. It's not even just heats anymore. It's finals time.
Yeah, finals day. We will be crowning our champions here in the Wanning Pro. We've had so many great moments throughout the week. Big rides, big scores, big upsets too. I think this wave has really challenged a lot of people. But it's going to be really exciting.
We saw big upsets for the last heat of the day yesterday. Eko Watanabe getting the win over Kei Kobayashi. That would have been a huge win for Eko, but pretty devastating for Kei.
Honestly, that was probably one of my favorite heats this event because it was just neck-on-neck battle, and Eko got a great score in the beginning, and me and Dai were like, oh, I think Kei's in trouble. But then Kei got another great ride and went back to first, and in the very last dying minutes, Eko Watanabe got one last score, and he was just the score he needed. So
wow.
It was intense, and the whole heat started like as soon as the buzzer went, they were paddle battling each other and sitting on top of each other with priority and without. So it was really intense, actually.
Wow. Yeah, it feels like that's a really healthy rivalry forming between the two, and it's always so nice to see that on tour as well, where competitors can be friends outside of the water, but as soon as a rashi goes on, they're all over each other, and they're like, yeah, I want to win and I want to take this heat. We just saw Rita have a little look at that one. So 7 minutes down, no waves just yet in this heat. We've got about 23 minutes to go. So this is then, where we look at kind of if we're going to do a restart. I was literally just listening to our beach commentator. I was like, okay, hang on. So it looks like there will be no restart for this heat. So no restart due to there being good rideable waves coming through, and unfortunately both Rita and Riyue have been out of position. So we're going to keep rolling through this heat. 22 and a half to go.
Yeah, and just so you guys can get a bit of an idea of who we will be seeing today in Heat 2 of the semifinals of the Pro Junior Women's, we have Hinata Shimizu and Jingu Wang. On the men's side of this, we have Eko Watanabe going up against Teddy Billy, and in that second heat, Taki Kanazawa and Yuma Nagasawa. And over into the QS side, for the women's, we have Sumomo Sato going with Sara Wakita, and Kana Nakashio against Shino Matsuda. And on the men's, it's Made Ariana, also known as Pajar, going with Bronson Meiri, and Riyaro Ito versus Eko Watanabe.
Wow. Okay, that last semi-final, Riyadu and Ito, is going to be a really good one.
Yeah.
That's a tough semi-final. Riyadu has been on fire this whole event. Iko maybe coming off with a lot of confidence from that quarterfinal win against Kei Kobayashi, who is definitely one of the standouts of the event so far. And also with Iko coming off a win at the Manakwari Pro Junior too. That's pretty huge.
Yeah, and I am really excited because it means that we're going to have an Indonesian in the final.
Wow.
Either Bronson or Paja is gonna pass and win. So it's going to be good. Maybe we'll take the trophy back home.
Yeah, my goodness. The trophy sitting next to Giada, everyone.
This one right here.
Yeah. At seat 23B. Okay, just under 21 minutes to go. And no restart for this heat. So Rita Suzuki and Wu Yaomei, they've pretty much got a 20-minute heat on their hands right now. They've both waited 10 minutes. It's stressful and kind of nerve-wracking when you're thinking, oh, maybe I'll just hold it and wait and I won't catch a wave so that I can get a restart. And then you hear the call say, actually, no, you don't get one. There's no option there.
Ooh, it's sharp. That's a bit of a pain. But you know what? These girls are used to surfing 20-minute heats. That's usually the amount of time they have in a Pro Junior. So honestly, it's not too much of a big deal. But, there are waves there, and I think maybe they could just position themselves in a little more outside because they look a little deep.
It's so hard as well, when we're watching the surfing, particularly the free surfs in the morning and looking at the call and thinking, okay, how is it? If there's someone on every single lump of water that's rolling through. So you're thinking, wow, there's actually a lot of waves coming through, but then you need to just dissect that even more and be like, okay, is there actually a lot of good waves coming through, or is everyone just on everything?
And everyone surfs incredible as well.
Exactly.
So it's a bit of a tricky one, you're right.
Yeah, and I honestly, even watching it this morning, I was like, oh, there's actually some really good waves. There was heaps of sets rolling through. It looked super consistent, so the ocean is just tricking us a little bit for the very first heat of the morning. No takers. That was a smaller one. Hopefully some lines starting to filter on through.
Yeah, okay, this is a set. This is something solid coming through. If the girls don't catch this, I will be pretty upset, actually. Like, that's a really good one coming through. Rita Suzuki just out of position, looking like Wu Yao Mei.
Yeah, here we go, up and riding. This is the first wave of the semi-final, first wave of finals day. Wu Yao Mei up and into it on her backhand. A couple of carves to start. You can see that you can even see the ridges in this wave. Unfortunately, it just kind of, really fattened it out quite quickly. So Wu Yao Mei, she started. She's got a score on the board. Talk me through the replay.
I'm liking it. She got things going here in the semifinal. Nice first turn. Bit of a sleepy section, but she's staying close to the whitewash. She's maintaining her speed. Kind of waiting for this wave to kind of stand up for her, but she saw that it kind of just got into that channel and flattened out. But it's good to get your feet on the wax. It's good to get things going. So I'm sure it's not going to be the biggest score ever, but it'll be something.
Yeah, at least she started, and at least she's already in front and already going, okay, cool, I've got the first win of the heat by getting that first wave. Locks in a 3.0. So Wu Yao Mei, with 18 minutes to go, has a score, leaving priority with Rita Suzuki. And priority in these two-person heats is pretty interesting because it flips really quickly.
Yeah, it's you're right. It's a big of a exchange happening, and Wu Yao Mei keeping busy here.
Wow, she's thinking, yep, I need to back up straight in and out of that one. I'm liking this. She's changed tactics. She's gone straight from sitting and waiting to, I need to just catch waves because it's really slow.
Yeah, you're right. And I think that's a very smart competitive tactic. You see something's not working for the first 10 minutes. You're like, okay, time to switch it up, trying to do something different. And she has the space to do it. As we said, it's only 2 people out in the lineup, so she doesn't have to battle for waves as much as if there was 4.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's, when you come into these semi-finals and you've got 2 people, it really allows the freedom to be like, oh, okay, wave selection is a little bit clearer. You don't have to wait in 4th priority for 5, maybe 10 minutes for the priority to switch over. Everything is just a little bit faster, a little bit more, a little bit tidier, it feels like. So Wu Yao Mei experiencing that in the semi-finals right now. She's locked in a 3 and a 0.5. So Rita, if she gets a 3.5, she'll go straight up into the lead on her very first wave. And we're fast approaching the halfway mark of this heat.
Yeah, it goes by really quick. And Rita kind of sitting there. I'm hoping she doesn't get too nervous. Sometimes when you're just sitting there on your own, it's easy to just get those nerves, and she really needs to scratch into that. Loses priority. So now Wu Yao Mei is in a good position.
Yeah, wow, that was a very rare mistake that we see from Rita Suzuki. So she's gone down to 2nd priority. Wu Yao Mei now has 1st, and the next pick of, the first pick of the next best wave that rolls through. So let's see. Rita Suzuki trying to pick one up underneath the priority of Wu Yao Mei. You could see the ridge in that wave, and unfortunately she just is positioned a little bit too deep. Let's see if she's going to try and sell Wu Yao Mei, but Wu wants it. She's like, I actually want this wave. I like the look of it. She's up and riding. Bit of a steeper first section. She tags it nicely, waiting for it to stand up now. This is really where she can get some work done. Hopefully it offers a steeper section, goes for a backhand carve and kicks out because it hits that channel really quickly.
Yeah, so we're just about to reach the halfway mark, and Wu Yao Mei 3 waves in. Rita Suzuki still to catch a wave. Let's break this one down. So I like this first turn. She went straight for it in a really nice tight pocket there. Didn't waste a lot of time there. Here we can see her just trying to weave through this dead section. Got a couple nice carves here, but it was just a wave not offering so much, but she surfed this nicely. I think most of the points are going to come from this first turn here.
Yeah, I agree. It was a good first turn, a little bit more dynamic than the last wave that we saw of hers, but still maybe around that 3 to 4 range, which is, you know, a win at the moment because she's just getting further and further ahead of Rita. So scores to lock in for Riyue Bay as Rita holds first priority, and she's been waiting for 15 minutes. She had a paddle and a wave and unfortunately missed it. So let's see if she's going to scratch into this one. It's looking like a bit of a meteor wave. Unfortunately, she's just a little bit too deep. So maybe this is where we're going to start to see, I don't want to use the word panic, but maybe just the nerves start to settle in.
I mean, these are the situations where, you know, she's clearly hasn't caught a wave in that position. I think maybe she should start moving around a little more in the lineup and start creating a different tactic. This is the moment where you should probably go to plan B.
Yeah.
All right. Looking like she actually has a good look at this one.
She's having a strong paddle, needs to get into it, which she will. So Rita Suzuki up on her first wave, and she's in fine form. Good, strong first turn. You can see that it's a little bit fuller through this inside, so hopefully it starts to wall up, and it's looking like she's got a good wall. Belts it there for Rita Suzuki. That's a more critical connection, and gets a second one in. So really a well-served wave for Rita Suzuki, considering she waited almost 17 minutes.
This is actually a really good wave choice. She took off. This wave had a good section. She took advantage of it. Did that one first turn. You can see it go a little flat and not have a lot of wall, but she sticks with it, and it just bowls up on this inside, that double up, and gets 2 really nice, more critical turns here. So I think this is going to be a great start for Rita. She did wait a really long time for it, but she's back in this heat. You know, she's got waves.
Yeah. She's got a wave. She's got a score. At this point, needing 5, 6, 7. That's going to decrease with this score to lock in as well. That last of Riyue Bay, a 2, 6, 7, and you can see in that angle as well that the wave really quickly dissipates, and it quite quickly, you know, goes into a fat section. 4-1-7 for Rita Suzuki locks in, so she's gone, yep, okay, I'll take that. Best wave of the heat on her very first wave, and that's a big testament to waiting basically 17 minutes to lock in a good score. This is Riyue Bay up and into that first turn. That's a little bit more dynamic. Waiting for this one to stand back up again. She's staying nice and close in the power source, throwing buckets of spray. Belts it there. That is a good, strong connection. Oh, wow, that finish would have been really, really crucial.
I love that wave. Yeah. That was really nice, actually. That was Riyue Bay kind of fighting back, and hearing that score, she's like, nah, it's not happening. Look at this first turn. Boom. Really critical there. Her board really went upside down. She gets around this section. It bowls up for her. So she does a couple, you know, check turns here. But here we go again. I love this one. Really nice turn. I wish she got the finishing. It would have been really, really important. But I think she's getting a pretty decent score.
I think so too, Giada. I liked this wave. That she had some really good moments. I'm just so devastated for her to not get that finish, because that would have been, you know, just elevated the score a fraction. That was such a smooth turn. I really, really like that. And to find a section like that out there is really difficult, but she still gets rewarded. 5-1-7. So Riyue Bay extending her lead, and without a finish, she still gets a good score. Imagine if she had made that, though. She's looking at 6s.
Yeah, for sure. That was the worst wave of the heat, 100%. I mean, she also didn't miss a beat. Every section that showed itself to her, she hit really nicely and really critically. So, yeah, unfortunate for that finishing, but she got a pretty decent score.
Yeah, she got a good score, and you'd have to be pretty happy with that for the Chinese competitor and the Chinese team on the beach as well. They've been here from pretty much sun up to sundown, so it's long days at the beach, but we've got a shorter day today, about 12 or so heat, so around about 6.5 hours of surfing, and 10.5 minutes to go. Riyue Bay out in front with that 5-1-7 and a 3. Rita, she's got a 4-1-7 and priority right now. Really needs to get a 4-0-1 if possible on her next wave, and then she can really start to be a little bit freer in the back third of this heat.
Riyue Bay, I'm kind of liking this. A bit of a dark horse moment, you know, and I'm kind of rooting for Wu Yao Mei here. It would be an incredible moment for Team China to have one of their athletes in the final, especially here in their own home. So it's going to be a really good last 10 minutes of this heat, and I'm hoping that Wu Yao Mei gets another chance to get that completion in.
Yeah, I hope so too. I feel like this is a really incredible opportunity for her to, really push for a win. And also, it could be super inspiring for Jingu Wang in the next heat to show up and meet Wu Yao Mei in the final if that's how it happens in this one. So really exciting times for the Chinese team on the beach. A bit of a set rolling through. Rita has first priority, doesn't like that one. She goes, actually, it's not really going to hit the bank the way that I wanted. There's still a couple of good sections there, though. Mind surfing a few of those inside
Yeah,
ones.
I was just looking. I was like, I would happily take that one.
Me too.
Don't think it twice.
Yeah.
I would go.
Wow, 9 minutes to go. We are quite quickly losing time in this heat. Rita, only the one wave. Waited 17 minutes pretty much for her very first wave and converted. She did what she had to do, 4.17, but now she needs to remain composed in the back part of this heat because it's nerve-wracking to be sitting out there with priority and hearing the time or seeing the time tick away and knowing you need a score.
Oh, all right. So we're seeing Wu Yao Mei trying to sell Rita onto that one. Rita not falling for it just yet. So she hasn't reached that panic mode just, to the point where she has to get anything. It's 8 minutes left. She just needs to back up that 417. A 401 is not a big ask. But I'm sure Wu Yao Mei knows that and wants to get rid of that 3. She just needs to kind of find and repeat what she did on that last one.
Yeah, that's exactly. And I just, if she can find something like that, amazing. But I feel like that wasn't even shades of the Rita Suzuki that we've been seeing this whole event.
Yeah, it's not, and it's strange to see her have taken so long to get that first wave, and now sitting and a lot of sets are going through that I feel like could get really good scores, especially that last one we saw. The girls just slightly too deep, so like we said, maybe a bit of a change in tactic won't do no harm.
Yeah, no, agreed. And, we think back to the start of this heat, that first 10 minutes where they were both out of position.
Yeah.
That's really kind of, it was lucky that they were both out of position and it wasn't one getting the set and the other was too far in. But if someone had been able to capitalize on that moment and that opportunity, we could have seen a really different heat.
Yeah, absolutely, and things would have gone really differently. I think Rita, even though she has all the ability in the world to get that score easily, it's never a good place to be in chasing a score. You'd never want to have to be fighting or scratching your way into it. But I could be wrong now. Let's see what she does here.
Rita Suzuki up and riding, belts that first section. Wow, that was a big turn, a big connection. She's got a good-looking inside wall ahead of her. She's really, opening up here. Rita needs to finish off strong. She's a seasoned competitor, knows how important a completion is, and she's just tagging that one through to the inside. That first turn is where a bulk of the points will come from.
Yeah, that is more the Rita Suzuki we are used to seeing. That was a massive first turn. Really came out of it with a lot of speed. Unfortunately, so much speed that she fumbled a little bit on that second one, but recovered nicely. But I think Yao Mei also caught one outside. Nice first turn there. Sets up again, a bit of a smaller one, so that's going to not be helping her out. But this is the one we were talking about, Rita Suzuki. Let's break this one down. Massive first turn there. Gets around the section. A little mistimed where that inside rail just kind of bogged, but she got back around it, got back onto her feet, and finished this one off pretty strong. So this is going to probably be the best score in this heat, in my opinion, as we reach the 5-minute mark. So Wu Yao Mei now, out the back with priority, is going to have to really fight back.
Yeah, it's all about, answering back where you can. I feel like if Wu Yao Mei can get into another 5, she's got a really great opportunity here with first priority and 5 minutes to go. So, yeah, if she can lock in another 5 to a 6, then she's on her way. And, we'll see. This last score of Rita's is going to be good. It was such a strong wave. She surfed really well. So waiting on this score to come through. It's important for both of these surfers because it really gives the situation of the heat. With 5 minutes to go, we'll see the surfers in that next heat start to make their way out, with Hinata Shimizu and Jingu Wang being the next semi-final. So one of them will join one of these two women, and if it was to end right now, it would be Riyue Bay, but we've got scores and decent numbers locking in for Rita Suzuki. This is live action. Riyue Bay trying to get rid of a 3.0. She's really, tagging away on her backhand, trying to navigate these lumps and bumps so she gets out of that one. Important scores for Rita. We've got one more to lock in. It's a 6.5. So Rita Suzuki goes straight up into first place. Riyue Bay drops down into second. So scores for Riyue Bay now to come through.
Yeah, that was, as I said earlier, that's the Rita we know.
Yeah.
She is doing so well under pressure. I think many people would have probably made a mistake, but she kind of seized the moment and saw that this wave had a score. Riyue Bay, this is a score we're waiting for her. A really, really nice wave, but I think it's missing that wow factor that Rita had on that first turn. If she wants to get anywhere close to a score, that 6.5, she needs something with a little more meat on it, maybe something a little bigger. Kind of sit out there with priority, but with 3.5, hopefully she gets one more chance. I'd love to see an exchange go down. I'd like to see Riyue Bay get one more chance to get that score.
Wow, this is really, really tough. Riyue Bay has one more to lock in. Her last wave was a 4-1, or previous to last, a 4.17. She only needs a 5.51, so let's see where she can go. I mean, it's really tough because for 26 minutes, she's held the lead of this heat. And now she's hearing, wait, I need a score? What do you mean? Gets a 4.93 for her last wave. So she's improving every time, but it's just not quite enough. And Giada, I really agree with you. I think if she could channel or find a wave where she's able to really lock in and get two good strong turns, she'll challenge for the 6.5.
Yeah, I mean, look, she got that 5.17 falling on that last turn, so she knows what a 5.5 feels like.
Yeah.
That was definitely well on the way to it. So 5.93 on that last one as well. She's so close. She just really needs that wave to get it.
Yeah, she really does. And 2.5 minutes to go. Maybe finding some space from Rita Suzuki right now could be the best opportunity. Rita opts out of that one. We'll see. She's got first priority and the lead right now, 6.5 and a 4.17. She is thinking, okay, all I need to do now is stop Riyue Bay from catching a wave. Because I think Riyue Bay is a really fierce and determined competitor. And if she gets an opportunity, she could just get the score.
Yeah, you're right. I think she just needs that chance, but it's unfortunate for her that Rita has priority. So Rita has been in this position 1,000 times before. She knows exactly what she needs to do. She's going to stick so close to Riyue Bay, make sure she doesn't get anything. There we have it. She's just shadowing her all over that lineup. But, wow, hopefully a 2 or 3 wave set comes in right now. And and we get to see that exchange that we were talking about happen, because it's been great to see Riyue Bay, kind of have control of the whole heat until the very last 5 minutes.
Yeah, and that's the whole, the whole thing as well, because it's so quickly how things can change. And just off, Rita's only surfed 2 waves. So she's got the lead on her first and only 2 waves that she's had, a 4.17 and a 6.5. So that in itself just shows the experience and composure of Rita Suzuki. Whereas Riyue Bay, she's had 6 waves, and granted, every wave she has gotten better. But maybe Rita is just a little bit more calculated. With 50 seconds to go, this has been a crazy heat. The first 10 minutes, no waves. The back 18 or 16 minutes, Riyue Bay had the whole control of the heat. Now it's Rita paddling, using priority. Unfortunately, doesn't quite get onto that wave. So with 30 seconds to go, is there an opportunity for Riyue Bay to lock in a 5.5? Will there be another wave with 20 seconds to go? This is really, really stressful for both of these pro junior women. Rita having a look, trying to make use of this wave here. Needs to better a 4-1, 7 to make it count, 1 big turn. Wow, she's got a beautiful bottom turn. That patience really shining, and that's all it's going to be. It's going to be Rita Suzuki, the first finalist for the WSL International Wanning Pro Junior. What an incredible heat to start the day for finals day. Don't go anywhere. Heat number 2. Who will join Rita Suzuki? We'll find out in the next 30 minutes and bring Ben Wei and Dai Wacko in for the call.
So official results, very, very close. Semi-final number 1, winning the semi-final was Rita Suzuki in the red on 10.67. Second place.
北纬18度，海南、万宁、阳光、海浪、椰林，这是热带的温度。快时尚，慢生活，烟火气，这是幸福的温度。让我们一起出发。最特别的海，陪伴着最长情的人。这里是搏浪高手渴望驯服的圣地。迎接浪潮，释放自我，用一瞬抛开烦恼，与海浪共舞。这感觉，试过你才知道有多美。几番沉浮，畅游上岸，体验的又是另一番风味。聊聊冲浪不败技巧，说说当年创业历程。这里是都市人群渴求的世外桃源，相逢亦或偶遇，闺蜜还是情侣，一台相机，一杯咖啡，就有了思绪。昼夜转换间，人来人往，各有精彩。正如那不断律动的日月，波涛孕育着无限的可能和畅想，带给这座城市勃勃生机。
We're gonna find out who's gonna join with Rita Suzuki in the final, because this is second heat of Pro Junior Women's. Heat number 2, we have Hinata Shimizu in red and Jingu Wang in blue. So again, Chinese surfer and Japanese up against Japanese surfer. This is the second wave for Hinata Shimizu, but unfortunately goes down. But that was a beautiful surfing. Good morning, Ben. And
Yeah, good morning, Dai. So we've seen a lot of surf. Looks like trickier conditions from what we saw. It looks harder to read. The sections are a little more shuffled up, but it kind of looks like there's more punch in the waves.
Right. So let's take another look at this one.
All right, so red hits that one. Kind of holds on. That must have been the first one.
And this is the second one. She went for it. She tags it. Unfortunately, goes down. So could have been a great score through the turn.
She was on the way to something good. Here's live action.
This is our Chinese surfer, Jingu Wang, up and riding. Beautiful first turn to start with. And she didn't like the look of it, so she kicks out. Yeah, like you said, it's kind of looks tricky out there, but still providing a lot of opportunities. But little bit slower in the first heat. There was no wave ridden in first 10 minutes in the first heat of the semifinals. But in this heat, we've seen so many waves.
I think it was just shaking off the morning sickness, and it's starting to come alive for us.
Because I had a chat with Sarah this morning for the morning call, and she was saying that actually it's got a, like you said, punch in it, and it probably gotten a little bigger than yesterday, so it was kind of surprising to see that.
I would say so. We start to see the replay of Blue. We'll have working on that score right now. Much better first wave here, being able to link this up and kind of also, as we said, that it's a little more unpredictable. The people with the surfers with the local knowledge are going to probably know where to find the good ones a little bit more than the visiting competitors, even though they've already surfed this place for 5 days.
Definitely. And straight up, 4.67 for the first wave for Jingu Wang. So that is a good start, actually. I don't think it's going to be a keeper by the end of this heat, but still, it's good to have the starter of 4.67.
Yeah, the first heat, wow, really close. A spread of 0.47 by the two competitors, just showing the balanced performance. And it sounded, of listening to Giada and True, that Rita had made a couple of mistakes possibly through the heat. We would expect her to really come out way up on top, but it's also a great sign of the talent rising within the Chinese surfers.
Oh, definitely, because they keep us surprising every day because they're performing super well and they surf great. So let's take what Rita want to say, because I think True with Rita at the grass.
You're right, Dai. I am here with Rita Suzuki, the winner of the first Pro Junior Women's Semi-Final. Rita, that was a tough heat.
Yeah, the first 50 minutes, I couldn't catch the wave, so I was really nervous. But yeah, I'm happy to win this heat.
You did such a great job to stay composed. The first 10 minutes, there was no waves. There was no restart, and then you waited another 7 minutes or so for your very first wave. That's really stressful, and then you backed it up with a 6.5. So even though it was a stressful heat, you looked really calm.
Yeah, I tried to calm down myself, and yeah, I could catch the first wave, 4 points. Yeah, that's good.
You did such a great job. You're into the finals. A big congratulations. It's really exciting.
Yeah, I'm so excited to next round. Yeah.
Next round, it's a final, and you'll be up against one of these two women that are out there right now, which is super exciting. It's been a big day, much more to come. Is there anything you'd like to say to friends and family at home that could be watching?
いつも応援ありがとうございます。ついに次はファイナルなので、しっかり落ち着いて今のようなヒートができるように頑張ります。応援よろしくお願いします。
Thank you so much, Rita. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you so much, True and Rita. Well, she was really nervous in the beginning, but she did an amazing job to manage her emotions. Probably a lot of advices from Tepe Tajima coach after the heat and getting ready for the finals.
Yeah, last night I caught up with Tepe at the local Korean barbecue.
Oh,
really
yesterday.
good yakiniku-san. And almost every one of the Japanese competitors were all having dinner there. It must be the spot to be.
Definitely.
And I heard on Tuesday it's 50% off in the place. You can't even get inside. But back to this heat, we have another score but from this wave. Jingu Wang, this was during the interview. Solid hit off that one, placing herself perfectly on this wave. And a much better wave than we've seen throughout the entire morning. She has a 5.67 for her second wave. So now leaving Hinata with a bigger job and kind of setting herself apart, putting some pressure. Hinata does have priority, but Blue under priority, just trying to distance herself in the lead.
Right, we have live action from Jingu Wang. It's a pretty, hard wave to surf, so she just decided to kick out really quickly. But she's, like you said, she's already locked in 5.67 and 4.67. So Hinata needs answer back on this one. Live action, nice first time, more of a checking turn, just staying in the pocket, just waiting for the wave to actually stand up for her. But unfortunately, this wave just tapers out, so quickly kicks out and trying to regain the higher priority. But still, there is 21 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, so quite surprising for us seeing these seasoned competitors having a very close heat. Here we go. Draws that one back. This thing stands up a little bit, but then it fattens out, and she's able to finish the maneuver, but not with drive and flow as we have Blue. This is a replay. This might have been right after that wave. I don't think we've seen this ride yet. And look how this one's starting to stand up. She is opting to kick out and stay closer to get that priority. She can see it's probably not going to improve on her two scores that she has, but she was able to find a wave with potential. And that's the thing I wanted to point out was you would expect Rita and Hinata, being very strong and seasoned competitors, to really stand out and take a commanding lead. But today, with those tricky conditions, we're starting to see having that advantage of the local knowledge on the wave, because it looks really tricky and it's probably hard to find those higher scoring waves. Even if you have the talent, if you don't have the wave for your maneuvers and to get a combination, that's going to make it a lot harder, and it's not going to let your talent or your experience shine.
Yeah, that's so true. If you have a skill set, you can turn 3-point wave into 5-point range, but you can't turn 3-point wave into excellent range. So that's right. You need to have a great wave. But this is our current heat leader having a great surfing, beautiful turn. Already done 3 turns at the back. So that's got to be a great number for Wang Jingwei.
Yeah, she's looking just in rhythm, connected with the ocean. And every wave she's picked off, she's been able to improve, and it looks like she's gaining momentum as her turns are getting more critical. And that's going to be her best combination of the heat. The other thing I was going to point out is that 5.67, her second wave, was made with basically just one maneuver. So the judges are also recognizing how difficult the waves are, and I think they've shifted the scale to where if you're able to do one good turn, you're being rewarded, because it's not easy to find those waves.
Definitely, and then she did a good job to find a great wall. It was one of the smaller size waves, but still it gave her opportunity to hit actually the steeper sections, and we haven't seen that kind of 3-turn combo so far. So I reckon it's gonna be a great number. Yes, it looks like a good number for Wang Jingwei's last wave, 6.67.
We're constantly being surprised by the performance from our Chinese competitors, but this is definitely putting the most heat on the Japanese competitors that we've seen.
Right, so now Hinata has a lot of pressure, has a lot of work to do, because needs 8.67 go back into the lead with 18 minutes left. So Wang Jingwei is doing a great job in the semi-finals. She's kind of one step into finals right now.
Yeah, wow, she's looking really, really strong. She's got a commanding lead, forcing Hinata to probably take 2 waves. Right now she's only gotten under 4 for her first 2 scoring waves.
All right, Hinata Shimizu now needs a big answer back. Looks like we're going to have her on the set. So took off really deep. A nice first turn, but that was a really tricky part of the wave, because it kind of had a 2-staged waves divided into 2 kind of waves. So that's hard part of the wave.
We'll look at that again as we see the replay. But you know how we were saying that you start on the other side of the rock? There's a certain distance that you can get too far on the other side, and rather than coming down and being able to get into that critical section, she had to wait at the bottom to get around, and she lost all that initial punch that a lot of the best scoring waves have used to go right into the first turn. So a little too much dead space, and she just lost momentum. So it's showing how tricky the conditions are, because she's had great wave selection in her earlier heats. She won her, I believe, the earlier round.
Yes.
And so it's just really showing how difficult it is to find the right wave.
And then you don't always have to go on the set wave, because Jingwei's last wave 6.67, it was actually on a smaller size. The inside ones actually holds and doubles up and gives you a steeper section. So definitely there's opportunities inside as well. So now she has second priority. She has a freedom to move around. But this is live action from Wang Jingwei, trying to create more gap, trying to get rid of the 5.67. That is a huge floater to come around the section, and I think this wave will step up for her and gets a second turn in, and probably the third. Unfortunately mistimed it, but still the first one was huge.
That was a huge first turn, and that lip line floater with a little airdrop on the end was very critical, very difficult. But what a sell by Hinata as well. Just forcing her to get into that one and block her. But it ended up actually working out for her well. Unfortunately, Red's previous wave using priority got her only a 0.77, but she's back with priority, giving her a fighting chance here.
Right. Beautiful, beautiful surfing from Jingu Wang, and that could be, replacing 5.67. And if that happens, then Hinata has a lot of work to do to get, to go into the lead with the 15 minutes remaining.
That second wave of blue was a 5.67 for basically one big turn. Do you think that turn just now was bigger?
But she had a second turn inside, though, on that
That's right.
last wave. So
Okay.
I'm comparing with the one wave, one single maneuver.
I'm just talking about the one turn, though. What do you think? Which one was better? Second wave or this last wave?
But I kind of like it, the last one. I think they both were the really big, huge, solid turns.
She did fall at the end, so that does... It would have been nicer if she came out of that second turn. Wow.
Looks like
See, I think that was a big turn. That one solid hit that got her the 5.67, I don't think was as dynamic and as radical as this last one.
But the last wave for Jingu Wang comes in at a 7.33. So she's just improving her situation wave by wave. Now, Hinata is in combo situation, has to break out of the combo now on this one. She needs big answer back, trying to get camera runner section, but unfortunately caught a little behind. So that was really unfortunate for Hinata. Shimizu, it only comes in at a 0.83, so probably needs to get back out and regroup. Wow.
That's heavy. The one thing I do see is she still has a priority next to her name, so she made a mistaken wave choice, but she was still farther out as Blue was really having to take that long paddle. So it was almost like she had the freedom of being under priority since the other competitor was nowhere near her. And by having that bobble close off the takeoff, she's right back with priority again. So she's still got a fighting chance. But 13 minutes to get two pretty good scores is going to put a lot of pressure.
A lot of pressure, but it's doable because 13 minutes is still heaps time left on the clock. So,
100%.
If you think just getting two high sixes and that put you into the lead, but this is Hinata. Shimizu needs to answer back. Beautiful first and second turn. This wave gives her a lot of opportunities. Beautiful three-turn combo. So that was a nice answer back. Actually, great answer back from Hinata Shimizu.
Perfect use of priority, and that's the first really good wave selection that we've seen from her.
Definitely. It had a steeper walls. We talk us through this one, Ben.
All right, so she's eyeing it up. She didn't have to wait as long to get to that first section. I like this. Gets that lip line. This is the one. She drifts the fins and able to recover and ride out with control, and that kick out also shows that she did have a controlled kick out. This is the 7.33. We're going to eye up that one big turn. She waits for this thing to stand up, drives up off that first lip line floater. And this is the turn I think we're thinking about. So I forgot which maneuver I was so dazzled by, but definitely getting across that long section that takes everyone out on the lip in the critical section and airdropping it down and matching that up with a solid top turn. I think the judges were definitely recognizing we do have, could say, a better wave by Hinata coming in.
Right, so... Yeah,
but maybe not as radical. It was more graceful and flowy.
So it's a 5.83 for the last wave for Hinata Shimizu. So probably, judges are comparing with the sevens from Jinwei. But on screen we have Hinata up and riding on this wave. Looks like it's going to wall up for her. Needs 8.17 on this one. Huge turn and right out of it clean. So she did an amazing job to answer back every single wave.
And that was under priority, just under Jingwei. And just with that previous 5.83, that also took her out of combination situation. Now feeling probably a lot more at ease and able to restart, refocus on her game. I love this. Eyes this up. Sets it up. Now she's going to put herself at the bottom, drawing it back, waiting for this thing to grow. and really vertical, really a lot of explosion off the whitewash, showing that commitment and a little bit of risk on that maneuver, and she was able to ride out clean.
I think it was the last time was one of the biggest turns we've seen in this heat, so probably last wave can get her into a better situation, and I get a feeling that it's going to better her situation with that ride.
I think it's going to leave her, I don't know if it would get the 8.17, but it might leave her with a lot smaller requirement, as her top score right now is a 5.83.
Right, so this is a replay of last of Jingu Wang on the smaller size waves, but nice combination actually. Great two-turn combo from Wen Jinwei. Nice first turn, more of a check turn to stay in the pocket and waiting for the section to stand up. That's the money turn there. But probably there's no opportunities after that, so she kicks out. So it's a 5-2-3 for the last wave for Hinata Shimizu. Probably needed one more big turn to go into the 6-point range, but still, did amazing job to answer back. But still needs 8.17.
Well, that may have been the best turn. I think the fact that it took so much time to get to it took a lot out of it. Had that been off that first takeoff, she probably would have got a huge score. But it was like she was kind of buying time, having to kind of S-turn and wait for that thing to stand up. The first time she thought it was going to stand up, she kind of had to wait once more before it stood up into that. So yeah, we're learning wave for wave, and it's a new round, a new day. The judges are still really setting the scale for what's possible.
Right.
They're not going too large, but they're also rewarding the competitors for the difficulty in finding good waves as well. So there's a little bit of a contrast here.
All right, so Hinata having a look at this one. She's up and riding on this wave. A little bit missed time on the first turn, but still able to be in the power source of the wave. That was a much better looking turn, so the last two turns were solid, but she did miss time on the first one, so I'm not too sure if it's going to be 8.17, but definitely a good surfing though.
Yeah, that was good pointing that out. Drives it out. She needed to just go about 1.5 feet higher to meet the lip line, and she missed it. So that really, you could tell it threw her off her rhythm. Also, had she have gone a little bit higher, it would have kept her closer to the pocket into the next turn.
Right.
And since she missed that, she drove past it a bit. So we were watching that again. You could see she really wanted to hit it. She was hitting an imaginary lip, but it was still on the face.
A beautiful last two turns, but probably needs to have one big turn at the back to start with, and then if she gets the finishing turn, then probably that will be the requirement. There's still 7 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock, so
she's a smart competitor, and she's probably thinking about what went wrong right there. Also, with these conditions, it's really having to refigure out this spot from the start again.
And then I really like in how she maintained the nerves. She just composed,
got through that, made sure she stamped the finish.
And when you're in a combo situation, I would get like freak out because I need to get a good waves. On screen we have Surfing Blue on this one of the big sets. First turn, huge floater to start with. Beautiful turn in the tight pocket and get into the third turn, but mistime it there.
That was almost the same mistake that Rita made on the previous wave.
All right, so it's getting exciting this heat. Hinata just locked in 6.47, so she's back in the game. So she lowers the requirements. Now she needs 7.53, but this wave was another beautiful ride from Jinwei.
She just connected with the ocean today. She keeps picking off. I love that first turn. Gets up on that lip off the takeoff. Gets another drivey turn, showing some variety. Does miss the lip right there. So had she pulled that little end floater right there, she would have gotten a really amazing score, I would figure. But that was an amazing turn. Gets it right up. It was like the backside 50-50 on the coping, like on the as a skateboarding maneuver. This is where I think she was on her way to make it, and the backwash just caught her on the way down. But
probably, I reckon she was rushing a little bit in between second and third, and that's how she just went too fast and too early to the section. Maybe she could just drone out the bottom turn and then do the cutback, the slashing turn, then that will probably put more extra points.
She did 2 really nice maneuvers though, so it wasn't a wasted wave, but they're definitely not giving her. It's not going to factor in 5.53.
Yeah, look at this. Scoreboard 567, 467, 553s are the throwing away. But this is live action from the Jingu Wang. Beautiful big turn to start with, throwing buckets of sprays. But this time probably would give her the steeper wall in the inside. Unfortunately, her back foot just slipped away.
So I think she's building momentum through the wave, and then she's just overcooking in that last maneuver when she actually needs to cool the pace at the end.
Yes.
And maybe leave that last maneuver out. But I really have been impressed with her surfing. We had Hinata taking a chance there. She could see where Blue was paddling back up from this wave. Solid hit there. Recovers really well. Little S turn off the top here. And that's the bobble. She was doing a turn for a steeper section on a flat face, and so the fins got the better. The fins just gripped too much in that last turn.
I understand though, because the last 2 turns were in the critical part of the wave, and probably she wants to have another crack at it. And she, like you said, she did put too much power on it, and her back foot just came off.
But man, I'm becoming such a fan of her surfing, and I think she's just really gained momentum throughout this event.
Definitely.
We saw her surf really well in the first days, but I think today's conditions, she's got the local knowledge, she knows where to be and when, and she can also predict what's going to happen on the wave off the takeoff a little bit more than Hinata, I think.
Well, definitely. But you can tell by, because she's throwing away 4s and 5s and 5s and 4s, and she's already locked in 6 and 7. So definitely she's in rhythm. She has really good connection today with the ocean, and this is the finals day. So it's an important day to have the connection with the ocean.
I like how you point that out. And then looking at Hinata's throwaways, she's taken 4 waves that she could tell weren't the wave off the takeoff. 1.0, 0.77, 0.83. She had the 3 in there, but her throwaways, she's got a lot more waves that didn't amount to be anything. So it shows the different read of the waves.
Definitely. And then she's, having a set waves and inside waves, so she's all over the place in the lineup. So that's showing that she knows what kind of wave she wants to get. So there is a local knowledge.
Yeah, I think on the previous days it was important to just stay calm, wait for those good ones. But today, those good ones are all over the place. And
yes,
even the ones that didn't look like they would be good, they grow on the inside, and all that opportunities in the midsection.
So she has second priority, so she kind of has freedom to just move around. That's pretty much how she built up the scores in this heat. She didn't really stick with the first priority. She just gave her go on pretty much every wave, every opportunities she got. So that's how she got this a lot of good waves, throwaways.
Yeah, and it's amazing. It shows what a boxing match. They have the same amount of waves ridden. So they're just going back to back to back. And while Hinata did kind of move around, she's been holding priority a little too long, while Blue had actually got a pretty good scoring wave under priority, just under her, while she was kind of standing her position.
Right. So there's 1 minute set coming through, but no takers on this one. So 1 minute and 40 seconds left. Jingu Wang has 7.33 and 6.67 currently in the lead. Hinata with first priority, needing 7.53, but she's already locked in 6.47, so she knows how to get 7.53.
Well, if Jingu Wang takes this one, this will be huge for China.
Definitely, it's going to be a huge result for Team China. So she probably really wants to take a win in this heat.
Well, Hinata's got the talent. If she picks up a great wave, really unleashes her power and doesn't do any mistiming, she can get that 7.53 and more.
So Jingu up and riding, try to improve her situation. A little bit, catching the rail on the bottom, but still, this wave steps up a lot of wall to work on. A nice turn and looks back, just make sure Hinata is not on the wave. 38 seconds left. Is there gonna be enough time for Hinata to get one more wave in?
It was almost her just trying to sell the wave to make Hinata lose priority. Hinata held that priority, and it actually ended up being a wave that was good enough that it could make a score.
Definitely. She did a great job to just maintain her nerves and emotions out there, just holding on to the first priority, because I didn't see that potential of getting 7-point ride on that wave, but still there's only 5 seconds left, and looks like Ocean went really quiet in 10 seconds. So it is Jingu Wang getting through this heat and moving into the finals of Women's Pro Juniors. We're going to go to the quick break. We'll be right back with the Men's Pro Junior action.
That is a fantastic effort. Counting in 3, 2, 1.
底蕴，每座城市都会给出不同的解答。在万宁，他的答案是这样的：他是以山中八景、摩崖石刻睥睨琼州群山，自古便华峰岩下游者众的海南第一，东山耸翠。他是繁华都市间侠行天下的武林风尚。他是波涛激荡中乘风破浪的奋进明中。他是市井记忆里生生不息的香火传承。万宁运动千年不息，早已在一方水土间开枝散叶，泼墨山水里日臻画境。我想让自己更快乐，或许也只需要开始一次跃起的旅行。国际大牌云集，免税打折，充分满足小小欲望。东南亚美食
Win for China. Jingu Wang just makes it to the Women's Pro Junior finals. So now we are into men's side Pro Junior semi-final. Heat number 1, we have Eko Watanabe in red, Teddy Duck, Billy in blue, and we have special guest in the booth, Kei Kobayashi. Welcome to the booth, Kei.
Thank you for having me. Stoked to be here.
So, how are you doing today?
Yeah, there's ups and downs when you compete, and yeah, all the best to Ichi and Teddy. This is going to be an insane semi-final. Both going backhand, so it's going to be a backhand battle. And yeah, this wave suits both their surfing, so I'm excited to see this showdown.
It's so great to have you here, but what made you to come to the booth for this heat?
Knowledge is power, and I feel like just being in the booth, just watching it from the outside perspective, looking in is super important as an athlete. And yeah, just want to learn and end the year off strong. And yeah, this is Ichi, I believe, won the 2025 Pro Junior series. So yeah, that was a big win for him. And yeah, he got me yesterday, and job well done to him. And all due respect. And yeah, I'm excited to watch this heat. This is going to be an insane heat.
Definitely. And then I know that you and Ichi have a great relationship, great friendship. And I loved you and Ichi in the last heat yesterday. There was a little bit of paddle battle before it starts or right after it started, and that was really great to watch.
Oh yeah, that was insane. Honestly, I didn't think he was gonna paddle battle me. I was of course ready for whatever came at my way, and yeah, that got me super fired up. And I've got his number this year, and I know he wanted to get one back on me, so that he was just as important for him and for me as well. So yeah, I'm rooting for him to make the not final 5, but the top 5 to make the Challenger Series. He's like my little brother, and I respect him, and he's a great competitor, and he knows how to play the game. So yeah, I'm excited to see this heat, and yeah, it's going to be an insane heat, like I said. So
Right, like you said, Eko already got a qualification for the World Junior held next month already, so this is a new fresh start for him. So he definitely wanted to have a great result in this men's pro junior side. But before we get into this semi-finals, we're going to go head over to Ben with the last heat winner, Jingu Wang.
Thank you very much, guys. This is our first finalist for our Chinese riders. That was a women's JQS semi-heat final number 2. This is Jingu Wang. Congratulations. So I'm going to use Nick Zanella as our resource for translation. First, my question is going to be, in today's conditions where the waves are all over the place, it looks very unpredictable and easy to take the wrong wave. It seemed that she was in the right place at the right time, and also really using that local knowledge to predict the wave before even taking off and just knowing where to be. Let's have her talk a little bit about that and about her positioning, if how much that advantage of having the local knowledge of the wave helped.
王经纬今天的篮况真不容易啊，有很多是不好的、软的。你什么这么正确，能选到，能得到分数的啦？
因为我是 local， 我了解，我已经在这边训练很多年了，我了解这边的情况。
It's because she's a local. She's from the Hainan team. She served this point pretty much every day. She's young, and she can find the good ones out there.
Okay, that's great. Also, her strategy was very fierce. She was surfing like a very, very seasoned competitor. And how much work has she been doing with the coaching, with the video, and everything to build her contest strategy up until this event?
今天你的比赛的策略也非常好，你肯定是跟你的教练和团队工作得很认真的，对不对？
是的，我下去之前，我教练就跟我说，前15分钟就先拼命的抓浪，有什么浪就下什么浪吧，然后后面稳定了之后，在后面15分钟再把分数慢慢提上去。
It's her coach set the strategy before the heat, and the strategy was in the first 15 minutes just catch as many waves as you can, and then we will improve on the score in the last half of the heat, and that's what she did out there.
I know that each of the different teams within the Chinese competitors have different coaches. Which is her coach?
大家知道我们的中国的每一个省队都有外国教练，你的教练是谁？
带我来比赛的是 Timmy.
It's Timmy.
Tim Just doing a great job. Well to be expected. Finally, tell us about the level of pride of being the first Chinese finalist in this amazing event, and a message to her local people.
这是第一次有一个中国的选手能进一个WSL 的决赛，你什么感觉？肯定一定很高兴，对不对？
激动。
Very proud of being the first to enter a WSL final.
Well, and finally, a message to the entire country who is becoming a huge fan of Jingu.
给你的中国的朋友、家长和队员用中文说2句。
说2句。加油。
加油 means add gas. That pretty much means let's go forward.
All right, thank you very much. Amazing surfing. Good luck in the final. Back to you guys. Thank you, Nick.
Thank you so much, Ben. And that was a huge win for Team China. Jingu Wang is local surfer, and she was throwing away couple pair couple of 4s and couple of 5s, locked in 7-point range and 6 points. So she was showcasing how it's done here. But we are back in this heat. No waves from Eko Watanabe and Teddy Billy. And how do you see this one playing out?
So I heard there's no restart today,
Right.
so that makes it even more interesting to see who's going to get the ball rolling. And yeah, it's going to come down to maybe 20-minute heat, maybe a little less. And yeah, the ocean is so unpredictable, so we'll see who starts off the heat. Yeah, I'm excited to see who rides their first wave and how it all comes together.
Right. So for now, there is no priority. The priority has been made. There's no priority here. So it looks like Eko having a look at this one. Teddy's has a deeper section. If you were in the heat, would you want to take a deeper side, or where would you sit in this condition?
Yeah, that's a hard one. It's like either have to have the Gabriel Medina mindset of like be the dog in the heat and take the deepest position, or give the inside. I think Eko's kind of giving Teddy a little bit of space. Definitely didn't give me that much space, but
Right.
yeah, no, there's two different ways to play the game. Surfing, competitive surfing is like a chess game. I
Right.
just heard the horn. I don't know if that's restart or.
Wow, that's a restart actually.
Okay.
So
I love
it is
it.
a
I love to see
restart.
it, yeah.
So let's see again. So we're gonna restart.
There we go.
There's no wave in the first 10 minutes, so that means we're gonna have restart. So all over again, the 30-minute heat again. Wow, it makes a lot of difference right now.
For sure. I mean, there was no waves ridden or like even opportunity really. So I think it was a great call on the restart. I don't think there should be a restart if there's waves potentially could be scored.
Right.
But yeah, there wasn't a single wave that was even over a 2 really. So yeah, this is a great call on the judging panel and the priority judges. So yeah, stoked to see it. Yeah, they're pretty much sitting like on the boil. There's like 2 boils out there I noticed, and maybe 2 or 3 boils. And just watching like all the local Chinese surfers, they're absolutely ripping. And the last girl in the final, or went to the final, rips. And I feel like the girls this event, I feel like give credit where credit is due. And I feel like the girls are ripping harder than the guys, to be honest.
Yeah, right. The last seat, that was Jingu Wang, just showcasing her local knowledge here. But like you mentioned, there's a big rock in a lineup, and you can either sit out the back, or you can probably sit inside and get these inside ones. But is there like any other waves that you can get from?
Yeah, so I noticed that like when the tide is dropping, it's not a massive tide change. There is like the peak a little deeper than where Teddy is sitting, but you have to, like a set wave won't hit there, but if it's an inside one, then it'll go all the way through. So it just kind of really depends on like where you're sitting with priority in the beginning of the heat. Like if you want to play the game, like before the horn went off, I said competitive surfing is like a chess game, and you're trying to move the pieces in the right board of the chess game. And yeah, so that's part of the game in surfing. And yeah, I'm excited to see. I just want to see them ride waves because I know the potential they both have, So
and
yeah.
To me, these two surfers, the ones who make the first move, and I think you're the ones who makes the first move in the heat. But for the player, then what's the first move here?
Yeah, so there's 2 strategies. Teddy's definitely taking the inside position, and then Eko's kind of gonna see what happens with the first wave. There's 2 different ways to look at it, because this could be a really slow heat, Hainan, I've noticed that it does go through lulls, and that's surfing, that's the ocean for you. So yeah, just to see what happens here. We got a couple sets coming, so.
All right, finally we see some potential waves, so that means I don't think we're gonna have another restart here. So Ichi up and riding on this wave. Beautiful first turn, a little bit of a tail release there, and a beautiful curve. So great 2-turn combo from Ichi Watanabe. Solid start from Eko Watanabe. They've been waiting for that wave almost 15 minutes, but Teddy up and riding, answer back. First time, nice, stay in the pocket, waiting for the wave to stand up. That was a much bigger hit from Teddy Billy. He's gonna stick with it, surfing all the way to the inside. So both of them had a 2-turn combo. but I think Teddy's got a bigger section to hit.
Yeah, I would agree. Both were really good starts. I would definitely give Teddy the nod. We got Eko's replay right here. Nice first turn, blew out the fins. And then nice little wrap right here. Wave went a little fat, but good start. Starting on your feet always helps. And then we got Teddy right behind him. Little double up, nice wrap. And then up in the lip. That was a money turn for sure. Through buckets, as we say, Christmas tree.
Christmas tree.
And yeah, I got a little cutback at the end. And both starting off on your feet, I feel like that's the best way to go in a heat. This was a good double up. So this was a wave right after Eko's, so it had the more cuppy wave. And yeah, 3 solid turns. So this is going to be an insane heat. I'm excited.
Wow, definitely great surfing from both Eko and Teddy, Billy. But to me, Teddy's one has more steeper walls, but it was more like it was a little bit smaller than what Eko had. Few scores starting to lock in, so straight up 5.0 for Eko's first wave. Still waiting for the first wave for Teddy Billy to lock in. But
yeah,
a couple of scores locked in already, and looks healthy.
Yeah.
6.0. So there's
I like that.
There's 1 point difference in between 2 waves.
Yeah, and that's a separation from the judging panel to see, hey, there's 1 point difference, and not more is better, or more turns isn't better. It's about quality turns, and yeah, the quality second turn that Teddy had was a major. I feel like that's where the 6 points came out of. And yeah, so they both started off on their feet, like I said, which is really important as an athlete and competitor. So yeah, this is going to be really fun.
All right, looks like we're going to have another set coming into the lineup. It looks like this is Teddy having a look, but no takers on the first wave. But there's still one more line in the lineup. So let's see who's going to get on this one. So looks like Eko having a look. He is up and riding on this smaller size waves, but this one probably steps up inside a beautiful surfing. He pushes the tail really hard, staying in the pocket, surfing all the way to the inside, and he gets this finishing turn. Probably he's going to get one more in. So this wave actually gives him a lot of opportunities to hit. Beautiful surfing again from Eko Tanabe. Great answer back from surfing red.
That was solid. This wave is so tricky. We'll see the replay right here. So he stands up and you really don't think there's much on offer, and then bang, goes up into the lips. Second turn solid, a little bit better than the first. Wraps it around, waiting for the double up. Another wrap. Here we go, Ichi. What do you got for us? Bang, up in the lip. That was the best turn of the wave. For that wave. Sorry. And yeah, I got like a 3 for on the inside, you could say.
Right.
Yeah, that was solid.
That was solid. So, solid performance from Eko Tanabe. But like you mentioned, it's a tricky wave. But I think those ones, the smaller ones, exactly like Eko got on the last one, has potential actually inside and steps up really well. But can you did you know before you take off that it's going to wall up?
That's what's so tricky about this wave is like I've put in a lot of time before the event, and getting a 5th. For me, I'm really stoked on that. Of course, winning is the best. Nothing beats winning. But there's that small inside wave that doubles up and hits the bar of the wreath, and like Ichi's wave, like the beginning, you're like, oh, like you're kind of questioning yourself, like, is this the wave to go on? And then it doubles up. I've noticed that once a set comes, the second wave after, or the third wave, would hit the double up better than the first big set. And not this biggest wave is always the best anywhere in the world. So yeah.
So it's a really tricky, but
wow, there you go. Sorry.
Wow, 7.0 has been just locked in for the last wave for Eko Tanabe. So now Teddy needs 6.01, but it's he's capable of getting this 6-point range easy, so it's probably no problem. But what a heat! Nice answer back from both of them. Eko started with 5, and Teddy answered back with 6, and now Eko answers back with a 7.
Yeah, and here we go. This is where the game of chess goes.
Right, Eko having a look. He's up and riding. Big first turn, little bit fumble, but nice recovery there. And this time was even bigger. So great 2-turn combo from Eko. He was under priority, but he was able to catch this wave. a series of solid turns and little bit of rotation in the end. Beautiful surfing again from Eko.
Wow, the kid is on. The kid is on fire. He's fired up.
And that was under priority. You know, the Teddy just let him go on that one. So like you said, it's tricky. It didn't look like it's gonna wall up, but you gotta roll the dice, right?
Yeah, for sure. Like that one was, it probably didn't look good from the start, and I know that feeling because I've been out there. And you're like, really, that one? And then thing just doubled up, hit the bar on the reef, and yeah, he surfed it really well. Yeah, I'm excited to see what the score is on that. I really like that wave a lot. So.
Well, definitely, it hit. I'm pretty sure he's gonna replace the 5.0 with that, right? Because that was a series of big turns and. Well, talk through this replay.
Here we go. So this is a game of chess. Teddy let him go on this one. Under prio, bang, up into the lip. Got a little stuck, little bobble right here, but it's okay. He regained control. Bang, up into the lip. That was so solid. That was nice. And then straight into the third. So he's on his fourth turn right here. Bang, up into the lip again. 4 turns. That's exactly what the judges want. And the score's not in yet, but he's got the best wave of the heat right there.
Like you mentioned, it is the best score so far, 7.67. So he's already locked in 7 and a 7.67. Now Teddy has work to do. Needs 8.67. So he needs excellent range right now. So what do you think he needs to do to get the requirement now?
Yeah, so there's going to be a couple of scenarios here. It's either you wait for the wave, but now it's really hard because you don't want to be too selective. He's got a 6 already, you know, not on a big set wave, so he's already able to perform. So I think just ride waves and give yourself the chance. The more opportunity you get in anything in life, the more success rate you have. So, yeah, like Ichi's 7.67 and the 7 were both on the inside. They weren't sets.
Right.
I free surfed this morning, and there's actually a couple, like, not bombs, but there's some solid waves coming through. So,
and I've been watching Hayes pretty much 5 days in a row, and I've seen people stuck with the first priority and get lost in the heat. So, but looks like we have Ichi up and riding again on this medium set. Beautiful first, and again, like you said, he's fired up now, and really, you know, his timing is precise, and he has a good rhythm with the ocean right now.
Oh yeah, he's on. He's got to be fired up. He beat me yesterday, so come on, fire it up, buddy. Yeah, he's absolutely ripping. Like, his board's on. His mind seems switched on. Gave him a big hug yesterday. 3 nice turns. I don't think he'll replace his 2 7s he has, but yeah, it's under priority. Just ride waves, just have fun, and yeah, right now I think, yeah, just have fun and ride waves, and I think that's where his mindset is at, and yeah, he seems switched on.
He seems switched on, and after getting those 2 good scores, definitely he's thinking about, you know, getting rid of the 7.00 now, but you know, there's still 18 minutes left on the clock. What would you be thinking with the 2 pair of the good range now?
I mean, I'm not coaching him or anything, but like from an outside perspective, he's bettered every single wave, and that's what you want as a competitor. He's started off with a 5, and then a 7, 7.67, and then even a 5.5 under prio. So yeah, I think these are just more things for him to have a confidence booster until he retains priority. And I think he's making it so Teddy has to think like, oh, like he's already getting 5s and under prio, you know, that by Teddy getting a 5 won't put him in the lead, but it will give him a chance in the rotation of the lineup.
Right.
And that's a huge part of the game. So
wow, it's such exciting heat. Eko just locked in 7 and 7.67. Teddy has 1 single wave, but already locked in 6.0. Teddy has first priority. He needs 8.67, which is a huge number, but you know, we all know that Teddy is capable of getting those 8.67s, no problem. And there's heaps left time, 16 minutes and 50 seconds. And so, okay, is this your first time in China?
this is actually my 3rd time, I believe. I came 6 years ago when they did it here at the left, and then I also surfed the beach break. around the corner. And yeah, that was a fun final. It was against Charlie Martin won, and then Rio Wida got third, I think, and then I got second. So that was pretty cool.
Wow. So you've been experiencing this race quite a long time now. Is there anything that you think it has been changed? But before that, we have Yuma Nagasawa up and riding up, getting ready for upcoming heat, semi-final heat number 2. Is 2 Japanese surfers, Taki Kanazawa and Yuma Nagasawa. He's wearing his trademark bandana on his head. So it's going to be another great matchup in Heat 2. But how is staying in China so far this time?
Oh, we'll go back to replay. Ichi just wants to ride waves.
So it's a live action from Eko Tanabe on this smaller size waves, but he probably finds exactly where he want to sit. I don't think it's going to price his 7-0, but he is just having a great time in this heat. Wave after wave, he's getting a good waves, and he just knows where to sit, and he's having a great time. Yeah, took us through this one.
There we go, just sort of quick replay. Under pile again. Nice little wrap in the pocket, jams it there. Definitely the best turn. And gets a little stuck right here, but it's all good. He's just riding waves and having fun under Teddy's prio.
Let's back to the conversation. How is it staying in China this time?
Oh, China's rad. I've eaten such good food. The hospitality here is amazing, and I think there's big things coming. It's already been happening. The wave pool. I think I won't be surprised if there's a Challenger Series here soon, or even a CP. So. Yeah, this wave is world class when it's on. We've got a little glimpse of it. It's been really fun. Plenty of opportunity for everybody and to showcase really good surfing. And it's been a fun week for myself, and I think for everybody here, win or lose, we're all learning. And this wave is really, really good. So I want to come back and surf it 6 to 8 foot and pumping. So
definitely. Such a great setup. We have a natural wave pool here for the left, and we have actual wave pool just down the road. It's like a 3 minutes walk distance, and it's just such a great setup.
I have a crazy idea, theory. WSL is listening. Maybe do a 4,000 or 6,000 in the ocean. 3 days later, do a pool 6,000 back-to-back events. You got 12,000 points right there.
That is a huge event, right, for everybody.
Back-to-back events, that'd be crazy. I mean, it's possible, if the government or any sponsors fund that, so that'd be cool right there. You got back-to-back events, it can happen, so.
And that's just showing that this place has a lot of potential for the bigger events as well. This is QS 4000. It's the second highest ranked QS event on the tour, but still you find a lot more potential in this place, right?
Oh, for sure. And it's really cool to see, and really amazing to see all the Chinese surfers, female and male. They're absolutely ripping, and love surfing with them. And shout out to the whole Chinese community for hosting us and putting on an amazing event. And it's been a really fun week. Like I said, win or lose, I've had a great week, and to end off 2025 in really good waves. I love going left, so this is just a bonus, so.
Oh, you love going left.
I
You're
love
not
going
your
left.
footer.
I've actually, all my best results this year, I've been going left,
True.
Yeah,
right.
Korea, I got second and kind of started off my campaign there. And so I like going backhand just because you don't have to overthink. I think anyone that goes regular or on a right, you can overthink, like air, layback, blowtail, like backside, just go up into the lip.
Yeah, that's it. Go up in the lip. Yeah, that's simple formula there. But looks like we're going to have Ichi up and riding again, so he's non-stop here. Big turn, lot of floats in Kamrana section. Another beautiful surfing. So he switched on a little rotation in the end. I love how he approached it differently this time. I love the big floats, but looks like there's one set coming to the lineup, but whoa, Teddy's not going for this one, and probably there's gonna be a few lines rolling through. There's 11 minutes and 50 seconds left in this heat. Teddy still needs big score, 8.67. So this is the last event in 2025, And what's your plan after this? Are you going back to Japan or back to US or maybe heading to Hawaii for the season? Or
A little bit of both, probably. I don't know if I'm going to end up going to Hawaii just because I hurt my hip in Korea for the QS 6000. So I've been kind of nursing that and doing like PT. And yeah, I've been luckily like okay-ish to be able to compete. So yeah, thanks to everyone back home for all like the support and getting me back in the ocean. I'm not 100%, haven't been 100% since Korea, but yeah, just taking it day by day. And yeah, we got the Burley QS 4000 to start off 2026.
Right.
So that's pretty exciting. It's a world-class wave.
Oh yeah, it's an exciting place to have QS 4000. It's rare to get to surf there. Four guys out. So definitely, it's gonna be a great event. But yeah, so you're gonna go back to Japan and then US. It's a massive year for you, right? 2025.
It's been crazy. And once I switched to the Asia QS, I honestly was not expecting doing 12 to 13 events in 1 year. I'm super grateful. Yeah, more opportunity you get in life, the more success you have. But yeah, it's been a crazy year. A lot of ups and downs, but just learning. And yeah, I'm just stoked to be able to surf such good waves. You know, Australia-Asia has the best waves in the world, I think, and they're calling Asia QS the best in the world. So yeah, I'm stoked and honored to be a part of it.
You know, we always talk about it, but it's like you said, it is sometimes called another dream tour on the WSL tour, but definitely because starting at a Korea and Nice, which are the best indoor waves, and then moving into the Korea event and Japan, there's heaps events in Japan, and we headed to Philippines. Well, we're gonna have Eko quick in and out for him, but he has freedom to just moving around, have a go on any kind of wave. So he's having a great surfing here now with 9 minutes and 30 seconds left. You know, there's still 9 minutes. Do you think 9 minutes is really long time, or like enough time for you to get 2 waves?
Yeah, that's a hard one. It's like if you're waiting, you're like the time goes by so fast.
Right.
But then, or it goes slow. But then if you're like in Teddy's position, you're like, whoa, how? There's only 9 minutes left. I've been sitting here for the last 15 or 10 minutes, you know, and you're just looking at Eko under priority, get 4s and 5s, and you're like, oh, like, what should I have gone on that? And like, you know, as a competitor, those thoughts go through your mind whether you admit it or not. And yeah, so in Teddy's situation, there's still 9 minutes. He's got first priority. Kelly's gotten 2 10s in a matter of a minute at pipeline, so it's all doable. You know, you're not comboed, so you definitely have a chance. Even if you're comboed, you still have a chance. So yeah, he needs an 8.67. That'd be the best wave of this whole contest. But there's potential out there. I free surfed this morning, and there's really good waves coming in. At this time with 8 minutes, it's either you wait for the 8.67 or you're gonna get, you know, a 6.5 and then the 7.8 or the 8. So
right. So it's a really hard time for Teddy, that's for sure, because if you stuck with the first priority for the next 3 minutes, and probably that means you have to just wait for that one. But with the 8 minutes remaining, probably he could just playing around a little bit more, probably get one more wave and try to see how it goes. But looks like we're gonna have some set out the back, so no takers on this one. But look at that line, we will be seeing more sets in a few seconds. But I'm just hoping to see more waves for Teddy as well. Eko already ridden 7 waves in this heat. That's a lot. But Teddy, only 1 wave have been ridden for Teddy. So
we got some sets coming. So this is like the first wave I was talking about, and then the second one, if it doubles up, is the one you want. So we'll see if he goes on this one.
All right, so a little bit of movement from Teddy, but decided not to go this one. So no takers on this one. So this was that one you were talking about, the doubles up, the inside.
Yeah, this, like, not every wave is going to do it. That's what's so tricky about this wave, and that's what is so tricky about competitive surfing is you can always come up with the best game plan, but then all things go the complete opposite. And I'm sure Teddy went out there with the game plan of riding waves, catching waves, and yeah, he sat with first priority, and and that's part of the game, you know. Like, he still has 6 minutes and 40 seconds left, and he's in a really good situation with first priorities. So yeah, at this point, I honestly, if I was him, I would either just wait or because once Ichi gets first priority, he's probably going to play the game and sit right next to him. So
Definitely, time is ticking, and then now we're down to 6 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. So like you said, I totally agree with you. Probably he's going to stick with the first priority. Just wait for the right ones to roll through. But 867 is pretty decent score. And what kind of maneuvers do you think he has to do on the wave?
I would say it doesn't have to be a bomb. It would have to be like the set waves aren't always the best waves here. Like a medium-sized wave with probably, I would say, 3 to 4 major turns, with all connecting, not 2 turns out the back. And then the inside reform, it'd probably have to be 4 in a row, 3 to 4 in a row. He's got the power, he's got the speed, and he has the flow too, speed, power, and flow, and that's the criteria of surfing. So I think he checks off all the boxes. They both do. So I just want to see him ride one more wave, whether he gets to 8.67 or not. It's kind of been just an eco show.
Right. It was a K show yesterday, but it's an eco show in this heat. But we are about reaching 5-minute mark, so really, nerve-wracking moment for Teddy. But for you, in this kind of situation like Teddy is in, how do you maintain your nerve?
I think just like believing in yourself and just know that you have first priority. So any wave that does come and you think that it's over a 6, you should honestly go, even if it's not the 867. Just, I don't know, I feel like he shouldn't end the heat with just one wave, because there's been other waves he could get a 5 or 6 on, maybe it's higher than a 6. And I'd like to see him ride one more wave. He's surfing really good, and I think everyone back home that's supporting him and his country, Sweden, would like to see him just catch one more wave and rip it apart.
Definitely, we see a little bit of frustration from Teddy there, splashing that water, but looks like a little bit of movement out the back.
Here we go.
Finally, we see some set rolling through. So this is the one you're talking about. This is the first wave, but I think Ichi's up and riding. Beautiful turn again. Nice checking turn, stay in the pocket, and beautiful carving turn and straight into vertical off the top. So I don't think it's gonna go to his best to score, but Teddy is still out there just waiting for the ones. Little bit of frustration from him. 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Tense moments.
Yeah, this is intense. I feel like I'm more nervous commentating this heat than my actual heat this event. But it's been fun hanging out with you in the booth. And I'd like to see Teddy ride one more wave and just rip it apart. I know what he's capable of doing. We all know it. And I just would like to see him ride one more wave at least. So.
He already locked in 6.0 for his first wave. So definitely he's got the skill set, and he did good run in nears as well. So definitely he's the one to watch. It's just a wave, wave selection. Like you said, it's tricky to make a decision which wave you want to go, and sometimes that one doesn't look good, actually holds up and doubles up, and then just a lot of walls inside. So.
Oh, here we go. We got a couple opportunities. Like I said earlier, it's like a game of chess for competitive surfing, and the game of chess right now, Ichi's played every single piece in his chess game, and Teddy's kind of just sat with the king and queen, or you could just say the king in a way. So this is kind of went Ichi's way, Iko's way, just by starting off the heat with the first wave and then kind of not having to think, just ride waves. Because when you got second priority, you don't really have to think as much until the the nitty-gritty of the last 5 minutes. And this is exactly how I would have wanted to compete. And I think this is every competitive surfer's dream right here, how Ichi, had a couple 5s and then the 7, 6, 7, and having over 14 points in the semis and, almost locking in a final, with 2 minutes left. So.
Wow, 1 minute and 50 seconds left. And, like you said, Eko started this hit with 5 and backs it up with 7.0. And actually, he got better of it, 7.67, and he's throwing away 5-5, 4-3, 4-5, and 4-6. So pretty much he's having a free surfing here right now in this heat, and we had restart actually. So it's been 40 minutes actually, and Teddy had only one wave. So it's really unfortunate for him, you know. But I understand after Eko locked in 7 and 7.67, you kind of need to stick with the first priority and just wait for the right ones. But probably this is the time he needs to pull the trigger in the last 1 minute.
Yeah, just with 1 minute left, I'd like to, like I said, just see him catch one more wave. Whether he gets 8.67 or not, I'd just like to see him ride a wave, and I know he'd like to do that too. So, yeah, hopefully Mother Nature provides, and even if it's a small one,
Yeah, definitely you want to end the heat with one more ride, right?
Yes, of course.
All right, 40 seconds left. I'm looking at the lineup through the window in the booth. I see some lines actually at the back. So there's a potential that Teddy will be on the wave, but needing a big score, 8.67. But I know that he is capable of getting
too
those
short. I
ones.
can't even see it past the window.
But
There you go. Big set. You got 13 seconds.
Right, first wave's little further inside, so it was really unfortunate for Teddy. But it is Eko Watanabe moving into finals. He is the first finalist in the men's Pro Junior Division semi-final, heat number 1. And thank you so much for coming here. And I hope you're coming back here soon. So we're gonna go to the quick break, and we'll be right back with men's Pro Junior semi-final, heat number 2.
热带风味大快朵颐。海南4大名菜独占2席。从释放到重建，治愈系的曲线兜兜转转，月季的最终落脚点在哪里？来万宁吧！心动的感觉源自哪里？有人说，心动是逐梦时自我实现的充分满足，收获时瞬间迸发的由衷喜悦。是蓬勃发展中焕发生机的新叶热土，是遇见未来时无限可期的前景之城。
Scores already on the board as Taki Kanazawa starts his heat with a 4.17. He's up against Yuma Nagasawa, our rapper of the event. Welcome, True Starling, to the booth. We are excited to be fully into finals day now.
Yeah, we're ready to rock and roll. I mean, this is really, really exciting. The event has been... It's actually gone so quick, which is kind of crazy, and I'm loving it. And I was really, really looking forward to this Pro Junior semi-final, Taki Kanazawa and Yuma Nagasawa. This is going to be a huge semi-final, and so stoked that we've already got it underway with a 4.17.
Yeah, we like early starts. That means a lot of action is underway. There we have our man in red. He looks like he's hunting. He's moving around. He's not sitting still, so it's... that's a good sign. We had Eko Watanabe take the win over Teddy Billy in that last semi-final. Replays.
All right, big first turn for Taki Kanazawa. You can see he's got such a beautiful style. I really, really love watching Taki surf, and belts it once again. It's kind of a good intro wave into the semi-final, a good starter. But yeah, he definitely is hoping to build from there. And 14.67 combination. Eko Watanabe showing up and blowing up. He's going to have a massive day because he's got a semi-final coming up for the men's QS as well.
Yeah, that's right. He will be surfing a lot. He has been surfing a lot, so he probably feels really comfortable out there. He had an interview one of the first days with Ben Wei saying that he personally felt like he wasn't finding the rhythm of this wave and he was kind of mistiming it, but he's into finals day, already into an actual final. Yep. So he's looking like he definitely found that rhythm.
Absolutely. I'm interested. He could go back to back, Pro Junior and finals. And QS. Sorry, that could be pretty big. I mean, for Eko Watanabe taking out the Pro Junior at Manokwari a little, like over a week or two ago, is pretty crazy.
Yeah. All right, let's throw it down to Dai with Eko.
素晴らしいライディング、そして素晴らしいヒート運びでファイナルへと駒を進めました。まずはおめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
いやもうこの1個賞というふうにコメンテーターのブースで言ってましたけど、もう本当独壇場といった感じでスタートからフィニッシュまで、ヒートの方を支配していました。ヒート振り返ってみてどうですか？
最初は波全然来なくて、結構スローなヒートなのかなと思ったんですけど、リスタートした後そのタイミングよく波がポンポン入ってきて、いい試合運びだったと自分でも思います。
初日、インタビューした時にちょっとここの波まだ合ってなくてっていう話をしたと思うんですけど、今のヒート見る限り完璧に今合ってる気がします。どうですか？
そうですね、結構もう練習したんで、もう結構調整もできて最終日までつなげられたんで、もうベストな状態です。
海の中に入っていると、解説に入ってくれた小林圭選手も言ってましたが、かなり波を探すのが大変だと言ってました。ただこのヒートも見えてましたか？
そうですね、アンダープライオリティだったんですけど、セットじゃなく手前の溜まってる波が自分ではいいと思うので、その波を探してサーフィンしてました。
Well, he just had a great heat. He locked in a 7.0 and a 7.67, and he just controlled whole heat. He had an amazing surfing in that last heat. But a couple days ago, we had a chat, and he was saying that he was struggling. He was kind of struggling to surf this wave, but today, he's already fired up and he's ready for whatever comes, and he's super stoked to get a win and make it to the final. この後 QS も続きます。たくさんの方見てくれていると思うので、メッセージがあればお願いします。
いつも応援ありがとうございます。QS とジュニアも優勝できるように頑張るので、応援よろしくお願いします。
優勝を目指して頑張ってください。おめでとうございました。
ありがとうございます。
Back to you guys.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Eko. We will be seeing him really soon, actually, back into the water for the men's semi-final.
Wow. But this is going to be, wow. What a big day of surfing for Eko. Let's take a look at this replay of the first wave for Yuma Nagasawa. Really beautiful opening arc. You can see the patience. Really two different styles between Yuma and Taki in this heat, a goofy footer and a natural footer. And Yuma Nagasawa leaning into that last turn. You can see how he's trying to maybe not force that turn, but really try and make something out of nothing in that section there. Unfortunately, the wave just didn't really hold up for him. So he gets a pretty good score, though. It's still a really well-surfed wave.
All right, Taki now on his backhand. Good-looking wave here. Let's see if it bowls up like he eyed down earlier. Nice turn there. Unfortunately, gets a little stuck. Wasn't probably as good as he thought. He definitely saw potential in it, but getting a little caught behind there.
Yeah, that was a little bit unfortunate for Taki. It could have been a good opportunity for him to get it back up nice and quickly. I mean, we can kind of see it's getting a little bit rainy out there. We've got a little bit of weather going on right now. I mean, the last couple of days has been sort of weird. We've had some cloudy days, we've had some sunny days, it's been hot, it's been cold, and now we're, greeted with a little bit of rain, which I don't mind, to be honest. But, it hopefully will create the conditions to be a little bit more glassy, and hopefully it just starts to keep pulsing.
Yeah, I'm sure it will. I think great call to make finals day, as looking at the forecast, it does drop a little bit tomorrow, or quite a bit. So we are taking advantage of the swell that came the past 3 days, and it's been pumping already. 2 days ago, when we first started seeing the QS round start, it was that perfect peeling left, and it hasn't stopped since, just showing the quality and the consistency of the waves here in China.
Yeah, and it has been consistent. And we've been so lucky that it's been, pulsing with lots of waves.
All right, live action, Yuma Nagasawa sets it up for this big turn off the top, really pushes the tail, sets it up again, big open-faced arc there. Does it again, gets a little bit stuck. He's liking it. He'll probably be rapping for us later if he wins.
I honestly thought you were about to bring out a rap then too. I was like, yes, let's go, Gianna.
Freestyle it.
Wow, that was huge. Yuma Nagasawa going to town. He just ditches the fins, gets a little bit of that, drift as well, which is super cool, and loving it. He's just feeling himself out there right now. Love the claim. He's got so much style and a really cool energy. So Yuma is, let's... Okay, I actually really want Yuma to win the whole Pro Junior. I mean, I'd love for Taki to win too, because Taki's a great surfer, but I want Yuma to win, because if we're on stage and he brings a rap, he starts rapping.
No,
I literally might cry.
Dude, that would be the highlight of the event.
Highlight of the year, potentially.
I think the last time we heard him bust some rhymes was in Nias, wasn't it?
It was. Yeah. He's so good.
We're like, I'm being legit. Like, I want to hear him rap.
Yeah.
And, he has his YouTube channel. He's got it going. Yuma Nagasawa, 6.5 to back up his 5.83. That was some beautiful surfing. You can really see his personality come out when he's surfing. That style just shows how much he's really into the flow of things right now.
Yeah, fully. He's just, everything is coming to him really easily. A 6.5 and a 5.83, that's huge. I mean, he must be, really, he's probably wearing his bandana. That's his lucky bandana.
Yes. He is. I think I saw it there when he was doing that claim. I saw his bandana. It was, it's sick. I love it. Some people sometimes might be a little shy to really show their true colors, but he's not, and I'm all for it.
He's ready for it. I love it. I love to see the personality and like the, what he brings to the table is so cool, and I love being able to okay, that's who he is.
Yeah. And
he shows it through his surfing. He shows it through his claims and through posting interviews and his rapping, which is, I love it. I'm very excited. Let's hopefully Ben Wei can put some beats together for him as well.
I already heard he has a playlist ready for Yuma.
Yeah.
He's like, this playlist I'm making is specifically for Yuma, so he can rap and give us a bit of a freestyle. And I was like, you're on to something.
Yeah.
You're on. Maybe they should do like a YouTube collab or something.
Okay, so we're going to make sure that we get cameras and everything prepared for the closing ceremony and the awards so that we can get this. And I feel like we're going to make history.
Absolutely.
Yeah, well, actually, we're not going to do anything. Yuma is going to do it all.
We take percentage for the idea.
Yeah, fully. And we'll just like throw in a couple little like
I'll beatbox
scratches on the DJ deck as well every now and then.
You know what? I'm actually unpopular opinion, but I love claims. Like, I love people who claim. Not all the time, obviously, but like I just see like claims getting a bad rep sometimes, especially in like the comments section. Like, I'm damn, wow, people are really giving this person like a hard time. But I love claims. I think they make things so entertaining.
Yeah, I know. I do agree. I love when people claim and it really matches their personality.
Yeah.
I'm like, Oh, okay. You actually can tell that they really love that.
Mhm.
And I think that is so cool. I even remember, he's probably going to dislike me a little bit for saying this, but Harley Walters has claimed a couple of waves and a few QS 6000s. And I remember being like, okay, Harley, like, this is kind of cool. And I was like, all right. And there was a few waves and he'd come in, he goes, I can't believe I just claimed a 4.5. And I was like, it's fine because it was actually a good wave, like, fair enough.
Oh
You were
my
liking
god.
it.
I mean, you think about it. You're so like fired up that you claim like those 3.5s and you make the heat. It's like, whoa.
Literally, yeah. The
So, I love
passion, it
yeah,
comes
it's
out.
the passion.
Yeah,
It's the need to show, you know, that how excited and how pumped up you are.
Yeah. Have you ever claimed a wave?
Okay, so my claims are the nose wipe. That's my claim. So if you see me like wipe my nose,
okay,
and like pull off, I love that wave.
Yeah, you're like, wow.
Yeah, I'm like, whoa, let me just, and yeah, I know. I even have it. Like, I remember I got this like a good barrel in deserts one year. It was the year of the pandemic, and Stab posted the video, and at the end of the wave I'm like wiping my nose, and they actually figured it. They put it in the caption. They're like, when the wave's so good you just nose wipe the claim. And I was so embarrassed. I was like, oh my god, people are gonna think I'm such a kook.
Oh my god, I actually kind of love it though. That is awesome.
Yeah, so that's my claim. What's your claim?
I just do a stand tall like stare. All 5'2" of me, I'm like this.
Love
it. That was a demo. Yeah, it
does
does
a bit of a demo.
Yeah, when I'm feeling myself, I'm like, okay, yeah, that felt really good. And then I pull off the wave. Why did I do that? Why? I like your one. It's more undercover.
Yeah, but it's weird. But that's my personality.
Yeah. I love it.
All right, back to live action. Taki Kanazawa, big blaster, unfortunately gets that nose just dug into the face of the wave. Wasn't able to ride out of it, but Yuma right behind him now. Let's see what he does. Nice first turn to get things started. Beautiful down carve there. Gets back to that power source, you know, it really pushes the tail on that third one. He's going to take this one all the way down. I am loving this wave. He is looking really unstoppable. There we go. That's the claim we were talking about. The head nod. He's fired up. He is excited, and he's showing it.
No, he really is. I am really, really into this semi-final. It's been huge. Let's take a look at it. Yuma, big opening arc to start that one off. He has been really, really concise with his surfing at the moment. Absolutely belts it there once again. Oh my goodness, he is just on fire right now. Yuma Nagasawa is lighting up, and right there, this is the kind of show that we love to see. Yuma and Taki going back to back. Yuma feeling himself. I'm loving the energy. I'm loving the vibes. This is huge.
Yeah, I think that score is going to definitely be pretty similar to that 6-5 because he was looking flawless there. He had so much flow going through it, and he didn't really have so much downtime. So I like the fact that when that wave did get a little fat, he just returned to the whitewash, stuck to it a little bit, and just waited for the section to kind of appear for him. So it was really well timed.
Yeah, it was. It was well timed. He read the wave beautifully as well. I feel like this is going to be a pretty decent score up there, maybe even better than the 6-5. Who knows? Yeah, the energy, the emotion attached to it as well. It was really compelling. I'm really loving this. I mean, whoever wins this semi-final is going to meet Eko Watanabe in the final for the men's pro junior, which is huge.
There we go. 6-4-3, just a tad under from his previous one. That is a great way to be passing the halfway mark of this heat. Taki Kanazawa now. Bit of work to do. 8-7-6 is a pretty solid requirement. Unfortunately, that last one, he was on the way to a good score, but just fell off on that first turn. The wave was looking like he had a great scoring potential. I think it hasn't been his surfing letting him down. It's maybe that wave selection and that little mistake of falling off in the last one.
Yeah, I agree. And Taki has such an incredible style. I love watching him surf. Dai Wacko said the other day, which I completely agree with, Ethan Ewing vibes. And it's just effortless. It's smooth. He's got that beautiful coiled kind of back knee. It just really drops down nice and low. He's just so easy to watch. He makes it look so easy. And I was really hoping that he was going to, match the pace of Yuma Nagasawa in this heat, because on paper, this is a really evenly matched heat. And I want Taki to find a wave and open up on the next one, because I feel like he could really challenge for the 8.76 if he gets a good wave, because his backhand is just looking so sharp.
Yeah, he does have this really nice style to him, and I would love to see him get that chance like we saw with Rita in her semifinal. She was really quiet the whole heat, then she fought back in the very last 5 minutes. So maybe we'll see something similar with Taki Kanazawa here.
I hope so. That would be cool.
Buzzer beater. I haven't seen one of those this trip, actually. Well, I
haven't either.
Yeah, it's been very solid. Like, we've known scores at the end of every heat. We haven't had many buzzer beaters.
I feel like this event, every heat has just been exciting.
Yeah.
And then I keep thinking back to specific heats. I'm like, actually, I can't quite remember that. I feel like everything's blurring into one for me right now.
The days have turned.
But then we're going to end the event, and everything's going to come back. Whoa, this was a sick event.
Honestly, I still can't get over the fact that we're finishing the event today. I mean, I feel like we just got here.
Yeah.
I really do. I don't know. It's just, we've been doing a lot of different things, and there's so much happening around town. We've done the wave pool. We've eaten great food. The dumplings, the stir fries, the bao buns, everything is great. The wave pool is so much fun. We did the left and the right. A couple of us did the air section as well last night. So there's just so much going on here, and it's so fun even just walking around at night here, just seeing all the bars and different restaurants and how everything is so alive all the time.
Yeah, it really is. I had a 7-hour layover in Hong Kong airport, and I can vividly remember everything I was doing in Hong Kong airport, which was not much, to be honest. But
okay, how crazy is Hong Kong airport?
It's amazing.
It's like a shopping mall.
Yeah,
it's I had a great time in Hong Kong
walking
airport.
around. You're like, this is gonna come with me. This one too. That's a Christmas present.
Yeah, there was so much going on, and it went by so quick. We had that 7-hour layover as well, and it just was really fast. So. Yeah, great stuff happening out here. Yuma Nagasawa probably taking a look at this one. Decides to needs to improve on a 6.43, so a bit of a smaller one. Interesting choice, but practically all he has to do now is sit and wait and get a wave that really can improve that 6.43.
Yeah, exactly. And I think for Yuma, now is the time where he can knuckle down and apply pressure to Taki Kanazawa even more than what he already is, just by presence alone. Just by sitting close to him, trying to rattle the cages a little bit. I always refer to or think about Carissa Moore, and when she's winning a heat, if she's not in priority, she's sitting right next to you. She's following you. She's, there. And it is rattling. And there's a lot, and Taki needs to remain composed for this.
Yeah, he does. Let's see. He gets around this whitewash section, but usually those starts of waves where you have to kind of try get around the whitewash and you don't do anything really spectacular afterwards can really cut your score down quite a bit. But a bit of a mistake there, because now he just handed priority to Yuma. So he's going to be doing what you're saying, probably, and be sitting close to Taki and making life really hard for him.
Yeah, I think with 8 minutes to go, that's really the smartest heat strategy that Yuma can implement right now. To sit near Taki, to pressure him into another wave that's not so good, or to block if there is a good one coming through. And you can see he's got that bandana on, and right now he's really feeling himself. He's like, you could see the head nods.
Yeah, he's probably throwing some bars to himself.
He's preparing.
He's
getting ready for the...
I'm interviewing him, so I'm going to ask for I'm going to be like, can you freestyle something for us?
Seriously. Yeah. Or at least getting prepared for the closing ceremony.
Yeah, be like, if you can't do
stage.
it now, please prepare it for your closing ceremony. We would like to hear you in action.
Yeah.
And I love hearing and seeing all these surfers have different hobbies.
Yeah.
It's great.
It's
okay,
amazing.
so Taki Kanazawa, showing frustration there. Not a great end to the heat. You know, I think he can still do it. He's got the surfing to get that score. He still has time to do it in 2 different waves actually as well. Maybe not on the best set waves, but you know, he can uplift a score. He has that type of surfing for sure.
He really does, yeah. He can turn a wave selection of a 5 into a 6 or a 7. I really liked this little exchange though, Giada. Taki got that wave and you could see the kickoff. It was a little bit deflated. Straight away, Yuma, arms up, asking for a situation. That is like, hey, I'm just going to remind you. Even though you know, I'm going to remind you once again.
Yeah.
This is where I'm sitting. This is where you are. This is what you need. And that's just that, like, I don't want to, it's not ego, but it's just a little bit of a, hey, like, I'm in the lead and you have a pretty big challenge ahead of you right now. So, like, I'm just going to remind you and rattle the cages even more.
It's those mind games,
you
know?
Thank you.
It's
yeah,
those,
that's what I was
like,
looking for.
It's those little jabs that you give your opponent, you know, to get that upper hand, to apply pressure to make sure they're starting to get into that panic mode, or like he's probably doing to Taki, getting into that, oh, it's too late now, you know, and you kind of just give up already. But 5 minutes left. It's still, you can turn a heat around.
Fully. And I feel like for Taki right now, this is where he could, I guess, change that mindset and use those mind games to his advantage and be like, you know what? You've just wanted to remind me once again that you have 2 6s and that I need a 8-7-6. Watch me.
Yeah.
And that is like that's the difference between, you know, a competitor who is willing to just be like, oh well, it's happened. Or, you know what, that's actually, I'm not going to let that fly. I'm actually so not okay with you rubbing that in my face. I'm going to get an 8-7-6 and like kind of make a fool out of you right now.
I think, that's like some strong competition mindset. If you can really change that and flip the story around. Like not really play.
I feel like if you're super stubborn, you'd be like, oh, no,
Now I know why you competed, babe.
Yeah. It's just how I get when I play card games. And like,
I've seen you in Monopoly Deal.
Yeah.
Like, I've seen you play. We have a white line fever here.
Yeah. We were playing at home the other day and with Joel, and Jesse and I just literally attacked Joel. It was so bad.
All right, this is Taki's moment now. Good upside down turn here. Sets it up again. A bit of a smaller wave, so he really needs to give it his all here. He will take it. Unfortunately, falls off on that one. It would have been a great opportunity to kind of chip away at scores, but Yuma now out the back on a good looking set. Let's see what he does. Let's break it down. Big blast off the lip there. Bit of a double cutback. Not much on offer on that inside, but it was a good start.
Yep, it was. I agree. With 4 minutes to go. Let's break it down, Giada. As soon as you said that, I was like, okay, let's go.
Break
Where are
this
the
one
beats?
down.
I'm really excited. Yeah, I honestly, I genuinely really hope this happens because it'd make the heart happy. Okay, we got scores to come through. Love to take a look at this replay, but 3 minutes to go. It's still looking like Yuma's in a pretty commanding lead right now. I mean, 2 6s and Taki has a score to come through, and, you know, he's surfing so well at the moment, but it's just, an 8-7-6. It needs to be, I guess, the best wave of the whole event so far. Let's take another look at it. Scratches in, it's a smaller wave, and you can see he's stalling there, waiting for it to open up, which it does, and he belts it. He surfs so well on this wave, but unfortunately the wave just not really allowing him to open up. It's 3-7-7, and then this last one of Yuma Nagasawa, current heat leader. Great first turn. Wow, he's giving shades of Riyue Ito right now on that big snap. I'm really, really liking it. Won't go into the top 2, but still gets rewarded for it and gets back out there with first priority as well. He's really, really controlling this heat.
Yeah, from start to finish, he has been really under control. He's held his composure really well throughout the heat. He never really faltered in any way. So it has been practically textbook competition surfing. It's been great.
Yeah, it's been really, really good. I think, leading into I feel like Yuma still has more to give. So leading into a Pro Junior final, this is where he can, go out there and leave everything out in the water. But Taki, he still has 2 minutes to go.
All right, on his backhand, let's see what he does. Big turn there on his backhand, keeps compressed there. Loving that second one, a huge fan of spray. Upside down there, so he could really be chipping away at his score. He needs to improve that 3.77. 8.76 is his requirement. With a minute and a half, he's going to need another wave, but maybe lowering down what he needs.
Yeah, I think so as well. So let's take another look at it. 1 minute, 15 seconds to go. Taki, that was really smooth. He's got a really great style. Belts it there once again. Wow, he's surfing so tight in the pocket. That is so hard to do when the waves are a little bit fat. And he's, read this wave so well. He's got himself back into this heat. Could be his best wave of the heat so far. And with 1 minute to go, is he back out the back? I mean, he has an opportunity where he might be able to get a score right now and back it up pretty quick.
Absolutely. He just needs the wave. The only thing going against him on that one is obviously the wave size.
Yeah.
It wasn't one of those smaller inside peelers, but he's back out there, and it's not looking like there's too much happening out the back, honestly.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate for Taki. He got himself back into the heat just a little bit too late.
Yeah, he switched that mentality that we were talking about. He kind of pulled himself together and really killed it on that last one, but we'll see what the score comes through. And he is improving a little bit, huh? He's going to be chipping away at his scores, a 5.9. Now his requirement is a 7.03, but unfortunately it's looking like we're going to be counting this one down. There we go. It will be Yuma Nagasawa going into the final and meeting Eko Watanabe. We're gonna throw to a quick ad break. We'll see you guys in the semifinal heat 1.
Okay, so we have 2 finals.
是孩童的嬉闹，是邻里的闲暇。也有人说，心动是万家的灯火中最温馨的红尘众生。但不论怎样选择，承载心动的都是那座充满生机的城市。它是旅游胜地，是心灵港湾，更是你我难舍的乡愁，奋斗的坐标，拥有的梦想。它是唯一，是偏爱，是那个令人心动的万宁。
It's finals day and we are straight into the women's quarterfinals. This is so exciting. We just saw Yuma Nagasawa take out the last semi-final for the Pro Junior. He's going to be meeting Eko Watanabe in the final a little bit later on today, but this is real. Sumomo Sato and Cero Wakita taking each other on in the first women's QS semi-final. This is going to be a pretty big heat. Cero Wakita, she's had heaps of experience in this finals day appearance, as well as Sumomo Sato as well. So I'm interested to see how this semi-final is going to play out. I'm True Starling, joined in the booth with Ben Way. And Ben, you chose Sarah as you picked to win the event. So how are we feeling? A little nervous?
You really, you got into my nerves yesterday. We're going to see what happens here. But both are, I love this matchup. It's a really very even matchup as far as experience, results. These guys, they're super strong competitors as far as the women's side of the Japanese team. So I'm charged up. I feel, okay, So this is where I'm going to put it.
Okay.
I think the regular footers might have some advantages of finding those weird pockets that you have to just act fast in.
Yep.
If we get some beautiful stretched out lines, the goofy footers will probably have an advantage. So it's a really nice balance.
Yeah, no, it really is. I agree. We saw a goofy footer, natural footer heat in that last semi-final. Yuma Nagasawa getting the win, the goofy footer. This is Sumomo Sato. Momo up and riding on her very first wave. She's got a good wall ahead of her. This is a natural on natural final, and tags it there for Sumomo, lines it up for a good whippy connection there, and thought she was going to get a strong finish, but you could kind of see the lack of power on that section behind her. It didn't really allow her to come back down, so she's opened up her account in this semi-final, which is huge. Stand by for scores. Ben, talk me through the replay.
So this was weird. She got caught by the lip. She had to stay prone and basically restart. It looked like she was bodyboarding for off the takeoff, but here's where the wave actually starts to stand up. Get some nice turns. We're seeing those funky, unpredictable sections. Unfortunately, she hits that one, expecting that lip to push her back into the wave, and it just backed off right there. But it was weird that those weird takeoffs where you stand up late, you lose all your speed and drive off the takeoff, and there's no chance for an opening turn.
Yeah, honestly, I just press the eject button on pretty much 95% of those. But Sumomo, she's determined, and she's like, no, I can see this to be a good opportunity for me to get a score in. So Sumomo's about to lock in a number. Second semi-final of the women's is going to be these semi-finals, and these 4 women, it's really anyone's game. Kana Nakashio and Shino Matsuda is going to be a big one. 4-1-7 locked in for Sumomo Sato on her very first wave.
She won't be disappointed in considering that takeoff. I think she did a great job.
Yeah, she's looking really strong, really smooth at the moment. We saw a pretty cool, calm and collected Yuma Nagasawa in that last heat. He had some actually really good claims as well. He's down there with Daiwako.
素晴らしいヒート運びで終始コントロールしてたような印象ですが、まずはファイナル進出です。おめでとうございます。
そうですね、とりあえず第一歩って感じで、やっととりあえず
ずっと試合僕もフォローしながら、見てたんですけど、他のイベントでなかなかファイナルでいけない中、ようやく自分のリズムをつかんでのファイナル進出になったと思います。そのあたりも手応えありましたか？
そうですね、なんか波も見えてるし、でもこの前の間の区割りで結構自分納得いくライディングして、でもちょっと負けちゃって、それでちょっとメンタル落ちてたっていうかやったんですけど、もう今回ぶち上げてこれたんで、このまま優勝いったろうかなと思ってます。
He's super stoked with the result here, making it to the final because he went to the other event before he came to China, but he didn't get a result that he was looking for. He was kind of disappointed himself, but now he gets the confidence back with that performances in the semifinals, and he's super stoked. かなり、ヒート中ファイアアップしてましたけど、やっぱ気分、テンション上がってましたか？
そうですね、結構気持ち的には冷静やったんですけど、冷静やけどぶち上がってたんで、ちょっとうわーって感じだったです。
コメンテーターブースではよくいつ僕たちは長澤優馬のラップを聴けるんだっていうふうに話してるんですが、ファイナルですか？やっぱり
そうですね、ずっと1位で上がってたんですけど、最終ヒートでインタビューなくて、ここまでしてこやんかったらもう優勝してラップしたろうって感じなんで、楽しみにしててください。
めちゃめちゃ楽しみにしてます。Well, I just asked him if he can rap, but probably he's gonna wait for his finals, and if he takes a win, then he will rap in a post-hit interview. たくさんの方応援してくれています。最後にメッセージの方お願いします。
そうですね、結構結果出ずでも変わらず応援してくれてるスポンサーの人や家族や仲間にはほんまに感謝しかなくて、ちょっとワンオンマンで得意な試合形式やし、波も見えてるし、思いっきり調子いいんで、このまま俺のサーフィン見せんでチェックお願いします。
次も頑張ってください。
ありがとうございます。お気に。
Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Dai, Wako, and Yuma Nagasawa. And honestly, best news of the day, if Yuma wins, which I really hope he does now, he is going to rap at the closing ceremony. So this is happening. It's no joke. I'm very excited. Wait, I'm getting the cameras sorted. It's all eyes on Yuma for this Pro Junior final.
Yeah, and I'm going to force him to rap at the after party. 1.50 for Sarah. She just kind of took a look, got back out there, but Red had already moved out into the primary takeoff zone and grabbed that first priority, but it's still early days, just under 21. And Yuma, the very end, you know, arigato means thank you, but he also said okini, and that's like a different kind of slang from the south in Osaka.
Okay.
And it means the same thing.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okini.
Okini. Oh, learning new things every day. I love it. Yeah, I'm excited. I feel like Eko and Yuma Nagasawa, who are going to be the men's Pro Junior finalists, they both are really stylish. They're super cool. They've got really cool energy about them. So I feel like that's going to be a really, really exciting final.
They both kind of have the same swagger.
Yes, exactly.
Out of the water's just super cool, super confident. You don't have that timid, shy Japanese that of some of the other riders. They're just, you see them. I've seen them around the world. I see them in other countries, and they even have that same confidence in other countries.
Yeah, they really do, and it's awesome to see that. And here we go, Sarah Wakita up and riding, looking to get a good score in. Tags that first section, lines it up for a second one. She's patient off the bottom, drawing out those bottom turns to really belt it off the top. Couple of good, smooth connections for Sarah. So that's the confidence and the, composure that we're used to seeing. And she's now really starting to open up. She's got a score to come through. I liked that wave, Ben.
She's got such a strong mental attitude also that she can just shake off that first little takeoff of kind of having some weird wave selection.
Yeah.
Everyone has had weird wave selection at one point of the heat because it's shuffly, it changes. When I just ran to the hotel, it was raining. Okay, look at this one. Nice off the bottom, eyeing up. She knows exactly where she's going. I love how the whitewash foam ball catches up with her at the bottom every time to give her this punch and the speed into these turns. That one was really critical. Gives a little bit of variety, hitting that one a little vertical. And that's the takedown zone. That's where most people fall on their face. And she kicked out with driving confidence.
Yeah.
So, yeah, showing us visibly with the body language that she's like, all right, let's turn things around. I'm starting over, and now this is going to be the start of my heat, and I'm going to take this confidence to the next.
And she started off strong, a 6.17. I mean, second wave, straight away, she's gone, yep, cool, no worries. 1.5 doesn't even phase me at all. 6.17 for Sarah Wakita. She goes out in front, has the 4.17 for Sumomo Sato. So Sumomo looking for a 3.51 to go to first, but that's not even in the question. I feel like for Sumomo, she needs to get into the sixes as well to really match that level of Sarah Wakita so that we have a really good battle between the two of them. Sarah, having a look at this one under prio once again of Sumomo Sato. Opens up for this first backhand carve, and she goes, you know what, I don't like the end of this. It looked a little bit wobbly and weird, so no harm, no foul. She can kind of take off any waves that she wants underneath that priority of Sumomo Sato, and with just under 19 minutes to go, there's plenty of time.
Yeah, and I think that 1.50 was probably just kind of taking a look on a wave she didn't want, and she was actually able to get a turn on this one, so she'll probably get rid of that backup score, I'm hoping. Gets one nice top turn, and doesn't waste any time. She wants to stay close to the lineup, save herself that paddle and that energy to get out there for a higher scoring potential wave. She did bump it up by to a 2.0, so put a little more pressure on Sumomo, now needing 4.01.
Yeah, exactly. And that's it. That's, you want to be applying that pressure, adding more and more to the table for your competitor or your opponents. And having these two women heats, there's nowhere to hide. You're here and you're surfing against one other person. You need to be lifting and surfing to that level. Otherwise, you kind of get left behind. So right now, Sumomo needs to answer back pretty strong so that she puts herself back into this heat. And Sumomo, she's an incredible surfer. She surfed a bunch of the Challenger Series events this year, which is super cool. And she had a massive leg of events going from Japan over to Portugal and Brazil, the Challenger Series events there, and then to Siargao, Taiwan, Belair. Oh, she actually didn't end up going to Belair. She went home for a little bit, and now she's here for this event as well. So it's a big end to the year, but she's surfed many, many heats, so she knows exactly what she needs to do and what needs to be done to get into those, finals day appearances.
Yeah, I mean, it's both of them that have the talent if they get the right wave at the right time, but it's also when you take a look and it's unpredictable and it didn't work out, all of a sudden when things shift, you can get completely off of rhythm with every set throughout the heat just by taking the wrong wave and putting yourself in the inside at the wrong time.
That was unfortunate for Sumomo Sato, going down on the takeoff, unfortunately, so unable to navigate it at the start. She'll regroup. She still needs a 4.01. It's a small score, so Sumomo 4.17 on her very first wave. If she can back it up, which we all know that she can, she'll be in a really good position.
So giving the nod to Sumomo, she was able to get a score. Here's live action.
Here we go. It's a smaller wave, but she's going to stick with it and try and just get a little bit of momentum. Surf this wave down the line. She's got such a good backhand. Lines it up for another carve. Really, really patient through this inside. It's quite wobbly. There's a lot that kind of goes on in there, so you need to really enter that inside section with a lot of authority.
Yeah, and the wave puts the brakes on out of nowhere, so you want to make sure to kick out just like she did. Nice and confident live action from Sarah.
Sarah Wakita up and riding, the current heat leader. She's looking to get rid of a 2.0. Gets one good strong turn. She's like, I want that priority right now. So that's the reason why she's heading back out back. True Starling in the booth with Ben Way. For finals day, this is pretty crazy. It's day 6 of the event. It's a 7-day period, and it's today's the end.
It's amazing, and it does, I guess the report looks a little sketchy for tomorrow, so we're taking advantage of having this pushing swell. A little bit of a weird storm activity, and who knows what will happen tomorrow, but considering we don't have that many heats to run to see who the champions will be of our junior and our QS, just take advantage of it. Let's do it.
Yeah, exactly. And yesterday was such a good day of surfing. We were just so surprised at how many amazing waves were coming through, and also just how consistent this place has been throughout the whole event. It's just every day we've been walking to the beach or riding the bikes, and it's still fun. There's still waves. I mean, look at it. There's some really great consistent lines rolling through and really good opportunities for the surfers to showcase what they've got.
Yeah, no lay days, just as you were saying. No lay days. The second day, we did go on hold to see what would happen. We just ended up calling it an early day, which was a great plan because the next day really shaped up for day 3. So, yeah, it just shows what a good catcher's mitt this is for this swell direction for this season.
Yeah.
And just as a lot of the locals were saying, I mean, these are kind of the premier months because most of the really strong activity that hits this reef well comes from northern monsoon activity, which is more into this season. And then when it's colder, there's better waves. And it's been a little chillier than when we first got here.
Yeah.
And with that, we felt the power and the energy rise up.
Yeah, we did. And it's a great thing for the surfers. A 4.2 just locked in for Sumomo Sato. So she gets her best wave of the heat so far. 2.57 comes through for Sarah Wakita. So that also goes into her top 2. So Sarah still remains in the lead with that 6.17 and a 2.57. Sumomo needing a 4.55 now to jump up into the lead. So I said it before, and I still really believe that Sumomo needs to jump up into the 6s and above to really stick it to Sarah Wakita in this semi-final.
One thing that I love about that last wave of Sarah is she could see visibly that Sumomo was so far in that she could get a quick wave, get a turn in, and still be back in priority. And she knows from her previous wave, one turn got her 2.0. She did a stronger turn from farther out on this one and got a 2.57 again for one more turn and wasted no time, no risk of losing priority. And so just keeping busy and also being kind of tricky, going, okay, she's still in there. Let's just do a little something out here and get out of there really quick.
Yeah. Let's see if this is going to, get into the 4s and above. No, maybe not. Okay, I'm out of there.
One thing I was going to also mention is that first wave, even though Sumomo got to 4.17, she had that weird whitewash-prone takeoff.
Yes.
And that's not the kind of feeling and start. I mean, slow to her feet and had to build that momentum on the second half. For your confidence level to drop in and just go and just crack it
straight away.
and start your game straight away would be so different for your mental game.
Yeah, exactly. And
luckily, she is such a strong competitor that she's going to fight her way back.
Absolutely, yeah. And she's, a pretty determined human being, so we'll see how she goes. I mean, she's already bettered that. 4.2 she gets on the last wave, so already improving. She was having a little look, maybe trying a bit of a sell tactic there for Cero Wakita. We've got 12 minutes to go, so we're over halfway in this heat. Let's see if Sumomo Sato can improve. Right now, she needs a 4.55. At this stage, Sarah, her next challenge is to just get a good backup. Because Sumomo has 2 good scores. She's living in that 4 realm. Sarah really needs to just go, okay, I need to get another 6. It's all about being smart with your wave selection from now.
And with 12 minutes, we can almost guarantee she will.
Yeah.
But Sumomo's going to have to answer back to that.
Well, you can almost guarantee for sure, and it's definitely getting more consistent, but we did have a restart. And we almost had a restart in the very first heat of the day. So it has had some really slow moments out there in regards to getting those really good quality waves coming through. So I feel like, it's going to happen at some point for sure. It's just a matter of when. And sometimes the ocean will take a little bit of time to liven up.
Yeah, and you may get that gift at the wrong time.
Yeah.
But one thing I did notice when I was riding over the hotel, which is so cool, we're literally a 3-minute scooter ride down to our accommodations, the Blossom Hotel. But I noticed that the beach break had big, powerful shore break today, and also the sets on the outside seem to be stronger and bigger.
Yeah.
And that's a really weird deep zone that doesn't break well unless there's swell. And so it's kind of a good sign that there's more energy in the water. I don't know if we've even seen the best tides that we'll see for it to really start squaring up on the reef. Possibly by losing some water, that reef will stretch these things out and take the bump away.
Oh, I really hope so. It could start to liven up a little bit towards the back end of the day. It's finals day. Sumomo, that one not really offering a lot. Looks like she was maybe trying to get rid of a leg rope. She's having a look over her shoulder, seeing, was it a good idea for me to kick out of this wave? Feeling like it was. So 10 minutes to go, and we haven't seen a decent quality set for a little while. So this is, the back third of this heat is really when you start to go, oh, okay. Now it really comes down to just that competitive fire and making good decisions.
How much does getting your leggy wrapped around your foot bother you?
Oh, it's so
I
annoying.
freak out.
Yeah.
Like when I'm paddling, I'll be shaking it. And before Jada's heat, she had her leggy wrapped around the fins, wrapped around the board. I'm like, let me stretch that thing out. I hate having those little kinks. And those little kinks in your leg are what gets it to wrap around your feet. It also, the smoother the line you have, the less drag through the water, makes it a little bit faster. But she was laughing at me. But luckily, the Velcro stuck well to the carpet and it did stretch it out.
Exactly. Yeah, I was like, oh, that's not going anywhere, which is great.
So one thing that I liked about Sarah's beginning of the heat was she was just, well, here we go.
Yeah, this is live action. Cero Wakita looking to better a 2.57. Really cool style right now, livening up right at this point. She's getting pretty electric, deep bottom turn. Gouging in the lip and tagged it once again. So Cero Wakita, this is a good wave. She surfed it really well. It's probably not another 6, but she's going to get into the 4s. I really like the line that she took, and it's going to be a really good backup for her.
One kind of cool pattern that I'm seeing in this that we saw earlier in our first Chinese finalist, Wang Jingwei, let's call this one. So a little bit fatter, she goes, okay, I need to get over this bump, and here's where the wave starts. Starts digging in. You can see her looking over her shoulder, eyeing up that it's going to stand up. Kept enough speed to really carve it off the top. Gets it high and critical. Looking solid. Redirects it, and she's just had that body language on every kick out where she twists her shoulders, and you can tell that she feels good about those rides.
Yeah, you can see it in the confidence in the kick out, like you said, and we've got 8 minutes to go. Now, Ben, yesterday, we were talking about your picks, Bronson Mady and Cero Wakita. How are you feeling? Are you feeling confident? You don't get a chance to re-choose, just so you know.
At the moment, I'm not having a heart attack.
Great, that's good.
Yeah, that's for at least, yeah. We're good there. I don't have my heart beating through my chest and my clammy hands that I had when you put me on the spot yesterday. One thing is I saw Bronson at the wave pool, and the winds were really weird and swirling around. And when they went for the air sections, he said his board flipped over and his fin hit his leg, which sucks. But I still am choosing Bronson. I think I'm sticking with my game. I'm feeling much more confident today.
That's good because you don't get the option to change.
Here's the other thing.
You got to stay with it. Oh, wow. Big connection there for Cero Akita. She's found a good mid-size inside wave, and it's really standing up for her. 767. She locks in on her previous to last wave, so scores to come through, and she is just improving every time. A 767 and a 617. This is a good wave, Ben.
I love this. Off the bottom, super squares it. I love how she airdrops. It just shows how critical she got. Smacks that one really quick. Carves it back, looking for a little more, but that one turn was so solid. But what I was going to say is the reason I feel a little more comfortable today is with these weird sections that pop up out of nowhere, because of the way your body works backside, you're able to bend, kind of get your bum lower, bend in, and fit into weird places quickly, where as front side, it takes a little bit longer to get there. So they're gonna fit into weird little pockets that possibly the frontsiders can't get into.
Yeah.
Completely no offense against Goofies, of course, but I think just there's certain conditions that cater to backside surfers compared to frontside, and so I ride switch. I go Goofy sometimes, so there's no choosing favorites. I have a lot of Goofy.
So
I have a whole crew of Goofy footers.
What I'm hearing is your favorite is the natural footer. That's why you're choosing. I'm just joking.
In junky waves.
No, I'm just kidding.
In junky or really crazy,
I agree.
quick and critical waves.
Yeah. I think we'll see a really good dynamic between, how Goofies approach these waves compared to how natural footers do, and I'm looking forward to seeing who's going to, regardless of that, just in general, who's going to come out on top. 6.83. Just locks in for Cero Akita. So she improves once again, a 767 and a 683. She's looking really, really strong. Backside attack is working in her favor. She's put Sumomo Sato in combination with a 14.5 total that she needs to reach for in just over 5 minutes.
Definitely some stress. One thing I'm reflecting on Sarah's heat here, every time I say it, she takes off.
Yeah, she's ready to go, and she's just gaining momentum. Wow, that was smooth. Cero Akita is looking fired up in this heat right now. She's surfing strong. I'm really, really loving the confidence and the momentum that she's got in this heat right now. It's a great sign for a finals appearance.
Okay, so finally we've got Sarah paddling out. I know she's not going to take off when I mention her name, but we're going to call this heat, this ride. Little foamy off the takeoff. Nice down carve there, but finds a section. Love how she gets that front hand on her front foot. Whips it back, just looking so in rhythm with the wave and so in tune. And the impact that she rebounds off of that little foam ball, it just shows she's got perfect placement. Okay, stop taking waves. Let me talk about this. I'm reflecting on Wang Jingwei, our first finalist for Team China. In her heat, something just like Sarah's rhythm with the ocean and happening to be at the right place at the right time and having the majority of your waves be scoring waves or have scoring potential. It's so hit and miss with the rhythm and the bump, but some of the riders they find that connection right away, and then for some reason their rhythm throughout the heat brings them back to the main takeoff zone at the right time. And it just makes their wave selection that much easier. Sumomo Sato having that weird bobble takeoff. The third wave, I think, also kind of came down, and so her wave selection, she's just a little bit off rhythm. But I'm not giving up, but 3 minutes is going to be really hard to get 2 good scores. She can't be picky, and it's looking rough days at the moment.
Feeling like maybe the next challenge for Sumomo right now is to just get out of combination. Get into the 4-5s and above so that she can break combo and just, open up and get herself a good score in this heat. She's been surfing so well this whole event. Just Sarah right now, as you said, she's been in rhythm on the good waves. And it's really clear to see that happening at this point. So 767 and a 683 for Cero Akita in the lead. She's booked herself. She's kind of halfway there with 3 minutes to go. We'll see Sumomo Sato with priority. has a 4.2 and a 4.17. She needs to break combination right now. I feel like, to end this semi-final, it's feeling like she's running out of time to get 2 waves. If she can break combo, you'd be pretty happy.
Yeah, plus just being able to go out with dignity. Also, just knowing you put up the biggest fight, your last wave, using that priority on something that really lets you shine and go out in style if you're going to go out.
Yeah, for sure. I'm interested to see how this last 2 minutes is going to pan out. Kana Nakashio and Shino Matsuda are going to be the second semi-final for the women's. That is going to be a really, really exciting one as well. We'll see who comes out there. Kana, she is currently leading the Asian rankings at the moment, which is huge. Shino Matsuda, this is a really, really important event for her. She's sitting 9th on the rankings. She's been surfing so well. She's a lone goofy footer left in the draw. So let's see what she can do. I know Daiwako, he loves a good hard frontside carve, so I feel like he'll be cheering.
Shino's got one of the best carves in the business with the most beautiful arms and form. And that's going to really be fun to see the contrast of the approach of a regular footer and a goofy footer in the same heat. Both very, very high-skilled and balanced. Shino, of course, being Olympians, got a little more experience, but both have very, very high level, and they're fierce competitors. So that's going to be an exciting one to watch as well. This is just what you said. There's points where it goes sleepy, and this is the wrong time for Sumomo Sato to be holding priority.
Yeah, this is really, really tough for Sumomo right now. With 1 minute to go, it's now just a matter of if she can get another wave, just showcase your surfing. She's such an incredible surfer from Japan, of course, and she's one of those. She's such an awesome human being as well. She spent a fair bit of time at my home, staying with us this year, I think, or maybe last year. Actually, sorry, last year, and she was so much fun. She had such a cool style, and she was always really keen to do anything. And so Sumomo, she's got a big, bright future ahead of her. She's had a huge year traveling for the Challenger Series and a lot of these events as well. You can see her. She's hunting for a wave. She's going to take this one, looking to break combination. Sumomo Sato opens up with a nice carve to start. You can see her really start to open up the shoulders. Goes up and into that section, a little bit of a fumble, but it's more of just a signing out wave there for Sumomo Sato. Cero Wakita, she doesn't let the foot off the pedal. She's still going to defend no matter what. So scores to come through. Sumomo Sato, unfortunately, will still bow out of the event. She was sitting in a combination situation. It is Cero Wakita, the first finalist for the Women's WSL International Wanning Corona Cero Pro. We'll be right back with quarterfinal number 2, and we're going to bring in Daiwako for the call.
President Xi Jinping has called for accelerating the development of Hainan into a free trade port with Chinese characteristics and global influence, and positioning Hainan as a paradigm of reform and opening up in the new era, and a shining Chinese model in the world. Standing at the forefront of China's reform and opening up, the Hainan Free Trade Port, FTP, shoulders a new mission in the new era. The third plenary session of the 20th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, CPC, stressed accelerating the construction of the Hainan Free Trade Port as a major reform goal. Each step forward by the FTP represents a concrete move by China to embrace the world with open arms. The Hainan FTP covers the whole of Hainan Island. With a total area of 34,000 square kilometers, it is the largest free trade port in the world. It offers clear policy advantages, including low tax rates with dual 15% income tax caps for high caliber, urgently needed professionals, and for enterprises in encouraged industries. Boasting China's first negative list for cross-border trade and services, and the shortest negative list for foreign investment, the Hainan FTP is a more convenient place to engage in trade and investment. As a result of greater openness in transportation in Hainan, the number of international ships now registered at Yangpu Port of China has reached 46, ranking second nationwide in tonnage for registered.
Great action from this morning. This is the finals day, and we are now into women's QS semi-finals. Heat number 2, we have Kana Nagashio in red, Shino Matsuda in blue. What a great matchup in heat number 2. Who's going to be joining in the finals with Sarah Wakita? My name is Dai Wako in the booth with Ben Wei.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We have had a lot of action. That was a really spicy heat, but Sarah Wakita just going through that heat with style. We look at the score line, 14.50 to Sumomo's 8.37. Unfortunate for Sumomo. We know that she's got the talent, but her rhythm was just off with the ocean today.
I watched it from the broadcast room. Sarah was on fire in the last heat, but this is heat number 2, and Shino Matsuda just one turn, but solid one turn, so it's not gonna be a big score, but definitely it's great to have.
There might be another one.
Wow. I'm sorry. She's gonna have a bonus section here. She's not gonna be wasting any time, but straight up 5.0 for the first wave for Shino Matsuda. So pretty much just one single big hack from Shino that gives her 5 points.
Yeah. In the previous heat, Sarah had even taken shorter waves, not as big of a turn, but she got a 2.57 while she was holding priority, waiting for Sumomo to paddle out. I don't know if you remember that point. And so just keeping busy, but like we've seen scores go all the way up into the 4s for one single turn, basically. And I like how she waited. Anyone else would have given up and started paddling out, but there was more scoring potential at the end of that one. So it was great that she was patient through that whitewash and let it open up again.
Definitely, she did a great job on that wave. And I actually noticing that everyone has inside waves getting through pretty much the whole heat. So pretty much the person stuck with the first priority or the priorities, then they won't be getting any good waves, because I've seen a lot of good waves coming through in the inside bank actually today. And this is Shino Matsuda, exactly what I'm talking about. So she's keeping herself really busy. Nice first and straight into the roundhouse cutback. Really good bounce from the white water, and she's gonna stick with it. She's gonna start surfing all the way to the inside. She's not wasting any time on that wave. Probably she wants to have a great backup as soon as she can, because Kana Nagashio is capable of getting excellent scores in 2 minutes.
Yeah, and just as you were saying, I mean, it was more visible on our previous days, especially yesterday, which one would be the high-scoring wave out of the set. And we'd have all the riders clustered up together, having to wait for the higher priority surfer to go. But in this case, when they're all over the place, you don't know where's the best spot.
And I think we're going to have Kana Nagashio, no takers on this one. And I think the Sarah is the one who is catching those inside ones. So let's go have a chat with Sarah, and I think True is with her right now.
I am, Di. Thank you so much. Sarah, what an incredible heat. You just went from, I don't know, just one wave, you got better and better each time, one from the next, so it was really cool to see.
Yeah, I was really lost in the first half of the heat. I couldn't really find the good ones, but when I first got that 6-1-7, I really felt my surfing, and the wave wasn't the best wave, but I just made it. I don't know, I just felt like I did that with my surfing, and yeah, I caught the second best wave in the last half, so I'm really stoked.
You were looking really strong, a 7.67 and a 6.83. They're two great scores, and I guess a lot of confidence leading into the final.
Yeah, for sure. It's been a rough year this year, and yesterday's quarters gave me so much confidence, and it just felt like I can surf more better and better each heat, and yeah, I'm into the finals, so I'm really excited.
And for everyone back at home watching or who hasn't been here to this beautiful place, Riyue Bay, what are the waves like, and is it kind of difficult to surf and time your turns?
Not too much. If you stay on the bottom and find the pocket, it's really easy to surf, and it kind of looks like Kiwalos back at home. And yeah, that's the wave I've been surfing throughout my NSA or not NSA, sorry, HSAs, and so yeah, I surfed a lot of heats there, so it's really fun.
There's lots on offer. It's obviously finals day today as well. So you're the first women's QS finalist for this event. Big congratulations to you. We'll let you prepare and rest up and get ready, but I know there's lots of people that you'd love to say thanks to.
応援ありがとうございます。ファイナルにメイクできたので、あとはもう1勝すれば優勝できるので、気合を入れて次も頑張りたいと思います。次も応援よろしくお願いします。
Thank you, Sarah. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you so much, True and Sarah. As she mentioned, she had a really struggling year throughout the whole year because she's the one who's been in the final every event. But this year she's getting in quarters, maybe round of 16. But this is the moment for her. So I'm really stoked for her now. Yeah.
She gets to get some revenge on the season. Also, in that last message, she was just telling everyone, all the Japanese fans, that just one more for that chance to win it. And so, yeah, she's so stoked at all of her fans and all that support around Japan watching around the web. We have an opening score for Kana Nakashio, so she's back in the game, needing a 4.68. There was previously needing an 8.67, which when you hear that from the beach announcer, sounds like a pretty hefty job in front of you. Something in the fives just sounds much more reasonable and easy on the ears.
Right, definitely. So 4.0, it's a first wave for Kana Nakashio. It's a nice, decent score to start things off for Kana. There's still 21 minutes left on the clock, but this is a replay of last of Shino that comes in at 3.67.
Nice, solid hit off that first one. That was pretty much all she'll get. I like how she tries to put a little bit of flair on that second cutback, but there's just no rail game. It's open face turns at the end. But I love how she's just keeping moving and then feeling her way around that one. This is how Kana had made that 4.0. Nice solid hit off that first section. Having to kind of keep the board pumping to get to this next one. Things go flat. You can see a little bit of a bobble on the setup, but there's that inside grower section at this tide right now. So they've got two sections of the wave where they can kind of get some job done. That one ended a little quickly, but 4.0 is not a bad score.
Right, Shino's up and riding. This is live action, so she's gonna stick with it. She took off really deep. It took a little while to come around the section. Nice labor turn, but there wasn't many steeper wall to work on, so probably it wasn't the way that she was looking for. Still, there's 20 minutes left on the clock, heaps time left, so you can do try and error at this time of the heat.
Did you notice the big warbles kind of coming through that wave, like kind of not like sharp backwash, but kind of big wavy warbles coming through, and it looked like it just made Shino mistime one of those turns, and it also dropped the lip down flat when she went to go hit it. So yeah, things are getting trickier, but I like how the winds are holding the section up. She drives across, she's wanting to get that first maneuver. That wave just didn't, and by the time the wave stood up, she had already lost that speed off the takeoff. So just a weird rhythm, but you can see how the wave, all that water energy going out to sea, just kind of pulled her out the back of the wave.
I heard her actually surf it here yesterday after the event when it's
of course you did.
When we were about hitting the high tide. It was tricky, but once you know the place and once you know where to sit and what kind of wave you want to get, then it's actually was good on the higher tide as well. So the wave selection, it's just all made of wave selection.
Could you feel a little more punch in the swell from our previous days, or not much? I mean, you feel more power in the wave?
Definitely, I feel more punch in the in the wave, and it has more spice in it. Probably compared to the day we surfed together, it was way bigger than what we had 5 days ago. So definitely, it had a punch and it was flares in the water, but just wave selection, it's kind of tricky to know the place, to know which one should I take. But definitely I found out that there is a good wall actually in the inside.
Yeah, even though it is a world-class left point break, it's still different from day to day with the changing winds, favorable tides, and then it also seems like the different swell direction hits the reef differently.
Right, and then I had a K in the last heat. We did a commentating together, and he was saying that it's really tricky, and you never know what's the wave gonna be look like unless you're on it. So you kind of have to go for it, roll the dice first, and see how it goes.
Learn as you go.
Right.
Yeah, it's unpredictable. One thing that I was talking to True about is I'm on an all goofy footer team with you, Giada, and True, and I'm the only regular footer. But I was saying in different conditions, it seems like when it's really tight and critical, and it's hard to reach up into like a surprise section, it seems to me that you can get there quicker backside than you can frontside. What would you say?
I like my front side better. I mean, I can do the draw out big opening card.
I'm saying when you can't draw it out though.
Right.
So if you have a section that just sneaks up on you, I think backside you can just you can whip the nose behind your head, which you can't do frontside.
That's true.
So I think it's going to be interesting because we're going to see the tides change a lot all the way through the finals.
I think it's easier to be on your backhand to adjust as the wave goes, you know. So
to improvise, I guess.
To improvise, that's for sure.
Yeah, so Shino definitely showing a great job and showing that goofy footers have just as much of a chance out there. But we're starting to see things open up a little bit. Not sure what the tide's doing. I'll take a look on my break on the next one. But 16 minutes and 30 seconds have gone by. Not a lot happened in this heat, and Shino had a really strong start.
Shino already ridden 3 waves in this heat in the 15 minutes, but kind of only had 1 wave, which comes in at a 4.00. We've seen this situation this morning, actually, where Ichi and Teddy had the same hit in the semi-final, hit number 1. Teddy was sitting there just waiting for the ones. He had only 1 wave ridden, but you know, Ichi just had a great run in the inside and outside. He got like 7 waves in total. So probably it's great for it's a time for Kana to just moving around, playing around, not try to be stuck with the first priority.
Yeah, this is I saw Teddy in a lot of different ISA events, but I've never been able to be down and actually talk to him, and I've become such a fan of that guy. Such a polite human being, super nice, super positive, and it was fun watching him. He actually surfed the wave pool. I think he got some of the best waves at the wave pool with the whole Indo team. Indo Moment TV was over there. They're doing a Chinese episode, so it's going to be cool to see what was going on while we were here in the booth, and they're out there having a lot of fun during this competition.
I'm pretty sure they spent a lot of time at pool, on those air section as well, because they are such a good airist,
I was telling, I think it was Jado or True, that the winds were swirling around just when they made the ramp section, because it started as a left, they tried out the right, and then they put the ramp section on a left, and the wind flipped Bronson's board over, fins up, and it smacked him in the ankle. And so he was like, yeah, that place is pretty gnarly. I was like, it looked really gnarly. And so you get a lot of punch. That thing just slingshots you into this big ramp. The videos of Reiki Masuda and Patty Zoe, which is a pro snowboarder and surfer, girl surfer, like amazing ladybird, were flying about as high as our ceiling above the lip. Here we go, live action.
Right, we have Kana Nakashio up and riding. Nakashio Kana 2本目のライディングになります。このライディングで 4.68 をスコアすると逆転していきますが、どうでしょう。2ターンになりました。これが 4.568 以上を出してくると第1位の順位へと上がってきます。こちら QS4000 ウィメンズのセミファイナルヒート2が行われています。この後メンズのセミファイナルが行われ、そしてファイナルへと進んでいきます。Talk us through this one then.
Alright, so she's eyeing up this section, gets a nice hit there. I love how she does that big deep bottom turn. It's a better wave than I thought it was when I watched it live. 2 solid turns, and we can see that the judges are thinking about that, but wow, that's a make it or break it moment right there, because she's needing 4.68.
But it was right time, right time for her to just play around.
And she made great wave selection. Even though it was small, we don't see anything else out there right now. So she picked off the right one at the right time. 4.68. I wouldn't be surprised if she could get that score. I think the wave was just a little bit small. So we'll see what happens.
Definitely, it was one of the shortest waves we've seen in this heat so far, but still managed to get 2 turns in, and here it goes, 5.50, enough for her to put her into the lead. Great job from Kana Nakashio, but Shino has first priority now, needing 4.51, so it's a small score. She's already looking at 5.0 as well, so she knows, how to get 5s.
I'm a big fan of both of these surfers and their skill level, and I would put money on it that we'll see each of them kind of be in the first position multiple times in this next 12 minutes. Finally, after that long lull, we have some power punching through here. See the whitewash explosion. The one thing I'm noticing, though, is I think it's starting to get deeper. We're starting to see those warbles, and those sections that were standing up in the earlier heats are starting to sit down a little bit more.
I guess so, yes, you're right. It's getting trickier and trickier, and sometimes when you sit out there for quite a long time, probably your positions tends to be off a little bit. So that's how you see right now the set came, but two of the surfers of the position. So I think they have to reposition themselves a little further outside to get the set, but like I mentioned before, there's a good waves coming through in the inside area, so it's a hard to make a decision.
Yeah, and one thing that we might see a paddle here.
All right, so no takers on this one. They haven't look at this one, but didn't like the look of it.
We talked about in a couple earlier heats that also, even if it's high tide or low tide, definitely here with the mid to high, that first wave of the set can leave a lot of water on the reef, and the second and third start getting a little bit fatter, and they almost break like a higher tide wave. So that's another thing when you have all of this water. You see a lot of weird water movement in front of it. It's not clean water. And so all of that is going to make it that much trickier to time your turns as that comes through the wave and you're setting up your approach. And we've seen a lot of people kind of get surprised thinking that the wave was going to stand up and then it would sit down.
And then I think with that, Kay was saying the first set is not breaking right. It's not actually hitting the reef correctly, but second wave is actually can hold until it hits the reef inside. So probably trying to get second wave or third wave much better than the first of the set.
That's excellent. That means that wave is actually needing more water on the inside. Take us to this one.
All right. Kana up and riding, quick in and out. Just one turn in. So just like that, you never know how the waves turn into. So you got to roll the dice first and see how it goes. And that's exactly what she did on that wave.
Take a chance at the high school dance.
Yeah. Right.
10 minutes remaining. First priority is still with Shino. She's sitting cool and calm out there. And she is definitely wanting something that she can really open up on. And just like you said, she's got one of the most beautiful frontside carves. Holds the rail for so long, and her arm and upper body positioning is just textbook.
Right. So definitely she knows now what kind of wave she wants to catch. So she's probably stick to the first priority for the next couple of minutes, I would say. And just trying to get 4.51. Probably she's not looking for the wave to get a 4.51 at this stage. Trying to get rid of the 5.00 and just starting to break into the 6-point range or 7-point range.
And she knows what kind of wave is going to get it for her. So she's already got a wave that's over what her requirement is. She knows that she just has to get that kind of wave, surf it a little bit better to put on the pressure. And it's also a great time to turn it.
Yeah, definitely. And interesting how she just paddled towards the Kana Nakashio right now. And I think it's a good idea because you never know what's going to happen in the inside. So Shino is making sure that Kana won't get any wave inside as well. As well as she has first priority, so she gets to choose one of the set. So she's doing a really competitive move right there.
Yeah, and it seems more and more that it's... Although every wave is super unpredictable, it's a little bit easier to know which is the better set wave.
Oh yeah, it's so hard to.
And so if she's right on top of her, there's not likely to be 2 or 3 really good waves with high scoring potential in the set. You're going to need to grab that best one, which, just as you were saying, Kay, if you said the second wave helps that inside section, that might just be a sign that that inside section of reef needs more water over it to really start working.
I would say so, yes.
Because we see that turn on in the high tide heats in the afternoons.
Yes, and then even on the highest tide yesterday, it just had a great wall, just peeling nice left-handers on the inside area yesterday. So definitely, it's breaking really good on even with a lot of water.
When we had some of those drone shots of the afternoon heats. Coming from in front, remember we were looking at Rayo's face and everybody, and I was surprised to see actually how close they were to the beach.
Right.
While on the screen, it looked like they were way out in the sea. They were actually on that little mid to inside section that you're talking about.
Maybe, like you said, this place needs to have a lot of water to just breaking right. Otherwise, if you don't have any water, less water, then it breaks out the back and just turns into the further wave.
Yeah, and we talked about your favorite rock out there.
Yeah.
Like the prime zone, the full target of the primary takeoff zone is that shallow rock that surges the water up. And most of our highest scores have started from taking off behind that, letting that shallow part of the rock stand the wave up and give them that first critical section. But those waves that give off all of their punch on the outside, they kind of lose that energy on the inside.
Yeah,
so
true.
if you don't let it lose any energy on the outside and make it wait to bring that energy to a shallow spot on the inside, you're going to have all that punch and have it stand up. We're having a lot of fun talking about reefs.
We are talking about reefs
We're getting so tide nerdy, but
well,
whatever.
That's what it is, and that's exactly what you have to know about this point. Riyue Bay, it has a big rock in the lineup, and you have to sit at the back. That's an important factor.
That's another thing that I really like about a lot of the competitors in the day before competition when we showed up. Well, it was basically our first day, we saw the competitors going back and forth past our little coffee shop, Goofy Dog, about 4 times a day. So they were testing this break on every different tide, different wind conditions, and really getting to know all the different personalities. Even though it's a perfect reef break, it's got so many different faces to it.
Definitely, and it's great to have a point like this where you can wait for the set, or maybe you can sit in the inside and get the small ones for the backup scores. Like for other point breaks, you kind of have to wait for the ones or wait for the sets to actually you can get scores. But at this point, you don't have to be waiting for the set. You actually can get scored on the inside smaller ones.
Yeah, the one thing at this moment though, we really haven't seen anything powerful get pushed through, and so. While earlier on, when we had more of a flurry of sets, the surfer that was under priority could have played around on the inside and picked up some power. But even the outside's lacking a little bit of power in this last 5 minutes.
All right, so we are reaching at a 5-minute mark in this semifinals women's QS heat number 2. Kana Nagasawa holds lead in this heat with 5.50 and 4.0. Shino Matsuda in second place with first priority. 5.0 and 3.67, needing 4.51, and looks like it's kinda having a look at this one, quick in and out, just like we mentioned. You never know what the wave will be like unless you roll the dice. So that's exactly what she's doing, and she has second priority, so she has the freedom to just moving around, playing around. With the 4 minutes and 10 seconds left, is there gonna be another good looking wave for Shino Matsuda?
Yeah, it's wild. It's almost becoming stressful now by Shino having that priority for so long. And while us knowing that she can easily pull a 4.51, even out of what other riders might only get 3 on,
right?
That wave hasn't come yet.
Well, looks like kind of up and riding. Nice slashing turn, and again, quick in and out. It's good to see she's just rolling the dice, keep rolling the dice and see how it goes, because definitely kind of want to get rid of the 4.00 right now.
You know what we're seeing, though, is those last three, she is kind of using that out of priority zone, inside play zone almost, but none of those waves have worked out.
Not
so
yet
it's
so
it's
far.
changed a lot.
Changed a lot compared to the last couple of heats. Yeah, that's for sure. With the 3 minutes and 10 seconds, you know, pressure's building up for Shino Matsuda now.
I know. How long can the ocean keep quiet?
Right.
You're almost kind of seeing her head activity, kind of like, what is going on here? Like, where's the wave?
You can tell like a little bit of a frustration from Shino Matsuda and just wondering, oh, am I sitting in the right place, or where should I go, or like maybe stick to Kana Nakashio. Yeah, you can see the little bit of frustration from Shino Matsuda right now.
Yeah, she kind of started to paddle left, and then she's like, no, what am I? She's really, you can see her kind of calculating her strategy right now.
Right.
What's going to be my next move? But 2.5 minutes, and we're starting to see some bump out there.
Right.
And I think
we're going to see probably some sets on the
I think
way,
the future's
right?
looking bright for Shino having that priority, but we just don't know how good of a set it will be. But you can really visibly on the top of the screen see that we're starting to see some shadow build up.
Wow.
Showing that there's some size on its way with some power. So
this is exciting end of the heat. So first set, no takers. But
in a weird position.
Right.
Kind of out of position for that one.
But there's one more out there. It's a little bit of a movement at the back. Sukana.
Wow,
is
that
up and riding. Quick in and out again. So 1 minute and 40 seconds. So
Shino read that so well to let her go on that one. I was kind of going, well, I guess that's the wave you got to take.
But looks like she's having a look at this one. She's paddling for it. This is very, very important wave for Shino Matsuda, needing 4.51. So more of a slashing turn and just stay in the pocket, maintain the speed, just waiting for the wave to stand up for her. Another checking turn there, needs to have solid turn to get 4.51, but unfortunately the wave didn't really cooperate with Shino. That was really unfortunate. So 1 minute to go in this heat.
Very surprising on this one. So here she is. She was driving. You could see she was looking at that lip, and then it dropped, and she had to kind of switch gears midway through that turn. Now it looks, again, she's just setting up, and those warbles, unfortunately, are meeting her every time she gets to the top of the wave and just buffering every turn and killing all the speed. Still 40 seconds, but this is really a shocker for me.
Right, so the last wave for Shino comes in at a 3.03, so not enough. Still needs 4.51 with 30 seconds to go. Kana has first priority. Probably, definitely, she's going to play some defense right now. She's going to just stick to Shino and try defense. 15 seconds. It's a tense moment for both of them. The Shino's requirement is really small. She just want to get one more wave in, but don't think there's enough time for Shino. So it looks like it's Kana Nakashio will be joining in the final with Cero in the women's QS finals. So we're going to go to a quick break, and we'll be right back with the men's QS semi-final heat number 1.
International ships. Cross-border capital flow is more efficient thanks to the FTP's Multifunctional Free Trade Accounts (EF) account system, which facilitates global business operations. Visiting Hainan is also easier. Ordinary passport holders from 59 countries can now enter the province without a visa. Cross-border data flow trials are progressing steadily, with the China Mobile Hainan-Hong Kong submarine cable now put into operation. A ship needs to maintain stability to sail far on the ocean. The promulgation and implementation of the Hainan Free Trade Port Law of the People's Republic of China has provided solid legal safeguards for the development of the Hainan FTP. The Hainan FTP is accelerating the development of a modern industrial system spearheaded by tourism, modern services, high-tech industry, and high-efficiency tropical agriculture. It is leveraging its advantages in temperature, ocean depth, geographic latitude, and ecological environment to build a key practice site for new quality productive forces. The Nanfan Agricultural Silicon Valley has been responsible for cultivating over 70% of China's crop varieties. Major marine technology and equipment represented by the Fendoja Striver Deep-Sea Manned Submersible were introduced in Hainan. The Wenchang Space Launch Center, China's southernmost low-latitude coastal space launch site, is where the Chinese space station, Tianwen-1 Mars probe, and Chang'e 5 spacecraft were successfully launched. Also located in Wenchang is China's first commercial space launch site, capable of handling domestic and international rocket launches. In its effort,
We are now into men's side QS 4000 semi-final heat number 1. We have Made Ariana in red and Bronson Mady in blue. So 2 Indonesian surfer up against in the semi-final heat number 1. And probably this lady loves this heat. Welcome back, Jada.
Yes, I am so excited to watch this heat. We're going to be chilling through this one. And Bronson Mady versus Pajar Ariana, these two young men have competed against each other a lot in the past.
Right.
But what I love the most is that this is a semi-final, meaning that we're going to have the Indonesian flag in the final.
Right, that's a good thing for you guys. And
Yeah.
I'm so excited to see this semi-finals because, you know, Made Ariana just took out a win in the QS 2000 recently, and this is him, Pajar, up and riding, quick in and out, and then Bronson is, you know, world junior champ.
Yeah.
So this is a great matchup from Team Indonesia. So it's hard to see though. Hard to see one of them have to, you know, bow out. So it's a but great matchup in the semifinals.
Absolutely. I mean, Bronson also just came off the win in Cloud9 as well, and that was a big moment. So you're right, it will be a bit of an upset, whoever does bow out in the semifinal. But third spot is not bad. These boys both have the surfing to be able to win this entire event. So it's just going to be who prepared that little bit better, who, you know, is just taking care of the minor details at this point.
Right, so it's Pajar, the goofy footer, versus Bronson, the natural footer. It's interesting to see how these guys just playing out, you know, in this heat. Definitely, they're gonna be having a different approach because they're goofy footers and natural footers. It's totally different approach from front side and back side.
Absolutely, Pajar having that really sharp, fast style that is really that low center of gravity, and Bronson that explosive, don't know what he's gonna do next.
Wow.
Big backhand blast there, and rides out of it.
That was it. That was a massive, solid turn from Bronson Mady, who just scored one of the excellent scores yesterday. So he was on the way to that again. But this is Pajar. I answer back. But just quick in and out, you know, he was just eyeing for the section, but probably didn't see the opportunities on the wave. But Bronson's last wave, it's going to be a great wave. Let's take another look on this one. I really love the second turn. Actually, this was the money turn, throwing buckets of spray, 3 fins out the back. Wow, that's great surfing from Bronson Mady. Pretty much all the points will be coming from that second turn.
Absolutely.
And this is Pajar. Quick in and out. I'm not too sure what he's done at the back, but still right, lightning fast. That was Pajar Ariana. 24 minutes and 25 seconds left.
All right, let's watch this replay. I think this was just a quick up and out for Pajar. Maybe did something in the beginning. Oh yeah, he did really push that tail around.
Whoa.
Does it again, a quick up and out. Never mind. He did a lot out the back, and this is where we caught up with him. Please excuse my mistake. I thought he just went, because he was so relaxed coming out of that wave.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, I don't know if he did anything, but that was some beautiful textbook Pajar surfing that we're used to seeing. So much speed, really pushing the tail all the way around. That was beautiful.
That was beautiful surfing. I was gonna say it was just a quick in and out, but he did a lot of things at the back and the first stand. I love how he drove the line. I mean, tags it into the critical part of the wave and just a little bit of flare in the end, little bit of tail slides. And I had a chat with him in the post-heat interview yesterday, and he knows that he needs to have a variety in maneuvers. So that's exactly what he did on that wave.
Especially going up against someone like Bronson, because Bronson can really whip out anything at any time. So you never know. He could stand up and just do a full rotation or like some big backhand blast. So he's that type of surfer who can really bring that wow factor in. And I think Pajar has the ability to do that too. He just needs to find the right wave.
Wow, Bronson just locked in 7.17 on the last wave, second wave. So pretty much all the points, most of the points coming from the second big solid turns.
I agree with you. It all came from there because the other turns were good, but they weren't as that big as that one turn. I think the last of Paja came in at a 6, and it was just that 1 point of difference, probably because of wave size.
Right. Wow, this is Bronson going right at this left point break, but looks like there's a section in the end. Takes it to the sky. This was the first time we've seen in this whole event, seeing going right and takes to the sky.
Yeah, that's right. That was the first right we've seen this entire event, or probably the first right where it had more than one turn or air on it.
Definitely.
Here we go. So he goes and finds this gorgeous right, big swooping turn here. A bit of a check turn there to just stay close to the whitewash. Launches there, and I don't know if it'll be deemed complete, but it was a fun little ride to see.
Wow, that was entertaining ride from Bronson Matey, and I agree with you. I'm not too sure if the last air reverse will be a completion, but looks like it's not a completion. It's 3.33 for the last of Bronson Matey, but Pajao answers back nicely with a 6.00. So now, Bronson is in the lead with a 7.17, which is a great score to have, but Pajao has 6 and only needing 4.15, and there's still 21 minutes left, so it's still anyone's game.
Yeah, I think we're going to get a pretty good show from both these surfers. As I said earlier, I personally think the main difference between Bronson and Pajao's wave was probably the size, you know, because they both had some incredible surfing. Bronson's one big turn was pretty spectacular, but Pajao as well, his turns were looking sharp. He is looking sharp, and I know he's been really putting the time in. Him and his girlfriend Taina back at home have been surfing every day. He's from Serangan, so unfortunately they recently closed the beach access to get there, but I see them getting their little boat out and going to surf out there, so it's been great. And he's part of that Indonesian national surf team, so they tend to do trainings, I think, 5 times a week around Kuta area most of the time. Him, Taina, Kailani, sometimes Kuturagus. So it's a nice little group they've got going on there. I think Dea Natasha as well as her brother Danny are part of the team. So that's the Opens team. And then they had the juniors that recently went to Peru.
Right.
Yeah. So I think they did pretty good. And the Indo team have really been pushing themselves and not only training inside the water, but outside as well. So I think they're training with a girl called Gabriela. And they've been really putting the time in.
Definitely. I've seen all the footage, from the Instagram and they've been training every day. You told me a couple of times in the last couple of events, and such a great, group or such a great team to have in your corner. We always say this, but surfing is individual sports, but it's always great to have someone working out with together. It pushes you, gives you extra power to just put more effort in it when you train together.
Absolutely, I can't agree with you more, and it just creates that extra fire.
Right.
You get inspired by your friends and you see them doing it. I'm sure Pajar saw Bronson winning the World Junior title, and that probably made him be like, okay, if Bronson can do it, I can do it too.
And the whole Indo team was celebrating Bronson Matey at the Cloud9 earlier, a month ago probably, and that probably inspires him a lot. They stay together and they celebrate, but it's individual sports. You really want to have a win as well.
Oh, absolutely. It's bittersweet. You see your friend winning, you're so happy, but then you also want that win yourself.
Definitely. And then he got a win. Pajal took out a win in a McNorrie a couple weeks back, and that was QS 2000. I'm pretty sure this is best result for Pajal so far, making it to the semifinals in the QS 4000 event.
Yeah, for sure. He's really comfortable on these lefts. He got a win in Afulu a couple years back. I think maybe last year as well. And it's also a long peeling left. He really, his style goes really good with it, and the judges really like it. It's just so sharp and fast, and has that variety factor.
Well, it's such a great matchup from Made Ariana and Bronson Mady. So 17 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock. Bronson Mady has lead in this heat so far with 7.17 and 3.33. But Pajal has first priority, but looks like Bronson's eyeing for the right and straight into the air reverse. Pretty much almost land, but unfortunately goes down on the landing.
Yeah.
This is a Pajal. Needs to answer back. Beautiful first and blaster fins out, and couple checking turn, waiting for the section stand up. Here is nice carving turn into tail slide, and love this run has cut back there from Pajal. So it's a great answer back from Pajal Ariana, needing 4.51, and I think he checked all the boxes for the requirement.
Absolutely. That is by far going to be more than that 451. Wow. That big first hack was massive. Just airdrops down, gets around the section. Bit of a couple sleepy sections here that he just weaved nicely, but there we see him kind of ramp it back up again. Two very different turns, one more drawn out, the other more tight in the pocket, but I think that's going to be a really decent score and pushing him straight back to first again.
Wow, what an answer back from Rihanna, needing a 4.51, and looks like we have Bronson up and riding on his backhand. So he's going to stick with this ride. And he gets this finishing dance, throwing buckets of spray. So that's another great turn for Bronson Mady.
Yeah, I learned from Paja's last wave. Don't say what he did until you watch the replay.
It's a great sign that when surfers stick to this wave all the way to the inside, they probably done something at the back.
Yeah, you'd hope so. You'd hope so. Because that's where most of the points are going to be. So if you didn't do anything out the back, you probably are not going to get anything on the inside. So this is the wave we're talking about. Big hack there for Bronson on his backhand. This is that sleepy section that comes sometimes, but he just sticks with it, gets back to the power source. And this is where we caught up with him. Second big backhand blast there. So Bronson fighting back as well. This is going to be such a good exchange. Pajar, it's a big contrast, Pajar on his forehand, Bronson on his backhand.
And it was a great exchange, like you said, because Pajar was on the bigger size waves now, and then Bronson was on the smaller size waves. It's like the other way around from the first exchange, where Pajar got a 6.0 on the smaller size waves, 7.17 for Bronson on the bigger size wave. So I'm curious what they're gonna have for the last waves. Judges are thinking quite a long time now. They're still thinking about it. There's no identification for now, but few scores locked in for Pajal's last wave. It's a 6.33, best score so far for him. That put him into the lead. Now Bronson is in second place, needing 5.16. But I just got a feeling that last wave will be really close to the requirement from Bronson.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That was a really good turn from Bronson. Two big turns. I think those were the main ones and where most of the points are going to be coming from. A massive fan of spray every time that board kind of locks in with the lip of the wave. So it's definitely going to push him. I think going to get him back into the lead.
Right. Okay. First score's locked in. It's 5.10, so it's not enough. He's still in the second, needing a 5.16. Wow.
Damn, that's why I'm not a judge.
But you're right there, though.
I was close. I thought it was gonna be the score, but it's not. It's almost a score.
It's almost a score.
0.06.
All right, now he goes to the right. Eyeing for this big section, big Leivik. But unfortunately, he couldn't really ride out of it. You know, normally I see him making that turn easy.
Yeah, you're right. He's fallen already on 3 major airs or turns he went for, which usually it's not common. Bronson tends to be landing most of his stunts.
All right, as we have a break in action, we're gonna go head over with Ben with the last hit winner, Kana Nakashio.
Thanks a lot, guys. Here with the second women's finalist from Japan, Kana Nakashio. Omedetou gozaimasu.
Arigatou gozaimasu.
So my first mention is going to be that she got 2 scores right off the bat. It seemed to kind of fall asleep in her heat after that. Shino was in second, needing a 4.51 for a long time. And then she, under priority, just tested out about 4 bad waves. I want to ask her what she kind of learned about the conditions at that point. So, 最初の波多分 4.50 それで 5.50 を持ってそれ最初の5分ぐらいでその後もうプライオリティなしで5本ぐらいもう結構変な波乗っててその瞬間その5本でもうコンディションチェンジも何を勉強しました
とにかくそのロースコアの4点を塗り替えることをしたかったからどんどん波に乗ってこう塗り替えたかったんですけどそこまで波が良くなかったのでずっとキックアウトしていい波来るのを待ってました。
So she goes, all she wanted to do was get rid of that second score. So she just tried out a bunch of weird waves under priority. Everyone made her kick out. She couldn't get it. So she, after about 4 bad waves, she decided she was just going to sit and wait for a good one. まあ、しのちゃんも本当1分30秒前、最後の1分30秒前、もうプライオリティ、入選権持って、もうそのセットやっと聞いたら、で、乗れたら、シノだから、まあ、取れそうかな、4.51 が2スコアでした。まあ、その瞬間、もう緊張したか、もう何の感覚でした
やっぱプライオリティ持ってて、波に乗ったから、4.5 だったし、もうすぐ出るので、まあ、すごいちょっとドキドキしたんですけど、まあ、ライディング見てたら、サイズもそこまでなくて、ヒットも入ってなかったので、まあ、大丈夫かなと思って。自分のところに波来ないかなと思って、待ってました。
So she said when she took off, she was like, okay, she can easily get a 4.51. But as soon as she watched her riding, she could tell it was a smaller wave. Nothing really worked out. And there was just no waves and no time left. まあ、最後もすごい、いっぱいスポンサーと家族もいっぱい応援してる方が、応援してくれてるから、もう彼に向けて、ハードオフのスポンサー、ブックオフのスポンサーとか、もう皆さんに応援メッセージお願いします。
いつも応援ありがとうございます。次はファイナルで、もう1個4000円ゲットして、来年の CS に向けてずっと1位キープしたいので、次のファイナルも仲いいサラと一緒にファイナルなので、応援よろしくお願いします。
どうもありがとうございました。And Dai, I'll let you do the translation of that message. Back to you guys in the booth.
All right, thank you so much, Ben, and congratulations to Kana making it to the final with her good friend Sarah Wakita. So she was saying that it's going to be a great matchup in the final because, you know, Sarah and Kana are good friends and she wants to maintain her ranking on the tour. But this is Bronson, needs to answer back. Big first turn to start with. A little bit of form climb there. Definitely this wave will step up for him, but unfortunately a little too late to the section. Wow, that was unfortunate for Bronson Mady. He had a chance, he had opportunities, but probably it won't be a 5.16.
Yeah, that's... Damn. This is such a great heat we've got in our hands. The last wave of Pajar, which is this one I was going to mention, came in at a 5.33. Big Pajar turn here. does it again, and then nothing really happening on this inside. So that's why it was maybe a point lower than the last. If he got maybe one more turn, it would have been into those 6s range. This is Bronson, though, answering back. Came in at a 4. Good start to it. And he was looking like he was going to back it up really nicely. Here we have him kind of running down to this inside section and unfortunately getting there just slightly too late. And the lip just like slamming him down.
Wow, that was really unfortunate for him. He was on the way to the requirement because the last wave for Bronson comes in at a 4.0 without the last finishing turn. So if he could have made that one, then probably he got the requirement.
Yeah, he's so close to getting the score he needs, but it's just with those one turn. So he just has to kind of complete it, and then he's back in the 5 range. But Pajar is not going to let him, get it so easily.
Right, Paja up and riding, big wall ahead of him, nice big turn, little bit of a tail release there, and he wants to come around the section, and he did, and there's one more section to hit. It's a beautiful finish there from Paja, little bit of claim in the end, so that was a beautiful surfing.
I'm really nervous, actually. This is actually so entertaining. That was a really good wave from Padra. The only thing was that, that section where he had to kind of pump and get around. But I loved it. I loved this first turn. It was really critical. His board and fins kind of went all the way around. And here, this is that section we were talking about where he tried to foam climb it and get there earlier. But, he did close it strong as well. So I think it's going to be a pretty good score.
Yeah. Agreed. It's gonna be a great score, and I love the first one. Actually, he just went for it, just pushing the tail really high, and this the fins, a little bit of tail release. But just like you said, there's a little bit of downtime there, but he did well to come around the section, and he got this a critical finishing turn. And we don't usually see that finishing turn at this point. So definitely, it's a great finishing turn from Pajal. So he needs to get rid of the 6.0 to create gap, extend his lead. Is it gonna be better than 6.0?
What do you think?
I gotta say yes. Because of the last turn, we don't really see the big finishing turn.
You're right. I think so too. I really like that first turn as well. But I would say the only thing holding me back is that part he had to kind of pump a little bit. But, ooh, this is starting to get really interesting.
Okay, comes in at 6.87. It is the highest score for him. So he is extending his lead with the 5 minutes and 50 seconds left. So now Bronson needs 6.03, but still, it is not a big score for Bronson. He is capable of getting those excellent scores super easy. So, and he has first priority.
All right, so last 5 minutes of this heat is going to get really tense. Bronson is under pressure right now, but he has been in this position thousands of times before, and he actually thrives in it. We've seen him fight back, especially yesterday when he got that 8-3-3. It was right after his opponent got a good score. So we know he likes the fight, and he's World Junior champ for a reason,
For a reason, that's sure.
6-0-3, all right, not a great position to be in, needing a score, but he's got it.
Definitely, he's got it. And like you mentioned before, it's going to be exciting last 5 minutes because we are reaching at a 5 minute mark right now. 4 minutes, 50 seconds left. And Bronson with first priority. So Paja just sitting really close to Bronson made it right now. So I'm wondering if there's a little bit of chat going on, or
oh no, there's no chat.
There's no chat, probably.
It's silent.
Just silence, just the sound of the waves out there. It's a competition, so it's you have to be a competition mode. Competition phase is on for both Paja and Bronson right now. So Bronson needs 6.03. He's already locked in a 7.17 in this heat, so he knows what he had to do to get that requirement. But time is ticking already. 1 minute in, the last 5 minutes. 4 minutes left on the clock.
Wow, they're really close together there, and it's gonna be so tight, that last part. But something I like about this situation is Pajar is known to be such a cool, easygoing guy.
Right.
He's so happy, always has a big smile on his face. So seeing this competitive side of him is actually really interesting. I've never really seen it before, or like this at least. But in a semifinal, you gotta whip it out.
Right, definitely. He has a second priority, but he just trying to sit close to Bronson and put some little bit of pressure. It's sometimes you don't really want to be surrounded by people when you're out there. So it's a great smart move from Pajao. He is in the lead with a 6.87 and 6.33. It's a Bronson who needs score 6.03. But looks like there's a few lines at the back.
Yeah, there might be something coming with 3 minutes left. Pajar is begging for the ocean to go flat. It's going to be the longest 3 minutes of his life.
Okay, so it's a Bronson. Needs a score. Check them first. And straight into the rotation. He rises out of it. So that was one of the biggest down we've seen. It's still going. He's sticking to this wave. Surfing all the way to the inside, but there's not much walls. But that second turn, wow! So it's pretty much one maneuver, right? And he needs 6.03.
All right, it all comes down to, was this a 6? Not this turn, this next one right now. Was that considered or deemed a 6? He definitely rode out of it, but it wasn't that clean exit that usually the judges prefer. But it was different, it was exotic. So, was it a 6? I don't know.
It's hard to say because, like you said, it was one of the crazy maneuver that we've seen throughout the whole event. But like you said, you need to have control and you need to have a clean, clean landing as well. And it's hard to make a call. So first score locked in, it's a 5-5. So he needs 6.03, but he's gonna get 5.40, so it's not enough. There's still 1 minute and 25 seconds left. Needs 6.03.
Right. Okay, we're reaching the last minute. Pajar now, with priority, in the lead, is going to stick right next to Bronson this entire time. Unless Bronson picks one off the inside, he's one of those surfers that can uplift a score and make a 6 out of practically nothing. So
definitely.
Pajar has to be very careful now.
Now it's a crunch moment for Bronson and Pajal, actually. And like you said, Pajal have to be careful where Bronson is sitting and just utilize that first priority really well in 40 seconds.
Yeah, I'm sure Taina is watching this heat right now, about to have a heart attack. Last 30 seconds, Taina. You just need 30 seconds.
Right, 30 seconds. So there's a few lines at the back, actually. We might be seeing a couple of the waves rolling through to the lineup. So Pajal, having a look at this one. So he's going to go for this one.
Yeah.
He has to get rid of the 6.33, but he goes down. So it's all about Bronson. He has first priority. With 10 seconds, is there going to be enough time for him to get one more wave in? He needs score. 6.03 is the requirement. He's up and riding. This has to be a 6-point ride, but we're not too sure yet because we're going to see he's sticking to the wave, but doesn't look like there's gonna be a steeper section for Bronson Mady. So it is pretty safe to say Madariana Pajar will moving into final.
Oh my
Big
goodness.
win for Pajar.
Big moment there for Pajar. Ariana goes to the final of this QS 4000. Bronson Mady bows out.
Alright, so we're gonna go to the quick break and coming back with the last heat of the semifinals, heat number 2.
To Clean Energy Island, Hainan is expanding offshore wind power and hydrogen production and speeding up the development of internationally competitive green energy supply chains. Standing at the intersection of the Chinese mainland and Southeast Asia, two of the world's most dynamic markets, and facing the Pacific and Indian Oceans, the Hainan FTP is leveraging its unique geographic strength to make itself an important hub for domestic and international dual circulation. It is rapidly evolving into a headquarters base for Chinese enterprises to enter overseas markets, and a headquarters base for enterprises from countries and regions overseas to enter the Chinese market. Consumer spending is thriving with the buying and selling globally model exemplified by the China International Consumer Products Expo, held for 4 consecutive sessions since 2021, and Hainan's offshore duty-free shopping policy. The Boao Lecheng International Medical Tourism Pilot Zone has implemented a zero-tariff policy on medical products, creating a key pathway for medicines and medical devices piloted in the zone to enter the broader Chinese market. The Ling Shui Lian International Education Innovation Pilot Zone has attracted 22 renowned domestic and international institutes of higher learning. Hainan Bielefeld University of Applied Sciences, the first university in the Chinese mainland independently operated by an overseas institution, has officially begun enrolling students. From 2018 to 2023, the Hainan FTP registered an average annual growth of 65% in the number of newly established overseas invested enterprises, and a 22.2%.
The surfers are taking full advantage of this situation now. Semifinals heat 2. This is Riyue Ito and Eko Watanabe. We just saw Pajar take out the World Junior champ Bronson Maney and put himself into the final of this QS 4000. Welcome back, True Starling.
Thank you, Giada Legati. Wow, this is huge. I mean, semi-finals are almost done. This is the last semi-final, and then we're into finals. I'm so excited.
All right, so straight away, Riyue Ito, big floater, unfortunately, just pushes too hard and isn't able to ride out of it. Very un-Riyue-like.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan.
What was that? What just happened there?
Yeah, so Riyue was your pick, wasn't
yeah,
he? So
yeah.
this is a big moment for you too.
This is a big moment for me as well because I was expecting fireworks, but it's okay. We'll allow a little mishap to start. I'm going to allow it, but we got 27 minutes to, rein it back in.
Oh, so
Let's see it. I'm ready for it.
Yeah, I'm really excited. And right after this, we are going straight into the Pro Junior Women's Final. So it's really happening. It's all coming together. It's been a very, very incredible week of action, and it's gone by so fast. I can't believe we're actually here.
Yeah.
So in the Pro Junior final for the women's side, we have Rita Suzuki and Jingu Wang. We'll get back to that as Riyue Ito gets back up on his feet. Nice second big hack. Stands up again, so he kind of sticks with it. Does a bit of a doggy pat to get around that section, but he does it. So that is a great way to start his semifinal campaign here. This is the first time the boys have been surfing. Well, actually the second for Eko, because he had his Pro Junior men's semifinal earlier on.
Yeah, that is so crazy. I'm really, really invested in this heat because I love these two surfers. That was really smooth. He was just gliding on top of the wave, but there you could almost see, looked like his back foot slipped off and he had to really work quite hard to bring it back towards his board. So great core strength from Riyue there, but the mishap, it's not going to come into play, I don't think, that way by the end of this heat. It's, he's just gaining some rhythm. He's, getting rid of the jelly legs. Oh, Eko has none of that.
All right, massive turn for Eko. Does it again. Here, this wave starts to bowl up for him again. He really extends the back foot on that last one and finishes really strong. He's not wasting any time in between these turns. I am hoping he did something big out the back as well, because that was an incredible wave.
Okay, this is huge. That turn that we saw, that we caught up with, this one there, oh my goodness, that was so big. Wow, Eko Watanabe, Ichi is just putting together an incredible performance. Look at the speed and the flow. He's surfing it with it's just so much confidence right now. This is incredible. Ichi showing up and blowing up for his second heat of the day.
Absolutely. He's already in the men's Pro Junior final, so he wants to do that back-to-back and get himself into this QS 4000 final as well. He will be surfing against Yuma Nagasawa in the men's Pro Junior final.
Let's see that happen. Wow.
Such exciting moments for the women's side of things for the QS 4000. We'll get back to that actually, as Dai has the winner of the last heat, Pajar.
All right, thanks guys. You're the first finalist in the men's side, QS 4000. So how are you feeling right now?
Feel so good, so stoked. First final on 4000. Yeah, feels so good.
It's a massive result for you, but
Okay,
what
a
heat in a semi-final heat one with Bronson Matey. It's a good heat with Bronson Matey. You're one of your good friends in the semi-final heat one. How was the heat?
Yeah, before I go, the boys was watching. Kind of nervous with Bronson. He's the one best surfer from Indo. Yeah, you're kind of nervous, but yeah, my head like just having fun out there. Let's go.
Oh, you must be having a great fun. I loved your performances in the semifinals. But did you check your phone? Any message from from Bali?
I don't check my phone yet. Yeah, maybe I check later. I can't wait to my dad message me and my mom, my girlfriend. Yeah.
Everyone must be super stoked for you, and you're now into final, and you're gonna be surfing in about like 45 or 1 hour. So I'm gonna let you go soon. But before you go, is there anything you like to say to your family, friends, all the supporters back home?
Everyone at home, mom, dad, brother, cousin, Slater Day team, Strand Weather team, my girlfriend, everyone. Thanks for supporting me. Yeah, just keep rolling. Let's go. Final.
All right, big congratulations and good luck in the finals. Back to you guys.
Yeah, I'm just receiving a couple messages from Taina and Arya. They were watching his heat, and exciting moments for Pajar. This is a huge result already, being in the final. If he wins, I could possibly cry too. That's a
Really?
big moment. Yeah.
Okay. I'll cry with you.
Yeah, we'll all cry. All right.
Let the emotions out.
Who's not crying though is Eko Watanabe after that 767 and backed it up while we were at that interview. So he is looking in great form. This is exactly how you want to be starting off your first 10 minutes of the semifinal.
How is just the confidence so early? Backs it with a 4.5. I mean, Eko Watanabe is looking really, really strong. I honestly cannot wait to see how Riyue is going to answer back. Let's take a look at this one. It's a 4.5, good strong first turn, throwing a fan of spray. Goes up for the second one, maybe a fraction late, but he just makes up for it there. Wow, look at these waves. It is so fun out there. Unfortunately, doesn't get the finish, but Ichi is just looking really strong.
All right, here's Riyue now. Good looking set here. Big forehand blast to start things off. Does it again, does a bit of a swivel of the tail there. Wraps it around here. Good carves to get past this sleepy section. This wave is going to bowl up for him again. Does a bit more of a layback on that last one. This is a massive score. That's going to be next to Riyue's name. I was loving that wave. A lot of variety, a lot of new things. So this is such a good exchange.
Wow, this is going to be really, really exciting. This semi-final, two different approaches, but wow, that was a great first turn, gets a second one in, ditches the fins a little bit as well. It's a classic Riyue surfing that we're used to seeing from him. And the patience off the bottom there to absolutely belt it. Oh my goodness, these last two turns were so huge. he's just heard the 767 and he's like, okay, that's another challenge. It's all good. I got this. And I'm rising to that. He'll only need, well, not only actually, sorry. He needs an 8.34, but that's definitely going to decrease off the back of that last wave.
Yeah, well, you know, something about Eko's 4.5, I think it would have been way higher if he just completed it. Because that was another really great ride as well from him. His backhand is looking so sharp. And I honestly have to agree with Ben that I do think that the regular footers have an advantage on this wave. It just looks like they can really get tighter in the pocket here, just like in Nias. Unless it's a barreling Nias stage, usually the people who are on their backhand, the goofy footers, get bigger, better scores.
Yeah, exactly. It's so cool to kind of see the comparison between goofy footers and regular footers out here like this, and I feel like it's definitely interesting to see how they play it out. Oh my gosh, here we go.
Oh, he makes it. That was really nice turn there from Riyue. And on a smaller inside peeler, takes to the air, does a reverse, rides out of it. That, ladies and gentlemen, is why I call him the Clay Marzo of Asia. Here we have some really healthy scores coming in for him too.
Oh, okay, that was smooth. It almost looked like he was about to give up on that turn as well, but love that connection. He's just so sharp on rail. His board is looking knifey, and then just the exclamation point to finish. Wow, I'm really, really excited by this wave. That was so strong. Right there, I was like, oh, he's giving up, but he's like, no, I've got this. And I'm really liking this. I agree to a point. You know, the natural footers definitely do have such a great advantage of being able to get tighter to the pocket. But what Riyue is doing out here right now, we haven't seen from a natural footer yet. And he's been really concise. He's been knifey. And I feel like Riyue and the way that he places his turns and does his bottom turns, it actually does allow him to get really close to the pocket. And we're seeing him be one of the only goofy footers go really straight up and vertical out there. So it's such a catch-22, and I think it all depends on your entry into the waves and the line that you're going to draw.
Yeah, absolutely. He's just such a talented surfer. He's one of those guys that we were speaking the other day. It just comes natural to him, you know.
Yeah.
Of course, he's putting the hard work. Of course, he's surfing all day. He's getting into the gym and all that. But I think as well he has that factor where it's just natural to him. And there we go. A 7-point ride for the last of Riyue Ito. He goes straight into first. Now Eko Watanabe chasing a 6, but no stranger to pressure. Eko Watanabe has fought back yesterday afternoon. He was the last hit of the day up against Kei Kobayashi, and in the very last dying minutes of the heat, he got a great score to get himself back into the first position and into the semifinal.
Wow, that's huge. And even, you know, looking at this heat as well, Riyue got the 7 under the priority of Eko Watanabe. If Eko had had that, it would have been a different story. He had a paddle there, and it looks like the swell is starting to fill in a little bit. It's feeling like, I don't know, maybe it's getting a little bit bigger, or maybe I'm just tripping. I don't know, probably that, to be honest. But
it's the excitement. You're looking
I'm too
at
excited.
it all
I'm
with
like,
love eyes.
I've got the rose-colored glasses on. It's getting bigger. It's clean and sunny, and but it is a little bit rainy. I feel like there is still some really fun conditions out there, though. So, the back end of this heat is going to be good because, as you said, Giada, Eko does not give up. He's already had a semi-finals. 100% he's looking for another finals appearance today. So, I don't know how this is going to go. Riyue is my pick to win the event. So I'm backing that still, and I still really think if Riyue wins this semi-final, I think he'll win the event.
I don't know. I really want Paja to win.
Yeah, I hear you.
Like, I can totally agree with you on that, because when Riyue was in that Taiwan final, he really was looking really comfortable in a final. You know, sometimes you see people kind of crack under pressure as soon as they get into that final heat, but he's looking really relaxed, and that's when athletes are dangerous, because they just have no pressure on them. They're not really thinking about the result, and they just kind of go for it, and that's Riyue right now.
I love that. I love that version of Riyue. Let's see it more.
It's the free surfing version of Riyue.
Yeah, it really is. And Dai was saying that this year he's really trying to step into that in his competitive surfing, and I love it.
Yep, so there we go, Riyue, live action, keeping busy on the inside. Nice first kind of reverse almost turn there, but decides to pull off. That didn't have too much of a scoring potential. He needs to improve on a 6.67, so it has to be something pretty impressive.
Yeah, he's got to go big, and he needs to do it pretty soon as well. We're halfway down in this heat, so this is a good wave. You could kind of see at the start, he was thinking, oh, maybe it's a bit of a smaller one. He wanted to make a moment out of that first turn, which he did for sure, but unfortunately just no backup connections there, so he'll regroup, but he can play around underneath priority and do whatever he likes.
And you know, you might not be completely wrong about the wave increasing in size. We are into that incoming tide, so we have seen the past couple of days that when that tide switches in that direction, it brings more waves and it brings a little more size to it. So you're not wrong.
Wow, thank you.
Riyue Ito, keeping busy. He doesn't want to sit still. He's catching those peelers out on the inside, hoping to improve his score. He doesn't want to sit still. Eko Watanabe has dropped anchor, wanting to back up that 7.67. He does have the best score of the heat for now. What do you think?
I liked it. I just love his surfing, honestly. I could watch his surfing all day. That was so smooth. It wasn't even the biggest turn, but it was just how he stays on rail is so nice. His board just glides, and it just looks so good. Even watching a 4 of Riyue is, you know, easy to kind of keep in the memory bank and to want to replicate. Big fan. I'm becoming a big fan.
I told you, he's one of the most amazing surfers on the QS, in my opinion. And talking about free surfing, he just dropped his new surf movie, or surf clip, however you want to call it, and he did a bit of a premiere around Japan. He said that he filmed parts in Indonesia, Mexico. I think he went to Fiji, if I'm not wrong.
No way.
Yeah, so a big shout out to Riyue, putting both time in the jersey as well as out of it. So it's hard to bring that free surfing element into your competitive rashi, because you kind of want to be a little safer. But if he can manage, like he's doing now and he's done in the past, to bring that free surfing into the heat, that's when those big scores come through, because it has that surprise element. It has that different air to it.
And I really love and respect when competitive surfers go and want to, you know, just lean into that free surf realm for a bit to better their craft, to, you know, become really good at certain turns and whatever that is, and it's cool to see Riyue.
All right, here we go. Huge turn there. Massive down carve. Sets it up again. Unfortunately, gets his nose just stuck there, isn't able to ride out of it. Shows a little bit of frustration. He knew that was going to be a really good score.
Wow. This could have been, I think it will still be a good score. That first turn was, and that right there. How was that 2-turn combo? That right there could have been excellent. Honestly, it could have gone excellent. I was seeing big scores in my mind. But I still think it might go into the top 2. Those first 2 turns were so strong. I really loved it. I'm probably overselling it a bit. It's going to be just under.
Oh, there we go. It came in at a 6, so just under those top 2 scores he has. But, you know, Eko hearing these scores and hearing that Riyue's doing this under priority could probably start being a little more active and start building his momentum.
Yeah, he can re-enter the chat, really. He's been kind of chilling a little bit. Let's just pump it up a little bit.
Exactly. He left the group chat, but someone's got to invite him back in. You know, Eko?
This is the invite. Accept, please, at some point.
Yeah, please accept our invite.
Please join the conversation with us.
You've been a little distant lately.
Yeah, we miss you.
Eko, though, already has that final under his belt and showing that he's still a junior. So it's such a huge moment here. Eko Watanabe 7.67. hasn't caught a third wave,
No.
and whereas Riyue's on wave 7 already at this point.
Wow, that's kind of crazy. And Eko, would have really liked that last one of Riyue's because it would have put him in the lead.
Yeah.
And this is where it gets so, confusing with, do I sit and wait? Do I try and catch waves? For Eko right now, sitting and waiting, he's got 10 minutes to go, so there's time. But there's been waves that have come underneath him. So now it's whether he just sticks with that and he does hope that the ocean comes through with a good wave that, a good set for him, or he dumps that and just tries to pick up one of the mid-sized ones and do what Riyue is doing. I still firmly believe that if Riyue had have made that third turn, he would have been going excellent.
100%. That was those 2 turns. I mean, yeah, he got a 6 with 2 turns. If he got that last one that he was almost or so close to completing, it would have 100% gone excellent. And that's the type of surfing that, gets you into finals and gets you winning these events. Eko is taking the complete other road where he's just sitting down and waiting. We saw this situation kind of go down in the last heat. Bronson was keeping busy, but towards the end was just waiting for the set, and Baja was kind of keeping control of the situation. So Eko just needs to start building that momentum again.
Yeah, and it's all it is, being in rhythm, having that momentum, catching lots of waves. It's always, I feel like Eko is always he's always catching waves. I feel like we see him on, with a really high wave count most heats. So it's kind of unusual that he's not on as many waves and he's kind of just cruising right now.
Absolutely. And yesterday, though, we saw Eko kind of sit there for the last 10 minutes of the heat and get the score he was looking for. So he doesn't crack under pressure, and he's been under the Rashi for so long, and he knows exactly what he needs and what a 6 feels like.
Yeah.
So he's probably using all his keeping calm and breathwork tools out there, and I'm sure that if he gets the opportunity to kind of fire back, it's going to be pretty strong.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. This answer back, I agree, Jada. It's gonna be huge, I think. And Eko, he's good in the air. He's got some pretty crazy turns. He's got such a different variety of approaches in his back pocket. We don't really know what he's going to do. I think the best thing for Riyue right now to do is to just keep being busy, catching waves, building the house, getting another 6, getting another 7.
Yeah, so while we're, on this little lull, let's see the finals of the women. Sara Wakita and Hikana Nakashio. Okay, so Sara was my pick.
Yeah.
Was your pick Kana?
Shino.
Wow. Okay, unfortunately she bowed out early, but this is going to be a really great matchup.
Yeah, I agree. I cannot wait to see how that's going to play out. Sarah was saying, she's like, it's my first final since Korea. And I can't believe it. Like, I'm in the finals. And she just, the energy coming off of her, I was like, ooh, okay, this is kind of deadly.
She's looking very calm, just like Riyue is. He's looking very relaxed, and that's like I said before. Yeah, guy, big fan. I'm a big fan. That's when that deadly factor comes in, when they're just not really thinking of the contest so much, and they're just here to surf. And honestly, now that I kind of look back on it, Sarah has been looking that way since we got here.
Yeah.
She's been kind of doing her own thing. I've seen her at our breakfast spot quite a few times, and she's, she's low-key, but she's killing it.
Yeah. She's low-key but loud when she needs to be.
Yeah.
And, that's when she's got the Rashi on.
She lets the surf a bit.
Ooh, yeah, she does. And she's traveling by herself, but she's hanging out with Rita Suzuki a lot as well, who is in the Pro Junior Final Philippines. So they're probably firing each other up, feeding off each other's finals energy, and I'm really, really.
They're pretty cool.
They're pretty cool. Yeah. I'd love to be friends with them one day.
We can be cool too one day. All right, so almost at that 5-minute mark, and it's kind of starting to really build that pressure for Eko. He wants to start moving his board around, starting to put his feet on the wax. Riyue Ito is sitting right behind him, maybe starting to apply a little bit of pressure, realizing that, that's going to probably make him fumble a little bit if the opportunity comes. Eko Watanabe is going to probably start begging for some sets.
Yeah, I agree. He's been sitting for a really long time with priority, and he's like, okay, what do you mean I have 5 minutes to go?
Yeah.
Sorry, I am not stoked on that. I still need a 6. I could have got a 6 like the one on wave 7 for Riyue, so the composure, it can't crack right now. He needs to stand firm. He needs to be strong and, be really smart with his decision making from now.
I mean, look at the difference. Riyue 7 waves, Eko just those 2. He does have the highest score of the heat, so he will be pretty stoked if he can back it up at any moment soon. Looking like there's not too much happening out the back, maybe some lines, but with that fog out the back, it's hard to see. We're gonna be hopefully counting this one down with a couple scores needed to be called out. You know, we are hoping for the first buzzer beater of this event, maybe.
Yeah, that could be fun. Buzzer beater, finals day, last semi-final. Let's see it.
Yeah, so right after this, we're going to go straight into the first final of the event. It's going to be the Women's Pro Junior final, and going straight into the Men's Pro Junior, then both the QS finals. So we're going to be crowning champions. We're going to be finishing off this event with incredible waves. It's been 3 glassy days of action. We've had massive scores, big upsets, but it's not over just yet. Just under 4 minutes until this heat ends. Will Eko Watanabe get one more chance?
I really hope so. I want another chance, or at least another kind of battle between Eko and also Riyue. It would be so cool to see them go back to back. Like we've been saying all heat, there's such different approaches. Eko being a regular footer, Riyue the goofy, and how they're attacking each wave is quite different, but it's super exciting.
Would you say it was maybe a bit of a mistake, Eko Watanabe hearing the scores Riyue was getting on the inside and not having gone and hunted a couple down there? Because he just dropped anchor, hasn't moved since.
Yeah, I think hindsight is a beautiful thing. And I think he's probably looking back going, oh, I should have just caught a bunch of waves on the inside. You know, so definitely if it doesn't pay out his way in the next 3 minutes, it's a mistake. To have been sitting and waiting for something, you're better off just trying to catch waves. We have seen today there's been a restart. There was almost a restart in the very first heat of the day. So there has been more than once where there's been times that the ocean has stopped for 10 minutes or so.
Yeah.
So I think Riyue has surfed a really smart heat in the sense that he's been aware that there's been lull moments. And Eko is probably like, oh, it's all good. I'm just going to try and catch more waves.
I've got 30 minutes.
Yeah. Eko was actually in the restart heat as well.
I thought you would have learned his lesson by then.
Yeah, I know. So I'm like, catch waves. If there's a wave and you think it's over a 5, go.
Absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, to get scores, you gotta surf, you know, and it would be really unfortunate to see Eko go down just because he just sat there for a little too long. But, you know, it's easier to say that from the booth, and being out there with so many different things and factor is different, you know, apart from all that pressure you're feeling and those nerves. There's a lot of different choices you could be doing, a lot of different approaches, but it's these moments where you're like, okay, maybe I should move to plan B.
Yeah, agreed. And he's almost, I don't know, has he left it a little bit late? Is this a set coming through?
Could this possibly be his chance?
He doesn't like it.
There's a steal. I would have been all over that thing. Are you kidding me? I need a 6.
Where are the waves coming?
Catch your whitewash.
Yeah. Am I sitting too far out? Am I too far in? that would be going in my head.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. He's just nerves of steel.
The hyperventilating?
Yeah.
All right. We will be reaching that 1 minute mark in just 5 seconds. Will Eko have to go on one of these waves? Looking like there could be something out the back. A 6 is his requirement. Let's see if he decides to go on this one. And he does. He has no choice. 45 seconds on the clock. 6-point right. Eko Watanabe. Big blast to start things off. Gets around the section. Oh, unfortunately, falls there. That is really unfortunate. 35 seconds left for Eko. Tries to get back out, but Riyue's sitting out there with priority now. Couple sets might be rolling through. Riyue's paddling towards blue now. Ooh, that was really unfortunate.
That hurt. You could almost feel the heart break a little bit there for Ichi. All right, Riyue.
All right, this is now our current heat leader taking a look out the back. Knows this wave is not going to be improving his 667. Decides to take it as a bit of a ride in. I don't think Eko was able to catch anything while that went down. All right, so congratulations, Riyue Ito. He will be joining Pajar into the final. We'll be throwing to a quick break before we start the first women's Pro Junior semifinal.
And this is the big final that
Annual increase in imports and exports, making Hainan one of China's fastest growing provinces. Its economy has become more foreign trade oriented, with its foreign trade to GDP ratio increasing from 15.8% in 2018 to 36.7% in 2023.
With that possibility of having a free port, of course, more intensive trade and economic relationship could be established between Hainan and the other parts of the region. That means particularly Southeast Asia. And that will be a big bonus for us to have that possibility to cooperate with China direct.
Well, I've heard excellent news about not only what you've achieved already, but your plans for the future and for your plans for stepping up trade in financial and professional services, healthcare, life sciences. And it just makes sense for us to work with Hainan as an extraordinarily enterprising and open economy that is facing outwards as well as inwards. And I hope we can do more together.
Avec son port de libre-échange à la pointe du progrès, Hainan, la plus jeune province de la Chine, avance à pas de géant en contribuant à ouvrir davantage la Chine au monde et le monde à la Chine.
Hainan's door will only open wider as the free, open, and inclusive FTP continues to bloom with fascinating development. With vigorous enthusiasm, Hainan is writing its brilliant chapter on Chinese modernization. Opportunities in Hainan are opportunities for the whole world. The Hainan FTP looks forward to working with you for a better world and boundless possibilities.
Action continues here at finals day for the WSL International Wanning Pro, and we are into the Pro Junior finals for the women. Rita Suzuki is out there along with Jingu Wang. I'm True Starling, joined in the booth with Ben Wei for the first final of the day.
This has moved so fast. Where did the week go?
Yeah.
And I've had so much fun, and I haven't had enough fun. I'm going to stick around a little bit more. But it looks like we had a little something happen, but not much. And I guess 35-minute finals?
30-minute finals.
Oh, 30-minute. Okay.
Yep. We've got 30-minute finals for the Pro Junior, 35-minute QS finals.
QS finals are 35. Okay.
Yep. So 27 minutes to go in this Pro Junior final. We just saw Riyue Ito making it through to the men's QS final. He'll be taking on Pajar, which is going to be a super exciting quarterfinal. We had quarterfinals yesterday. QS final. For
They both start
the
with Q.
men's. Yeah, exactly. So hang on a minute. Qualifying series final. But this is where it's at. Rita Suzuki from Japan. We've kind of got a bit of history on our hands right now as well, because this is the first ever Chinese finalist.
It's unbelievable. And I've been having a great time talking to their coach, Tim Just. And within the Chinese riders, you think when you have a coach for example, for Germany, there's a guy named Martin Mango, and he's the coach almost across the board with all of the riders. Here in China, each division, each area has their own coach. And so luckily Jingu Wang's been getting advice from Tim Just, who's from Australia, really good surfer, knows what he's doing. And what I spoke with, I congratulated him on his work when she made it into the final. And he said his biggest struggle in the very beginning of working with these riders, well, you know what?
Keep going.
No, let's get that interview.
Okay,
And
all right,
this is a long conversation. I don't want to keep them cold in the rain.
We'll come back to it. All
Thank
right,
you.
we've got Dai Wako down there with the winner of the last heat and the second finalist for the men's QS, Ryaru Ito.
台湾の QS6 戦に続き QS4 戦でもファイナルへメイクしました。まずは今のお気持ちどうですか？
そうですね、さっきのヒートは結構自分もミステイクしちゃって、もったいないとこあったんですけど、6点出しちゃってすぐバックアップ作れて、で勝てたんで良かったです。はい。
ここまではもう勝てばいいということだと思うんですが、特に7点のライディングした後の1本のことを多分言ってると思うんですが、あれはどのあたりが自分の中ではミステイクにつながったんですか？
やっぱり3発目でこけちゃったんですけど、思ったより多分今まででここねサーフィンしてる中でこのポイントで一番いい波乗ったかなみたいな、だからちょっとあれみたいな、思ってるよりなんか惚れてて、なんかその自分のここの思ってるサーフィンとはまんなくてやばいみたいな、ちょっと力強すぎたなと思って、それでこけたかなと思ったけど、勝ったから次あれを決めます。はい。
もう毎回サーフィン見るたびにこう驚かされるんですが、次のファイナルではどんなマニューバー、どんなパフォーマンスをしてこう魅了してくれますか？
そうですね、僕クレイマルゾ好きなんでクレイマルゾレバックでもしようかなみたいなそんな感じです。
コメンターブースではみんながジャパニーズクレイマルゾって言ってるんで期待してます。
頑張ります。
Well, he had a great surfing in the semifinals, but one thing he was kind of regretting is one of the wave. He did a mistake on the third turn. He was on one of the best waves so far in this trip, so if he could have pulled that off, then he was super happy. But still, he's super stoked to make it to the final, and he will be surfing like a Clay Malzo in the final because he's one of his favorite surfers in the world, and we been calling him Japanese Clay Malzo, so you guys will be watching the Clay Malzo final. でたくさんの方日本から応援してくれてると思います。メッセージの方最後お願いします。
優勝して、帰ったらパーティーしましょう。
ありがとうございます。次も頑張ってください。
ありがとうございます。
Back to you guys.
Wow, what an awesome interview between Dai Wako and Ryaru Ito. The whole event, Giada's been saying he's like the Clay Marzo, he surfs so good, she's his biggest fan. He goes, I want to surf like Clay Marzo in the final. That was just the best thing ever.
I so love it, but we've been using that very loosely. Don't forget that Giada Legati has the copyright on that.
Yes.
She created that.
Of course.
This was during the interview. This is Jingu Wang. I was looking out the corner of my eye through the window, putting together, having great rhythm, super good read of the wave. Her earlier heat, she was completely connected with the ocean. Look how radical that turn was, blowing the fins out the back, and she's not done. And I love it. It looks like we're starting to turn on that inside option.
She's locked in a 6.33, and then this one here as well for Rita Suzuki.
Big smack off the top, lays it on rail. There it fattens up a little bit. She should have another option on the inside, but she's going to have to buy time until it shallows up here. And no, it doesn't. It's pulled up from that previous wave. Jingu Wang. Okay. Now I have a reason to get back on my long story that would have kept Dai out in the rain for 5 minutes.
Tell me. I'm intrigued.
So, Tim just goes, he goes, yeah, I'm super stoked. Finally.
Oh, sorry, Ben. We just had a 6.17 lock in for Rita, so now we have a heat ready to go. Okay, Tim Just.
I'm so excited. So he said his biggest struggle with working with the team was they were really drilling in the competition side. Well, Tim was saying, you know what, they need to enjoy surfing. And he said that Jingu Wang got to a point where it was just feeling like work, and she was starting to not like surfing that much. Like, it's too much pressure, which is when you're one of the future potential stars, you do get a lot of pressure from your country when there's not that many people to depend on. And so they were applying almost too much pressure, seeing her potential, and he got her in a state to where she could start free surfing, having fun, finding that enjoyment again, and starting to really like the surfing again, plus using that all together with the disciplined coaching. And now she's saying that she wants to go get barreled with him in Indo.
That's amazing.
And so it just shows if you've got the talent, but you can't have the talent and have too much pressure to where it takes away your love of the game. You're a competition surfer, but you're a surfer.
Yeah.
You gotta be wanting to go catch waves, whether there's a competition or not. And if you feel like you only have to surf to prepare for the next competition, it's gonna be like going to a job that you don't like.
Yeah.
Which is exactly the opposite of what happened here, because I'm having so much fun working with you guys.
Yay.
And it's been a complete joy.
I'm so
I see True and Giada as my little sisters, because I'm a pretty old dude. And I've known Dai as a little brother for years and years since my beginning in WSL Japan. And so it's so amazing to join people that I consider family, and we have these chats so naturally anyways, in and out of the booth.
Yeah.
That nothing's forced, and we just have a natural flow. Everybody has a natural rapport because we all hang out in and out of the contest.
Except in the morning when it's like still dark and I've just woken up.
I know. I've learned to keep my energy level down before Truth really had her coffee set in, because I can see just kind of overtaking.
I honestly feel like a zombie half the time. I'm walking through, I'm like, oh my gosh.
I carry a very strong morning aura. Like, I'm a morning person.
I wish I could be that. I do. I really do wish that was me.
Somehow I think I'm staying allowed a little bit later than everybody, but I'm always the first to the breakfast table. That's my disciplined. I think that's my training from being in Japan.
I love that.
You always show up on time. You stick with your word.
Yep.
And you don't be a flake. Like most people from California, just like I am, will tell you that they're going to go see you later, and then they don't show up.
Nothing there.
If that happens in Japan, you're X'd. You're gone.
Oh.
And so that was one of the most important lessons that I learned, was stop being a squirrely American and like really get some international culture and discipline. Because, I grew up without a dad, so like taking direction and hearing rules, I never learned how to really like get that slapped into me. And so that's been something that really needed to happen later in life.
Yeah.
And it's happened so late now that I'm getting pretty old that I should have had that for years. But I'm starting to act my age.
Better late than never.
I'm starting to act close to my age.
Well, 18 minutes to go in this Pro Junior final. Rita Suzuki, she's only just in the lead. She's got the 6.17, but I tell you what, Jingu Wang has the best wave of the heat so far, a 6.33, and she still has more to give. The Chinese team on the beach, when she surfed her very first wave, you could hear them cheering. You could hear them, really trying to send their support out to her so that she could hear out in the beach, out in the water, how proud of her they are, and how excited they are for her to be in this final. And this could be, history in the making for the first ever Chinese surfer to win a Pro Junior.
It's insane. She's well on her way. It's amazing. One thing we pointed out in the previous heat was, since her first wave of her first heat, she has just been so connected with the energy of the ocean, and she's picked off all the right waves. Not only her local knowledge of the wave, but just in that kind of like cosmic energy of being in perfect rhythm with every good set wave that came through.
Yeah, absolutely. It's crazy how sometimes that can happen. For competitors. Here we go. Jingu Wang having a big, strong paddle. Unfortunately misses that wave. That is really upsetting. You can see maybe a little bit of frustration there for the Chinese surfer in this heat. It is a mistake, but we still have just over 16 minutes to go. So we're still over halfway in this heat this time.
The only the only positive part of that mistake was you saw the wave just kind of close out and fizzle out. So she would have made a backup score. She does need a backup score, but it wasn't like she paddled for something that would have been a really good one. And then gave up a lot of opportunity, a lot of sitting. This adds to the entertainment, the amount of tension.
Yeah, and I was saying to Giada in that last heat, we've already seen a restart today. I think it was the first semi-final of the men's Pro Junior. between Eko Watanabe, and I can't quite remember who was in it as well. But we saw a restart. We almost saw a restart in the very first heat of the day as well. So we know that the ocean takes its time. It's a little bit slower to, produce some waves and produce a swell. We saw Riyue staying busy under priority in that last heat. Right now, Jingu Wang up and riding. Gets a good strong first turn. What she got, big second one as well. Fighting to get that completion too. So really, really wanting to make that wave count.
I love that. So that's probably close to what she would have done on that wave that she had missed to lose priority, but it looked actually to be even a better wave than she could have possibly ridden. So looks like it's so small. Somehow she's able to muster speed and read this only critical spot, well, first critical spot of the wave, and meets that oncoming section perfectly. And like you said, using that low center of gravity, stick that nose out in front of the wash to make sure that the judges, it's the exclamation point that yes, it was completed. And I really liked it. She needed a 1.34 to turn it, and like I said, she in her earlier heat also, she had made scores under priority just by knowing that the wave's all over the place. In between sets, the primary takeoff zone can shift.
Yeah.
And so you're not just sitting on that one rock that spells it out for you at the clean conditions with the lower tides.
Yeah. All right, we've got Rita Suzuki. Ooh, in and out. She's gone, I don't actually like this one. But yeah, like you were saying, being in that rock and the shift in the conditions. And I really liked that she was trying to stay busy and stay focused. So I'm interested to see how she reacts and responds. Scores to come through for this last one of Jingu Wang. It's a 3.83. She goes straight up into first place. So we've got 2 scores locked in for both surfers. Rita Suzuki now looking for a 4.0 to go to first. So not a big score, but she's in a position where she can really try and hustle for that. Rita, she's such an informed competitor. She's had success on a QS level. I'm getting second at the Billabong Sahara Pro a little bit earlier on this year. So she knows what needs to be done. And Rita having a good, strong look at this one. She's got a bit of a whitewash takeoff, navigates the bump pretty well, but that wave doesn't do a lot. So maybe the nerves starting to seep in. And I just feel like right now, being smart with the wave selection and adjusting where you have to is probably the right call for Rita.
Another thing is I'm thinking back to our earlier heat with Sumomo. And the first wave was kind of funky.
Yep.
And she was able to get a score, but it seems like, here's some live action.
Rita trying to find an opportunity, opening up on the backhand. Of course, this is a final, so it's all a matter of you want to get the win. You want to take first. She's looking for a 4 to get there. Unfortunately, that wave just a little bit lackluster, lacking a little bit of energy. She manufactured some really, really good turns. She had good speed, but the wave just didn't seem like it was working in her favor there.
Yeah, it'll be interesting because it's not a big requirement that she's after. She did put some maneuvers in, but just as you were saying, a lot of time that kind of took some of the wow out of it off the top of just getting hung up in that wash. She kind of had to force into that next turn, and then it's just there's too much dead space between the maneuvers. She fit the maneuvers. She did great surfing on the wave, but all that time, it was just so many breaks in the flow element of the criteria. And you want to see every maneuver linked from one rail to the next without that pumping in between, and that dead space gave her a 3.33. So I think had that wave been a little bit faster paced, if she had those maneuvers closer together, she would have easily gotten that score.
Yeah, I agree. And I just felt like the wave, it had that fatter wall on it. So unfortunately, not a steep connection, which is what you're really looking for, particularly when you're in finals time. It's no joke. You need a lift. You want to be getting 6s and 7s. And you always look at, quarterfinals and above. You want to try and get into the 13, 14 plus sort of combo realm in regards to scores. So hopefully we'll start to see that happen in the next 11 and a half minutes.
Yeah, the one thing I was going to mention is Rita's first wave, 1.50. Second one, right away. Your first wave doesn't get what you want. That's could have been a huge confidence booster, but on the opposite side, it's like, okay, I need to select something else. She did it again on another wave that gave her a 1.0. So two bad wave selections off the beginning just really takes that fire out of you.
Yeah.
You don't come in feeling strong. You feel like you're starting the heat off hungry.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where you want to be. You want to start the heat off in a zone where you're ready for it. And you're just searching for it, and as you said, hungry is a really good word, dedicated, however you want to, put it. Oh, Jingu Wang having a big, strong paddle, doesn't get onto that wave, but Rita does, tries to make that count, unfortunately doesn't get the completion, so Rita, that was a big section. She got a really good turn, but just unfortunately, instead of, I guess, stomping that completion, she just went down with the wave, and that really affected that completion then.
And it seems like these fatter conditions compared to when we have a little bit lower tide and that takeoff really stands up and puts that critical section, you're not getting that same boost of speed off of that behind the rock takeoff.
Yeah. Let's see what Jingu Wang can do. Oh my goodness, big opening turn for the Chinese competitor. That's the best turn of the heat so far, in my opinion. That was so big. And gets a 2-turn combo. Wow. That's going to go huge.
100% wow. Like, that had the wow factor of where did she pull that out of? Navigates perfectly around this. So critical. Upside down, basically on her toe edge fin, under the lip on that one. And then goes right into this next one, linking those maneuvers, looking so strong, and then just having that speed and that zip in the wave that makes it more exciting is going to be a big separation.
Absolutely. That was lethal, and that was just such a brutal turn, and she was like bang straight up into it, so vertical, turning on a dime as well, that board reacting so fast. Jingu Wang is just, it looks like she's really opened up in this heat. She's surfing free, and she's going to edge out a little bit further ahead of Rita Suzuki right now with 9 minutes to go.
Her earlier heat, she was all over the place. She was scouring the lineup. Let's watch this again. I love that. She actually gets like a little double up step to even give her more of a boost of speed, completely remove the lip, and her nose all the way up to about 1 inch from the tip of the nose rocker was underwater.
Yeah.
Just completely displacing the ocean on that turn. I was a fan of that turn. Two judges are a fan of that turn.
Whoa, locks in at a 7.0 for Jingu Wang. She's also got a 6.33. She is just making a statement here in the WSL International Wanning Pro Junior, and a big one at that, a 7 and a 6.33. So Rita Suzuki, who has had more experience in these events, she is against the rope. She needs a 7.16.
Yeah, a lot's going on around her right now while she's trying to find herself. But I can't believe how much time's gone out.
Oh my goodness, 8 minutes to go, and Jingu Wang is just keeping up with the momentum in and out of that wave, but you can really see the confidence shining.
Yeah, I mean, she's keeping her motor revving.
Yeah.
And also in her previous heat, she was scouring the lineup and just accidentally finding scoreable waves all sprinkled along the whole point. And while I think some of the visiting competitors are more locked in it needs to be starting here, it doesn't need to be starting there. Yeah. And determined by the tide, those high-scoring waves have been dancing around the whole point.
Yeah, it's crazy. I'm really, really excited to see how this goes, because this is going to be huge. I'm
so on the edge of my seat that my toes are going numb. 7 minutes and 20 seconds. And wow. That's the other thing. Today, I don't think anyone has had a real advantage by holding priority. We saw Shino Matsuda go out because she had priority.
Yeah, this is crazy. All right, let's see. Nice opening carve. Wow. You can just see the confidence. I mean, that wave won't really factor in at all.
That was almost like a silly, happy body language of flopping off the board.
Yeah.
Like, woo, like,
Which
I'm winning.
I love.
Yes.
I love celebrating just a fraction too early. She's been ripping, and I'm loving the 7 and the 6.33. And if Jingu can win, I'm all for it. But Rita is a fierce component, and she won't be happy. And I've seen her surf a lot of heats, and I really feel like she's going to answer back strong. I hope she does anyway, because it's going to make things pretty dramatic and really interesting. But Jingu needs to remain composed. You can't celebrate until that hooter goes.
I love that point. That is such deep competitor mindset right there.
Yeah. Well, I feel like there's just been so many situations where someone's gone, yeah, I've won the heat or I've won the contest, and then something's happened.
I wasn't considering it as much celebration.
No,
celebration of just like, I'm feeling free.
That's how I thought it
I'm
was.
feeling free right now, and not looking like I'm in panic mode. I'm too focused. She's enjoying her surfing.
Yeah.
And Tim Just, good work, mate. So right now, 5 minutes and 45 seconds. And I was hoping to put a couple down with Tim in these next couple of days after the comp, but he's 2 months of visas out of here. So he's out of here after this comp, but he's done the job.
Rita, big first turn. Opening up for a second one. It's a bigger wall. She really needs to finish this one with authority. Gets a strong connection in there. You can see she's really trying to navigate this inside section and needs a 7.16. I mean, it was a good wave, a good size wave, but the surfing maybe just a bit disjointed.
I think the rhythm was off. Kind of timing that first maneuver means that every maneuver after that is going to be out of space.
Yeah.
And I didn't like how she sat in the whitewash over her toes.
Yep, answer back here for Jingu Wang. A foamy wave, but she's just absolutely dominating right now. Look at that bottom turn. I love how she touches the rail right there again. Beautifully opening up, and she kicks out of that one as well. May even just get priority over Rita Suzuki as well. Incredibly smart surfing. With 5 minutes to go, you can start to see the excitement settling in. Ben, this is a nice wave from Rita.
I'm getting charged up. So I think she should have hit the lip by now.
Yeah.
She came in late, and that put her out in front right here. She just keeps getting farther and farther away from the energy zone every turn because of that mistimed first turn. And now she's just trying to buy herself space, but nothing happens. And right here, she's just kind of leaning into the whitewash, off balance in the whitewash there. So misfooting, just everything came discombobulated on that one. But look at this. Look how foamy this is. She still redirects, catches up with the foam ball halfway down the face that gives her so much speed in that next one. And just all over that thing. Those first two turns were beautiful, but the fact that that was a foamy, frothy wave, she still made it look critical and fast.
Yeah, she really did.
So not getting caught up in the cappuccino.
Yeah, she's loving it. She's, I feel like, she made it look really dynamic and just expertly navigating all the lumps and bumps of that wave. So scores to lock in for both Jingu Wang and Rita Suzuki. 3.5 minutes to go. We're inside the final 5 minutes, so it's crunch time right now, and Rita's paddled back out with, Jingu Wang is paddling back out with first priority. Rita needs a 7.16 at this stage. Depends if this last score of Jingu Wang's is going to go into the top two. This next Pro Junior final as well is going to be really, really exciting. Rank number 1, Eko Watanabe, is going to take on ranked number 3 on the Pro Junior Tour, Yuma Nagasawa. 6.5 locked in for Jingu Wang. This lady right here, Rita Suzuki, needs a 7.33 to go to first. Doesn't like that one, so scores for Rita to lock in for her that last wave and the one before as well. But Jingu Wang improving again, so this is next level. We could see.
It's not a great time to have blue in the lead with priority.
No.
And she's got 2 scores that are going to be pretty hard to improve on.
Yeah.
So she doesn't need to take a wave.
No, she doesn't. She can just hang out there.
So this, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I've talked many days about the steepness of the shoreline. You can see there's like a full 30-degree ramp down there. The water has nowhere to go. So as soon as that tide starts pushing in, it sends that water rushing out and sends those backwash warbles. Whereas like a California beach, that water would just go all the way up the big flat shoreline.
Yep.
But here it gets stuck in a pool.
Yeah.
And so as soon as you get to these higher tide sessions or higher tide heats, all that water has nowhere else to go except for back out to sea, and that throws everyone's game off. And it really bumps up the waves and makes it so difficult to find those critical sections at the right time.
Yeah, it really does. I agree. We've just had scores lock in as well. 5.1 for Rita, so she needs to navigate this backwash that we're going to start to see, and unfortunately that one, not a whole lot there for Rita Suzuki. She's still chasing a 7.33, 90 seconds to go. Jingu Wang up and into this one. This could be a bit of a victory lap. Nice opening connection for Jingu Wang. Belts it once again. Just a two-turn combo so far for the Chinese competitor. And things are really looking like she's going to take it out with just over 60 seconds to go. Will Rita get another opportunity? She's got priority. Needs a 7.33. Wow, this could be a huge moment for Chinese surfing right now. Rita Suzuki paddling into this one. It looks like it's going to close out pretty quickly, but a lethal turn there nonetheless. Super whippy. Unfortunately, she gets a little bit caught behind with 45 seconds to go. It's not going to be enough, but I don't know. I don't think she's going to get back out in time.
I don't like specifically that Jingwei took off at that moment with priority, with time about to run out. And I think she also kind of noticed, she was like, I'm kind of on a victory lap, but wait a second, let me check.
Yeah.
Whoa, there actually are a couple waves coming. And you saw her kind of mid-shift go, oh, actually, I got to paddle back out.
Yeah, that's, you know, it's stressful times of when to decide to pull the trigger, you know, on catching a wave and when not to. So 4.33 locks in for that last wave of Jingu Wang with 10 seconds to go. Wow, this could be history in the making. And wow, 2 seconds. Oh my goodness, there it is. This is huge. Jingu Wang, the first Chinese competitor to take out a WSL International Pro Junior. Well, this is a WSL International Wanning Pro Junior, and that is an incredible achievement for Jingu Wang, taking out the event. 13.5 heat total. We saw Rita Suzuki come in second, and the Chinese competitors will be absolutely cheering. Wow. 2025 WSL International Wanning Pro Junior champion on screen there. She's going to, wow, celebrate really strong with the team. Tim Just would be super proud of her efforts. And looking forward to seeing what she has to say, the excitement as well. What an incredible opportunity. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. We have the men's pro junior. Eko Watanabe is going to take on Yuma Nagasawa. That's going to be an exciting final. We'll be right back after this.
Wang Jinwei 北纬18度，海南、万宁、阳光、海浪、椰林，这是热带的温度。快时尚，慢生活，烟火气，这是幸福的温度。让我们一起出发。最特别的海，陪伴着最长情的人。这里是搏浪高手渴望驯服的圣地。迎接浪潮，释放自我，用一瞬抛开烦恼，与海浪共舞。这感觉，试过你才知道有多美。几番沉浮，畅游上岸。体验的又是另一番风味，聊聊冲浪不败技巧，说说当年创业历程。这里是都市人群渴求的世外桃源，相逢亦或偶遇，闺蜜还是情侣，一台相机，一杯咖啡，就有了思绪。昼夜转换间，人来人往，各有精彩。正如那不断律动的日月，波涛孕育着无限的可能和畅想，带给这座城市勃勃生机。何谓底蕴？
Wow, this is a historical moment for China in professional surfing. Jingu Wang just took out a win in the Pro Junior Women's side event, but now we're into men's side Pro Junior event in final. We have Eko Watanabe in red, Yuma Nagasawa in blue. It's on, but what a moment for China.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I got to say is they have gone so overboard in making sure that everything has been perfect for this event, being very amazing hosts to us here, and that's just a beautiful return on their investment.
Definitely, it was one of the best, finals in the event. She did an amazing job to surf against, Rita Suzuki, who is really experienced surfer on the QS tour as well. That was a great heat to watch. But we are now into men's Pro Junior final.
Yeah, I'm very, very excited. And Eko Watanabe getting a 3.17, but wow, the conditions have really changed, and you could see that in all of those waves taken by Rita Suzuki towards the end of that heat.
After this, we're going to be seeing Cero and Kana Nakashio surfing in the women's side of the QS 4000 event.
Yeah, so just about 5 minutes in.
All right, as we have breaking action, we're going to go head over with True, and let's hear what Jingu Wang wanted to say for the first win for the Team China.
Dai, I think I'm just as excited as you are. Wow, an incredible win, Wang Jingu. Congratulations.
非常大的成绩，我们都非常的开心。
我也很意外啊，我们拿。
What an incredible win for you. It's been a long week, but you've performed so well and you surfed so good in that final. How are you feeling right now?
非常长的一个星期的比赛，以后你从第一天到现在一直表现得非常的好。你现在有什么感觉？
很开心啊。我就觉得，做好每一场比赛吧，做自己，享受比赛。
She was just taking one day at a time, and now we're here.
Wow, that's incredible. One heat at a time, one wave at a time. Talk to me about, the people that are in your corner right now and everyone that's supported you to, help you get to this win.
谁帮助的你最多？在你的团队啊，你的领导，谁是给你推动的最多？
我的团队吧，还有领导支持、团队的支持、朋友的鼓励、家人的鼓励。
It's been a teamwork with Timmy as coach, and with Mr. Lee, who is the manager, and all the family and friends who made it possible for her to be where she is now.
It's an incredible win, and she's made history as well. So, is there anyone else that you'd like to say thank you to that supported you for this event?
有没有别人你想感谢？你也可以用海南话。Yeah.
海南话。
Yeah. I let her speak in Hainanese. Okay. Yeah. 用海南话感谢，或者你随便。
我一下子想不起来。
She's so excited that words don't come to her mouth.
Wow, well, we'll let you soak up this win. A big congratulations, Wang Jingu.
谢谢。
Thank you so much. Yes. We'll send it back to you guys for the men's Pro Junior final.
Thank you so much, Truth. That was, you can tell how much she's stoked for herself as well as for China. Team China put so much effort into surfing industry, like you said, and it pays off super great. We had Su Qinyan surfing in Olympics. Now we have surfing, Jingu Wang just won a junior women's side of the event. So definitely great moment for Team China.
So this had happened 3.1. No, that's another score coming in. We had a 3.17 for Eko's first wave, and it looks like we have another one coming in for that. And this also happened. Yuma Nagasawa, solid hit off that first one. Big steep section.
Wow.
Beyond vertical off that vertical front side climb, and hits it underneath. His board basically hit like you would do a backside upside down vertical, but front side. That was such an amazing maneuver. And then this was a 2.50. He blew it off the top a little bit too quick. That was just on the way back from that 7.0. But that was a gnarly, gnarly turn. Now that we have Giada kind of finding some interest, because we're talking about goofy footers, if we get another replay of that, it is so nuts. Such an amazing approach.
Yeah, here comes. This is the reply of the first wave from Yuma Nagasawa. I don't think it is a replay,
Oh, no.
and this is another wave from Yuma Nagasawa on the smaller size waves to get this 3 turns in. So definitely he's fired up.
That's
and
his
that
third
was
wave already.
4.33. So he's locked in 7-point ride and a 4.33. So he's just fired up in 9 minutes. He locked in 7 and 4s.
As we saw the little side screen during the interview, we saw Yuma coming out of that 7.0, and he had that. It's Giada and Truve talked about all their different claims, and it's his own kind of claim is just that hip hop like I just did it. And it was so classic.
No claim, I would say. And
Yeah.
he just stands tall and just looking
It's
at
kind
the
of like a
judges.
hunched over
Yeah.
tall though.
But
it's like, you want some?
Yeah.
I love it. 20 minutes and 30 seconds. And in the interview last time, he said if he wins the final, we're going to get him to rap.
So he's one step into the rapping in the post-hit interview.
And I would do that interview, so I might have to take a beat down for him. Just kidding.
But yeah, he was in the comp in a Makanori a couple weeks back, and he had a result that he wasn't expecting to get. He was expecting more, so he had a really struggling time in between. But now he's back in the game. He's in the final. He's looking sharp. He's already locked in 7 and 4-3. So now it's Eko's time to answer back.
Yeah, and I mean, he put all his cards on the table entering both the QS and the Pro Junior. Unfortunately, he did lose out of the QS, and he that night he said, you know what, shake it off and just, I'm in the Pro Junior now. Forget about the QS. I don't have time to chew on feeling bad that I lost out. I'm still in it. So he's made it all the way.
And he had a great, heat this morning. So definitely he knows how to serve. He knows which one he wants to catch. But this is Yuma Nagasawa up and riding. It's a smaller size waves and has a little bit of weird shape of the wave. But this is Eko. Wow, he was on the way to the great answer back from him, but unfortunately catching a rail and it goes down. So with 19 minutes remaining on the clock, there's still heaps time left for both of them, so we're going to see a lot more big action for them.
Yeah, no, and Eko was just sitting on one wave of a 3.17. Like, he hasn't even started to put in a backup score to start chiseling down with that 8.16 that we see in front of him. So as he gets waves, we're going to see that shrink down, and it's going to be more of an even game. But time goes by quickly.
12 minutes in already. So
yeah.
Let's take another look on this last wave for Yuma.
So Yuma gets driving here. He sees he needs to come around to that first section, but really does a great job of meeting the lip line right where he needed to. Came out of that into a little carve in that bobble, kind of a warpy high tide zone. Eko, such a good hit, but his eyes were kind of on the next turn, and that backwash caught his nose coming out of it. Like, he wasn't thinking about his board. He was already planning on his next turn, but he needed to be a little bit more over the back foot. So pretty tough right there. He was on his way to a pretty decent score and having a little bit better of a game.
Definitely, like you said, he was eyeing off to the next section on the first turn, so probably he needs to have, probably he was rushing a little bit too much on that wave. Really unfortunate for Eko. Still, he has fast priority now. He needs a pretty big score, 8.16, but still there's time, and he can break in two probably, pretty much. So yeah, it's on. So both of them just waving in for the situation updates. That's not usual thing to see.
No, it's like, hey, you want to call for situation 2? Maybe they'll see us both. That was funny.
So this is Yuma Nagasawa up and riding, trying to get rid of the 4.33. Big opening roundhouse cutback start. Quickly kicks out, so probably didn't see any potential after this. But looks like this is Eko up and riding. Big closing out section to hit. Unfortunately, goes down again.
That was so sneaky of Yuma. He saw that Eko was looking over to the next wave and spun it around and got that under priority. And it just seems that Eko's starting to kind of hit the panic button. It's looked like he's putting too much into that first turn, not building up a rhythm yet, and he hasn't gotten past the first turn on any of his waves yet. So he hasn't really warmed up those legs, found his rhythm, and he's just been cut short on every wave, unfortunately.
Right, so 16 minutes and 20 seconds left in this Pro Junior final. So good scores locked in for Yuma Nagasawa, 7.00, and backs it up with 4.33. Now he has first priority, he's in the lead. Eko has second priority, needing 8.16. That is a decent score for the requirement. But you know, we've seen Eko's getting 7s and 6s super easy yesterday and today as well, this morning. It looks like we're gonna be seeing Eko up and riding on this one. Gets this first down, throwing buckets of spray and flows the section. This time rider out of it, super clean, and come around the section. And it gets another floater in, and again into this last section. So he loves it, and he's super stoked with that ride as well.
It is a whole new day for Eko now. It's his final just started halfway through. This is amazing. He hits this thing so hard, drifts, pushes that back foot. He climbs up so late, like you should not be able to get on top of the lip. You should be piercing your nose in that one. Looking so lively. That last turn was disgusting. Oh my goodness. So he's needing an 8.16, and while Yuma's really feeling comfortable in the lead, something's about to happen.
Right, definitely he's gonna get the best score for him, for Eko.
It could be the best score of the heat.
It could be, but I'm not too sure it's gonna be a requirement, 8-point range, because I think Yuma's wave had a more steeper section in it, and he just hit it and lands it really clean. But Eko's wave had a moment, but there's a little bit of, not downtime, but like foam climb, and there's a little bit of downtime in between turns. So
yeah,
I'm not too sure if it's going to be better than the Yuma's score, but it's going to be close to like what Yuma's got for the first race.
He's going to super improve on that 3.17 though, and then he's not going to be needing much.
So he's, like you said, his final has just started. Wow, it takes
finally my judging came in. Finally.
So it's 8.00, so I wasn't a good judge back then, but that was a great surfing from Eko Watanabe. So 8.00, so it's not enough for the requirement, but still that put him into a great position right now. Now needs 3.33. That is a
He's going to be laughing at that requirement now. What a change in attitude and drive past the halfway mark.
What an answer back from Eko. Probably because it has a moment of he was putting a lot of variety in the one way, because he did a big slashing carve into big floater and straight into the next floater, and it gets a big finish. So that was a great surfing from Eko. This is answer back from Yuma. Big hit, throwing buckets of spray, but unfortunately catching a rail goes down, and this is it. Eko Watanabe, he goes down again.
That was wild.
And Yuma up and riding on this foamy wave. Good first turn and straight into the second. Probably he's going to get third turn in here. And he kicks out. So it's pretty much two-turn combo from Yuma, trying to get rid of the 4.33 to create more gap. But now Eko has first priority, only needing 3.33. It's such a small score for him for the requirement.
And he's got priority, and I think he's starting to learn. Don't just take off on weird waves. However, Yuma, one judge is saying that it's going to improve his backup score by a point. So that means he may be needing a 4.3 instead of a 3.33 once we see this score come in.
This is a blast wave from Yuma. Still waiting for those scores to lock in.
So that second hit was pretty sick. He got a little fin drift up on the lip line. So getting rewarded for that little chunk of that ride right there. But wow, this is insane. 5.17. So
Wow.
He lost the priority to Eko. Eko went down, and then he spun right around, shook that wave off to get that one, and put some distance. So now Eko needing 4.17. Amazing.
Yuma did a great, amazing job to improve his situation right now with a 5.17. Straight after, he had another wave, but I don't think it's going to be his top two scores. So Yuma is in the lead with 7 and 5.17. Eko has fast priority. Now needs 4.17, which is still small scores for Eko Watanabe because he's capable of getting excellent score in this heat. And we've seen he's getting 7s and 6s every heat, so definitely.
One thing I want to point out in this heat, though, is wave selection. So we see Eko's second wave, 0.8. Third wave, 0.9. His fifth wave, 0.4. On the other hand, Yuma, 2.5, 4.3, 3.1, 2. Everything was over the 2-point mark. So Yuma is showing that his wave selection's been 3 times better than Eko's wave selection coming into that 8.
That's so true. Right?
And so he's somehow able to read the better waves and predict that those are going to be higher scoring rides, even out of priority. So, yeah, Eko kind of needs to watch what Yuma's doing, and see where he's taken off because, or kind of follow his strategy of keeping busy, recovering, and getting his head together after a quick fall and getting up and fighting again. But Eko really, as far as his situation up until that 15-minute mark, he went from first gear to fifth gear with that 8.0.
Right, definitely. Well, having an excellent score under your belt is such a great feeling at the moment. So probably he just now switched on in this final. Like you said, halfway through, and then now he's finally his final has started.
But Yuma has a 7.0 also. We know if those waves are out there to get an 8.0, Yuma's probably going to answer back if he ends up getting. It seems like Yuma's being less picky and just grabbing things and rolling the dice and going, hey, this might work. Oh, it worked. Cool. I got a great score. While Eko's being a little more focused on trying to look for those waves, Yuma's just being a little more free in the lineup.
Definitely. And Yuma has second priority. So like you said, he has freedom to just moving around and playing around. So try and error. So yeah, it's still 9 minutes left in this heat. It's still anyone's game.
Yeah, the one thing that we've seen, the similar pattern in these previous heats, though, is that there are those sleepy spots. And I think that we are starting to see wherever that northern monsoon that sent those pulses from yesterday and early on today, I think the storm's getting farther away, and we're seeing big pauses in between the good sets. Where yesterday and the day before it was back-to-back. We'd see 4 or 5 wave sets, where today we're seeing sometimes, hopefully, 2 good waves and a 3-wave set. And so I think the energy is getting farther away, but here we go.
Eko need score 4.17 with this ride. Great first turn to start with. Second turn was nice. Third turn, more of a checking turn. So he's going to stick with it. He's done the job. He's pretty stoked with that ride. So that ride has to be 4.17 to go into the lead.
Well, he pulled the trigger at the right time. 8 minutes. We do see some waves hit it right in the perfect spot, and to be able to come out that quickly and flow into the next one just shows his perfect placement on the wave. And that's where you've hit that rhythm at the right point to start up your rhythm for the rest of the wave and meet it. So,
but like you said, it was about the time that he needs to pull the trigger, and he did that exactly the right way. And then probably it'll be a great number again for Eko Watanabe, but like you said, he hit it perfectly and he timed it right, and he kind of pushed the tail really hard to wraps around and just a little bit of tail release in the end, so a little bit of flare in it. So I would say it's gonna be really close to the requirement.
It was radical, it was critical, and the fact that he followed it up right into another maneuver is just going to show his flow and a lot of power, but also you got a non-traditional approach where you really have that progressive element on hitting the lip and blowing the tail out, but not without power.
definitely he had a moment on that wave, and timing was just great. He needed that score, and he got the wave, and then he got the score 5.17. So now Eko is in the lead with 8 and 5.17. Yuma now chasing the 6.18 with the first priority.
Wow.
6 minutes left in this final. 6-point ride, that's his requirement. But we've seen 7-point ride and 5-point ride, so Yuma has the skill sets to get the 6.18 in no time.
Now is where Yuma's going to have to kind of stop taking off on everything. He has learned which waves can get the score. It was done on the better, more quality sets. And now that, I think earlier he was just grabbing waves that he could grab freely. Now, since he's going to be able to control the peak, he's going to go for one of the best waves that he can find out there. As you can see, he's going, you know what, Eko, you can just go for this one. I need something that's going to be much better than that.
Ooh, so it was a good call for Yuma Nagasawa. Eko had a wave, unfortunately goes down on the first turn. Probably he wants to get rid of the 5.17 quickly to push more pressure to Yuma. That's the 5 minutes mark there. We're gonna have only 5 minutes in this final.
Yeah, Eko knew that he's not safe because the requirement is less than Yuma's top wave. And so he knows that he's capable of getting there. He knows that those waves are out there. But definitely wanting to raise that requirement by improving his situation. But I think Yuma he's had the read of the waves, and he could tell that Eko, he showed absolutely no interest. He just goes, yeah, you can have this, it's junk. And Eko took off, saw that it was junk. And Yuma just kind of confidently just looking over for something better.
Definitely. And
I've been really digging this heat.
Wow, it's a exciting heat. In about 4 minutes, this
I'm calling it a heat. It's not just, it's the final. We're going to see our junior champion in the men's division of this amazing event.
And it's a first Pro Junior event in the 2026 season. So it's a fresh start for them. You kind of want to have a quick start for the tour. So definitely this win will affect the good thing for all the surfers. So definitely these guys want to have a win.
That's excellent. And they're putting on the performance that shows that they're deserving to be in this final. And once again, Yuma's like, go for it. But this looks like it could be a better wave.
Wow, Eko just hit the section really hard, throwing a bucket of spread. And this wave actually turning into a pretty good wave for Eko. He even got a third turn in, unfortunately. Wow, goes down. He just left the door wide open for Yuma Nagasawa because he was on the way to get another great score.
Yeah, as we watch this again, he eyes this up. He takes that lip off. That's a different turn than we saw earlier get him that high score of the 8. And he really whips off the lip off that one with that carve, looking lively. And under the lip right there, had he just rotated it less and just ridden out of that, he had already gotten so much work done on that. But I think there's still a good possibility that he'll improve on that 5.17.
I agree with that.
So he's going to put a little more work in front of Yuma with very little time to strike.
Because of the first turn, that was a money turn, and it was one of the biggest turns for his surfing. So probably, like you're right, like you said, it'll be to me, it can be a better than 5.17.
Just pretend that he didn't fall at the end of that, and you've still already seen a great score.
Definitely. So 2 minutes and 15 seconds left on the clock. Still waiting for the last of red to lock in, but looks like we're going to be seeing some of the set rolling through. So it's a 7.10 for the last of Eko Tanabe.
It took me 6 days to finally get my judging right.
So now Yuma Nagasawa needs big score, 8.10 with 1 minute and 50 seconds left. But good thing is Yuma has first priority.
He's got such a good read though, because you or I would have seen that wave and gone, oh man, I got the bigger set, I'm going to use my priority. But he can read what's going to happen. He's so much better at predicting what's going to happen on the wave throughout this heat. So he has a better read, a better understanding of the wave somehow. And so he is definitely not going to waste that. There's no time.
Wow, Eko.
And it's going to have to outdo Eko's best ride, which Yuma's power. Eko's got like the zap and the progressive aspect, but Yuma, if he really can lay and hold that rail, he's got that power aspect of the criteria.
Definitely.
And he lets him go again. This is
1 minute left. So Eko having a look at this one, trying to get rid of the 7.10. Nice first turn, straight into the critical part of the wave for the second turn. And a little bit of a check down there. Then goes to vertical again, holds to it, so right out of it again. So he does it again.
That was mental. Wow. And that just shows that was a huge mistake by Yuma not to throw the block. Even though, I mean, I guess it wasn't a mistake as far as Yuma's concerned, because that wouldn't have been a wave to get an 8.10, but time is ticking down. He still has a chance for a buzzer beater with this 20 seconds. He's in the position for those high-scoring waves. He's in the top of the peak, commanding, but wow, things are getting very stressful for him. He needs to get to his feet, and look, he's dying out with dignity. He's not even going for it. I love it.
So this is the end of the Pro Juniors men's final. It's offshore. It is Eko Watanabe who took out a win in the WSL International Wanning Pro. Great congratulations, big congratulations to Eko Watanabe.
That's our junior men's champion of this amazing WSL International Wanning. Oh, I just said junior. That's QS.
The Wanning Pro Junior champion is Eko Watanabe. Big
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just looking at the Corona coming in. That's the women's. That's coming up next. Cero Wakita, Kana Nakashio, Pro Junior champion. That was insane. That was a really fun heat. Thank you, Dai.
That was a great heat.
I'm going to go talk to him.
All right, so we're going to go to a quick break, and we'll be coming back with the women's QS 4000 final. Cero Wakita and Kana Nakashio.
每座城市都会给出不同的解答。在万宁，他的答案是这样的：它是以山中八景、摩崖石刻睥睨琼州群山，自古便华峰岩下游者众的海南第一，东山耸翠。它是繁华都市间侠行天下的武林风尚。它是波涛激荡中乘风破浪的奋进人中，它是市井记忆里生生不息的香火传承。万宁运动千年不息，早已在一方水土间开枝散叶，泼墨山水里日臻画境。我想让自己更快乐，或许你只需要开始一次跃起的旅行。国际大牌云集，免税打折，充分满足小小欲望。东南亚美食。
Wow, we have just crowned 2 finalists for the WSL International Wanning Pro. We've got 2 to go, and we are straight into the WSL International Wanning Corona Cero Pro, the women's QS final. This is going to be a big one as well. Sarah Wakita and Kana Nakashio. These 2 women have been in form this whole year. They've been putting together such an incredible performance. I'm so looking forward to seeing how they are going to perform in the last 35 minutes, or the next 32 minutes actually. I'm True Starling, joined in the booth with Giada Legati to talk me through this women's final. Giada.
All right, this is the moment we have been waiting for all week. It is so exciting. We've had some incredible days of competition. These ladies were on fire. You're right. Sara Wakita, I think a bit of a standout as well. She's had some great scores throughout this entire event, and she, as we said, looking pretty deadly. She's in that calm flow state. She's not really exaggerating anything, so it's exciting to see her kind of ramp it up and bring her 100% into this final.
Oh, I agree. And after that, her post-heat interview that she had for that semi-final, it was pretty amazing to see how in form she was looking and how strong and just, ready for it she was. So 31 minutes for this women's QS final. Kana Nakashiro up and riding on the very first wave. A bit of a whitewashy takeoff, but she navigates it, unfortunately coming unstuck, catching a little bit of rail there. So Kana yet to lock in a good score. Cero Wakita has that first priority now.
Yeah, so Sarah has had that approach where she's been really picky with her waves, and she's just kind of dropping anchor right now. She's not rushing it. They've added an extra 5 minutes to this heat, so she doesn't have to rush.
Yeah, she doesn't have to. There's plenty of time. And someone who's been looking so in form this whole event, he came into this wave saying, it doesn't really suit my surfing. He came out on top of the Pro Junior. It's Eko Watanabe, a 15.1 heat total. He's down there to have a chat with Daiwako.
WSL インターナショナルワーニングプロジュニア見事優勝しました。おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
率直な今の気持ち教えてください。
めっちゃ嬉しいです。
ヒート序盤長澤選手7点を出しリードしていました。そしてほぼ半分が過ぎたぐらいからエンジンがかかってきたように見えます。最初の半分どんな気持ちでしたか。まずは
最初の半分はそのQS のヒートやった時と少しコンディションが変わっていて難しいコンディションだったんですけど、序盤やっぱりユーマがさすがのサーフィンで決めてきてちょっと焦ったんですけど、ちょっと落ち着いてできてました。
そこから立て続けに波に乗ってきました。その中で8点というエクセレントライドを出しました。あの波はもう自分の中で出すぞという意気込みとともにテイクオフしたんですか。
そうですね、もうこの波が来たみたいな感じだったんで、もう出すしかないっていう気持ちでいきました。
そして8点というコールを聞いた瞬間どんな気持ちでしたか。
もうどうだろう、来たみたいな感じだったですね。
さあそこから、立て続けに7点と決めて優勝を果たしました。このプロジュニア、2026年のシリーズ1戦目としてカウントされますが、1戦目で優勝を飾る、渡辺選手にとってはどういうことでしょうか。
結構、まだ年は越してないんですけど、いいスタート切れたのかなって思います。今年そのワールドジュニアに行けることになったんで、そこでもこういうサーフィンができるように頑張ります。
Well, he's just beyond stock right now. He had a really struggle moment in first half of the heat, but he switched on. He got the 8, he got the 7. He knew Yuma's going to be a tough guy to beat, but he did his surfing, and that's how he got the win. And he's super stoked to have a fresh, good start for the 2026 season. He's super happy. それではたくさんの方応援してくれてます。メッセージの方お願いします。
いつも応援ありがとうございます。優勝できてすごい嬉しいです。次の試合も頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。ハッピーニューイヤーね。良い年を。
ありがとうございます。おめでとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
Alright, you guys, this is the champion for the WSL International Wanning Pro Junior Men's, Eko Watanabe. Back to you guys.
Oh my goodness, what an incredible performance Eko has been putting on this whole event. He's been on fire. Yuma Nagasawa really trying to, climb his way back into that heat as well. It was awesome to see for the men's Pro Junior. An 8.0 was locked in during that interview from none other than Sara Wakita. Who else Really, she's been so informed this whole event. We're talking about that, really cool, calm air that was pretty lethal, and Sarah, she just was attacking.
Wow, I mean, first wave of the final, and then already an 8. That's like, you can't start a final better than that.
Wow, I'm honestly, I'm shocked, but I'm also not surprised because she's just been putting on this performance throughout the whole event, and it's, she's due for another QS win and a QS 4000 at that.
Yeah, all right. So this is Sarah Wakita's 8 that we are talking about. Nice first turn here. Sets it up and sets the tone for the rest of the wave. There we go. Really tight in the pocket. Here she goes again.
Wow.
Beautiful, hard surfing there from Sarah Wakita. She is looking on form. And there she is on your screen.
In and out of another wave. May as well try and catch a few. She's got an 8.0, just a 0.5, so doesn't, it's not going to factor in by the end of this heat at all. Kana Nakashio, she's locked in a 1.5, needs a 7.01 to go to first place. She's holding priority. Now, Kana's got a lot of experience in this stage. She took out the Bonsoi Asia Super Series, but this is Sarah Wakita, and this is where all the action is. She's already locked in an 8.0, and you can just see how sparky her surfing is right now. She's got a lot of confidence, and I think, getting to this final was a huge thing, and now that she's in it, she's like, okay, I'm ready to win.
That is, even on that smaller inside wave, she is looking so sharp, and her timing with this wave is incredible. I mean, it looks like it was shaped just for her.
Yeah.
She has been flawless and on time with this and with rhythm in every heat she's had this event. So I'm really excited to see how she kind of weaves through this final, because starting with an 8 is really strong, applying that pressure on Kana. But you're right, Kana is no stranger to pressure, and she has that Bonsoi win. And there we have some surf fans with Eko Watanabe.
Wow, Eko, he's been one of the top performers of this whole event. We were kind of thinking he was going to go back-to-back with a Pro Junior win and a QS 4000 win. He got one out of the two, made it to the semi-finals in the QS. Unfortunately got knocked out by Riyue Ito, who we'll see take on Pajar Ariana coming up in the very last final of the event in 24 minutes.
Yeah, wow, so exciting moments. It's been such a great event. We've had some crazy waves, crazy rides. It has gone by so quickly. I feel like we got here yesterday and we're already in finals day.
Yeah, it's so crazy how fast this whole event has gone. It's day 6, but it honestly feels like day 2 as well. I'm like,
waking up this morning, I was like, wow, I can't believe this is all going to really wrap up.
Yeah, it was crazy realization, and I'm really excited because we've got good waves, and that's all that matters right now. And we're running and we're ready to go. An 8 and a 3.83 for that last wave of Sarah Wakita. She's definitely got a healthy lead. At this point, she's put Kana Nakashio in combination, an 11.83 combo. And Kana's got priority. You can see her just lying on her board there, maybe just taking a couple of deep breaths, because it's never nice to hear that your competitor's locked in an 8.
No, it's not. It's kind of like a, damn.
Yeah.
What'd you do?
Yeah.
You
Tell
kind
me.
of sit there. Yeah, you're like, we just started, sister. Relax. Absolutely, yeah. But Sarah is not here to relax. She wants this win. She's had some great results. I remember in Balor getting to the quarters, if I'm not wrong. So, losing just a couple heats away from this final. But you're right, she does want this win. She got to the finals in Korea, so it's due. Sarah is looking like she's really sharp, and here she goes.
Wow, Sarah staying busy. In and out. She's like, hang on, actually, this isn't what I want. And she's got the freedom to do that right now. The 8 is really just keeping her a fair way out in front. Kana Nakashio, she's still waiting. you can see, I mean, Kana, she got second at the WSL World Junior Championships at La Union a little bit earlier this year, to Luana silver. So Kana, she's an incredible surfer within her own right. She's leading the Asian rankings at the moment, which is, you know, a second here, if that's how this plays out, is another, you know, it's another keeper result. But Kana, she's always hungry for a win.
Absolutely. That sometimes I think people get really caught up in wanting to win, because at the end that's what they're here for. But second or semis or even quarters at these QS 4000s are great results, because these athletes are top tier. Yeah, we're talking people who eventually will be able to qualify for the CT at some point, or at least that's the goal, you know. So it's such a great result for Kana and Sarah already, regardless of what happens for the next 21 minutes.
Wow. Finals day. Already surfing a heat, a semi-final for both of these women. And of course, Sarah Wakita taking the win in her semi-final. Kana Nakashio got the win over Shino Matsuda. So we saw Sumomo Sato and Shino Matsuda getting equal third at this event. They were both ripping. Shino, she was my pick to win, but this is also a really stacked final. And Sarah, at the moment, I mean, I know that she's your pick as well as Daiwako. So yeah, she's been in form. She's looking really strong. She just has that little bit of extra something about her in this event.
Yeah, she's. I think it's the rhythm she has with this wave. She's really understood it, and she has picked the best waves of every heat she surfed. You know, and she's really following it. She doesn't rush to do the turns. She's one of those surfers that kind of extends that bottom turn until the section shows up to her, so she can go and do those turns. And it's really tight in the pocket. Even on those windier days, she was able to adjust her surfing to kind of do it just earlier so that she doesn't fly out the back, where we saw that happen quite a few times. So she's just been on form and adapting really quickly to situations on the first couple days.
Yeah.
We saw it was much smaller. There was a lot less swell, and she was riding her other board. I think she was riding better every day, if I am not wrong.
Wow.
And then now when the swell came in, the CI Pro that she's on right now.
Wow, all right, Kana. Bit of a flatter turn to start this wave off. She needs to navigate this inside really, really smart. Gets another backhand carve. It's just not really feeling like it's going to be it. So Kana, she's going to make her way back out the back. That wave was just a little bit too flat and kind of running off too much for, unfortunately, Kana on that one.
Yeah, and we're seeing quite a lot of water movement out there. It's that incoming tide, so it's had that push. We've seen a lot of great rides, but unfortunately we also have seen those bigger lulls on some of those heats. So it was really, really great heat tactic of Sarah to get that 8 and back it up really quickly. She probably saw Eko losing a heat with the best score of that heat, so she was like, you know, I'm not going to let that happen to me. I need to get 2 scores under my belt. She's keeping busy. She's moving around. And kind of trying to do something similar, just hasn't really strung this one together just yet.
Yeah, and that's, you know, for me, I feel like that's kind of unlike Kana. That was an interesting exchange. Pajar and Riyue just sort of slowly passing each other by pretty closely. It was like a little bit of a, hey, how's it going? I'll see you out there.
I call it the macho man.
Yeah,
setup.
exactly. Let's go. That was actually sort of cool. So we have an Indonesian competitor, this guy right here, Pajar Ariana, coming up in the next heat. Riyue Ito will be taking him on. They've both been surfing so well. I feel like in this final, I haven't seen too many of Pajar's heats, but I'm feeling like Pajar is maybe the underdog in that final, and we love an underdog story.
Please. I would love an underdog story. I got some messages from Taina and Arya, and they're all out there in Bali watching Pajar. I'm sure they're going to be glued to their screen in just under 18 minutes, and it's going to be a huge moment for Indo as well. And I'm really excited for Pajar. Like we said about this heat, already a huge result. You know, first or second in a QS 4000 is no easy task, especially if you're going up against names like Riyue Ito or Bronson Meini. And
yeah,
he should be so proud of all the work he's put in, and it's finally really all paying off.
And to see him in back-to-back finals after Manok worry, and then coming here, it's amazing. You know, to be consistent like that is so strong, and it's a really, you know, I think I mentioned it a little bit earlier on in the event, it's a full penny drop moment. You know, the penny is just there, and you go, oh, that's it. That's how you get to final stage. And I'm really, you know, it was about time that happened for Pujara, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how he's going to approach this final with Riyue, because they're both goofy footers. So it's an interesting, I'm keen to see the dynamic there.
You know, it's funny you say that. You remind me, I read an interview one time of Carissa Moore. I think it was after winning one of her titles, and she said that her and John, when they were growing up, she had that penny drop moment, and she started winning everything. And John had gone up to her and be like, how do you do it? Like, how do you win everything?
Wow.
And then he eventually went up to win those world titles and all that. So this is Pujara's moment. I think he probably, you know, saw Bronson's world title win and Rio qualifying for the CT, and he was like, how do they do it? And then he's finally in his moment.
Yeah,
so
that's
exciting.
It's so special as well. I know a lot of the Indo team that are here at the event, well, if not all of them, they'll be on the beach getting ready to support. But right now, 16 minutes in this women's QS final for the WSL International Wanning Corona Cero Pro, an 8 and a 3.83 for Sarah Wakita. A pair of ones, a 1.93 and a 1.5 for Kana Nakashio, and she needs a 9.9 to go to first. And look at that, it's pretty flat out there right now. There's not a lot going on, and this is the kind of lull moments that we've seen throughout the whole day. We've had a restart heat. The very first heat of the morning was almost going to be a restart as well, but no restarts now. We do have 15 minutes left. Let's see.
Yeah, these lull moments is probably that indicator of that swell slowly starting to die down, especially as we get past that mid-tide and we're going to get into that higher tide. We might see some more of that.
Well, we're starting to see it liven up right now. Sarah Wakita tags it once again. Wow, she is so in form right now. Wow. Sarah Wakita is looking so strong. That was insane. The fact that she was able to fit 2 turns at the end of that wave in such a short amount of time was really, really skilled.
All right, that was so exciting. She had priority over Kana on this one, so decides to go, and what a wave as well. Nice first turn here. Upside down on that second one. Wastes no time to get that third jab in, really under the lip. Here we go. Last turn to just shut and clamp this one down. Sarah Wakita gonna be backing up that 8 really nicely, making life really hard for Kana now.
Wow, that is huge. That's going to be another huge score for Sarah. She hasn't really put a foot wrong in this heat. She's kind of dabbled around in a couple of waves between here and there, but this is Kana Nakashio on the answer back. Belts it once again. This is the kind of backhand surfing that we're used to from Kana, and she's thinking, I need to really lighten up right now. She is absolutely tagging this wave to the best of her ability, and that was a really entertaining combo of turns and a really, really good answer back. That's definitely going to get Kana back into this heat.
Yeah, that was some gorgeous surfing from Kana Nakashio, and that was more like it. That was the Kana that we know and love, so I'm excited to watch this replay. Here we go. I love that little fade takeoff there. Nice swooping carve there. Does it again. That one, though, that's the money turn. That's where all the points are going to be at. She did some really good turns on this inside as the wave just starts to bowl up. You know, there's a lot of whitewash on the face of it, but she held control of that board really nicely. So I'm loving that score from Kana, and I'm sure it's going to get her straight back into this heat.
Yeah, wow, that was really excellent surfing from Kana Nakashio. Smart to do that at this particular point in this heat. 13 minutes to go, and she's put herself back into a good position. Waiting on these scores, though, because Sarah Wakita also got a huge last wave as well. So Kana, she's one step forward, but Sarah's 2 steps further ahead now. It's, you know, it's such a crazy battle. big scores to lock in for this last wave of Cero Wakita, a 7.5. Wow, Sarah, an 8 and a 7.5. She's put Kana Nakashio back in a combination situation. So let's see what Kana can lock in. She has a score to filter on through. It's going to be her best regardless.
Absolutely, that's going to be, I think it's going to go up straight to that, close to Sarah's scores as well, because she was on fire on that one. And the power throughout each of those turns was incredible. So this is a great battle we've got in our hands. And Kana finally kind of fighting back and putting that foot back into this heat and fighting for this title. So it's exciting.
Yeah, it's so exciting. Myself, True Styling, and Giada Legati in the booth to call you through the action for the WSL International Wanning Corona Cero Pro. It's a QS 4000 women's final. It's huge. Sarah Wakita in front. She's got an 8 and a 7.5 and a 6.67. Locks in for Kana Nakashio. She now needs an 8.83, so she's got herself back into this heat, but still it's a big task ahead of her right now.
Yeah, that's a huge number. I mean, it would have to be, I think, the best of the event if she wants to kind of get that title back. But with 11 on the clock, that is more than enough time to kind of do this in 2 waves. We were seeing in some of the earlier heats, Riyue Ito getting some really decent scores on those inside runners, so you don't necessarily need a set. It will obviously help a lot to get that score up, but she could do it on one of those run inside peelers that we've seen, and she has a type of surfing to kind of uplift the wave and make that score higher than what it potentially could be.
Yeah, agreed. She's one of the, I completely agree. And I feel like we'll see that. I really, really hope. I mean, I love Kana's backhand. It's so strong. It's super whippy. She's got that fierce kind of tail jam as well. So we'll see. She just needs to regain that, confidence that we've seen throughout this whole event. 10.5 minutes to go. I mean, Kana is just looking so strong, and she's been in contention to take it out. But Sarah Wakita, there's just been a little bit of something extra that she's been walking around with. Just everything around her has been it's like she's got this winning sort of energy. And it's really paying off right now. An 8 and a 7.5 is huge.
Yeah, that is a massive number, and that's a great way to kind of get into this heat.
Oh. Wow. That was, agreed. That was really unfortunate for Kana, coming unstuck. That is Pajar Ariana. He's coming up in the next heat, getting himself in the zone, mapping out a couple of turns and a bit of a heat structure. He's got some fans there taking photos of him. We need someone to, go, we need space. This is a little bubble just for a moment before he paddles out.
Yeah, he's in his zone, he's in his moment, and that's kind of the most important part of the heat. Sometimes not even what you do when you're out there, it's that self-talk and kind of reconnecting with yourself and finding your center, especially in a final. It's all or nothing now. It doesn't matter about coming second. You're not trying to pass heats, you're trying to win.
Yeah. You want to take the trophy home. Giada could be sitting next to the trophy on the way back to Bali, seat 23B. But Pajahi's got a fierce opponent. Riyue Ito, Rizal, giving some words of advice there. Wondering what he's saying.
I'm not sure. It could also be some, moral support. Like, we're here. I probably filming some Indo moment stuff, I'm sure. There we see him shaking some hands. But, so great team going on there. I'm sure Kutu Agus is somewhere here as well along the beach because they're staying together, Pajar and Katut. So it's going to be pretty nice to hopefully maybe see Pajar get the win and Katut, be hanging out with him.
Wow, well, this is a little bit of an insight into what's going on around the event as well. We got some pups around where they're so cute. There's been one little poodle that's just been hanging around the whole event. And how's it going? A couple of waves, some big fans, and a huge thank you to all the fans as well that has been around this event supporting all the surfers and everyone that's here. It's really made us feel super welcome.
Yeah, we have been welcomed with open arms here in Wanning, China. even with the language barrier, everyone's more than happy to help. Everyone's with their translators out, and there's great food, there's good coffee, there's all types of things happening around town, and the locals really make this place feel a bit more like home.
Yeah, and it's so special too. It's really cool to come here and be, so easily slip into the reality here is really cool. And, we're talking about Puja in the next heat, and we also need to touch on Riyue Ito. His post-heat interview with Daiwako, he literally said, he goes, I want to go out there and surf like Climax. That's literally what he said.
Do you think it's because of my comment?
I think he's been listening.
I think it's because of what I said.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan.
Well, let's see it. I'm looking forward to the Clay Marzo style.
He's got to whip it out. I mean,
does.
that's what he's like known for at this point. He's the Clay Marzo of Asia.
Yeah.
And he even has the same sponsor as when I kind of first found out about Clay Marzo.
Wow.
Yeah, they're both Quicksilver, so like it's pretty.
They're
big
basically
moment.
twins.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, 6.5 minutes to go. Cero Akita, you can see that is the face of determination. And she's holding the win right now at an 8 and a 7.5. Kana Nakashio, she's just acting a little bit sus now. Not sus, but she's kind of just applying a bit of pressure. She's like, hey, I'm here. She's got a 6.67 and a 1.93. Needs an 8.83. So Kana maybe trying to sell Sarah onto a wave?
Maybe we could see some priority games coming out, but now Kana just kind of finding her own space. But yeah, interesting sitting close to Sarah without priority. I think if I was in her position, it could be completely wrong, but I'd be trying to kind of find my way around and try to find some waves because, yeah, she has that 6.67 backed up by that 1.93. So, yeah, interesting situation here as we reach that last 5-minute mark.
This is crazy. 35. We've gone to 35-minute quarterfinals. Oh my! I've said this a fair bit today. This is not a quarterfinal. This is a final for the qualifying series. We've gone to 35-minute finals for the QS division or the QS part of this event. So an extra 5 minutes added. Sarah Wakita is thinking, why did we do this? Kana Nakashio was like, okay, thankfully, because I needed this extra 5 minutes. An 8.83 is what Kana needs. We've got some lines rolling on through. Sarah holds first priority, doesn't like the look of that one.
Oh, interesting here.
Yeah, that was definitely a bit of a block there from Sarah. Got a little bit, washed in a fraction, so everyone's kind of out of position due to that. Yeah, that's a little bit frustrating.
Yeah, that's interesting there what happened, but these sets roll through with no one riding them. It would have been a great opportunity there for Kana Nakashio just to kind of get back into this heat. There she goes, takes off.
Wow, okay, this is a bigger looking wave. Kana Nakashio needs to go big. That one fattens out really, really quickly, unfortunately. So just a small in and out for Kana with 4 minutes to go. Sarah Wakita is thinking, let's just wrap this up. It's just, I want to go in and get the trophy.
These are going to be the longest 4 minutes of her life.
Yeah.
Even though, Kana Nakashio needs a big score, but Sarah knows that Kana can do it.
Yeah.
So it's just those, until it's confirmed and the buzzer is done, her heart must be racing so fast right now.
Yeah, this is crazy stuff. I mean, you'd be so nervous and it'd be so nerve-wracking when coming into these finals, particularly of events that are so big, like a QS 4000 and a QS 6000. Your heart would be racing. My heart would be racing just paddling out before he's even started.
Round 1.
Yeah, literally. Oh my goodness.
Round of 64. Round of 3.
Okay, here we go. Kana, a big strong paddle. She gets into this wave. It's a smaller mid-sized one, but it's got a good wall. Wow, that was a big strong first turn. I really, really liked that from Kana Nakashio. Tags it once more. That first turn was smooth. Sarah Wakita, she's looking in form and she's on another good wave. Wow, how is the seamless transitions between turns in and out of that one? But I tell you what, she's just looking so good, and she's got the upper hand again in this heat. She's going to get back out there and potentially get first priority.
Oh, yeah, she definitely saw Kana paddling out, decided to pull off just before to get that priority and gain control again. We didn't see the first part of Sara Wakita's waves, but those last few link-ups were incredible. I mean, there was just so much flow in her surfing. Kana, though, as well, that one turn was incredible. So it's going to be a great exchange. Here are the replays. So this is what we missed from Sarah's wave. Nice takeoff. Boom, right in the pocket, super tight. Does it again here. Let's see. Loving her style, her gracefulness on the wave. Pulled off in front of Kana to regain priority out the back. So the last of Kana comes in at a 5.9. This is the last of blue. That's the turn we're talking about. Beautifully done there. And this wave just not offering so much on that inside. You know, there we're seeing that difference again between Kana and Sarah. Just finding those, Sarah's just finding those waves with just a lot more bowl and a lot more options. But this turn, practically that whole score, the whole 5.9 came from that one turn.
Yeah, that was huge. Kana, she's got such an incredible array of turns. But unfortunately, for Kana, that one didn't offer a whole lot more. She's got first priority now. Wondering what's happened there. Maybe there was a paddle. Looks like it. Yeah, looks like Sarah's thinking, oh my goodness, what just happened? Just over 1 minute to go.
All right.
Wait. Have we had a situation, or is oh no, Sarah's thinking, I've got 1 minute to go.
She's got a minute. She's looking at her watch.
Yep. We've got a score to lock in too.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Look at numbers for this last wave of Cero Wakita. An 8.3. She goes and extends her lead even more with 45 seconds to go. Kana Nakashio needs a 9.63 to go to first. And it's kind of looking like it's all over. Cero Wakita with 35 seconds to go. I don't want to say anything just yet and jinx it, but she's looking strong. Some judges going as high as a 9 on that wave.
Wow, that was insane. She's feeling it. She 20 seconds left. You know, chances are really high that she's got this. With those 15 seconds, she's freaking out. Sarah's freaking out right now.
Yeah, she literally, I was like, did something happen? Have we got a paddle? You know, what's going on? But she was just freaking out. She was so excited, and there it is. The winner of the WSL International Wanning Corona Cero Pro is Cero Wakita, an 8 and an 8.3, the highest heat total that I've seen of this event so far. An incredible win. She's been waiting for this one as well. A big congratulations to Sarah. She would have the biggest smile right now. She was really walking around with that winning energy, and it came to fruition. What an incredible win, Giada.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. What a heat as well. I mean, from start to finish. Started with an 8, ended with an 8.
Oh, so big. Yeah, she dominated. All right, don't go anywhere. We do have the men's QS 4000 final. Paja Ariana and Riyue Ito are going to battle it out. We'll be right back with Ben Wei and Dai Wacko to take you through it.
热带风味大快朵颐。海南4大名菜独占2席。从释放到重建，治愈系的曲线兜兜转转，月季的最终落脚点在哪里？来万宁吧！心动的感觉源自哪里？有人说，心动是逐梦时自我实现的充分满足，收获时瞬间迸发的由衷喜悦。 是蓬勃发展中焕发生机的新业热土。是遇见未来时无限可期的前景之城。
This is the final heat of the WSL International Wanning Cero Pro. We are now into men's QS 4000 final. We have Maria Rihanna in red, Riyue Ito in blue. What a match up. And I'm Daiwaku in the booth with Ben Wei.
It's the final.
It's the final of the final. So such a great day to have a great surfing, because we've seen a lot of beautiful left peeling from this beautiful bay, and then having a great actions of surfing. And straight up we have Riyue Ito up and riding on this one. So this one comes in at 3.0. Sorry, this is Maria Rihanna Paja. First wave, beautiful opening curve to start with. Get another beautiful curve. Stay in the pocket, waiting for the section to stand up. Aiming for that action, takes it to the sky. Unfortunately, couldn't quite, land. Sticks to the landing, but this is Riyue. Big blast on the first wave and form climb section, generating a lot of speed, and eyeing for the last finishing turn. That was huge, and that wave comes in at a 9.0.
Yeah, this is just nuts.
Wow, this is a replay of Lasso Riyue. So he's already locked in an excellent score, 9.0. That last turn, first and last turn was solid. Wow, there's so much to digest. But before we're gonna go see the replay of the Riyue, we're gonna go head over to Giada with the winner of the women's side, Sarah Wakita.
I am here with the winner of the Corona Cero Pro. Wow, what a moment. You said you've been waiting for a win. You've gotten so close throughout the year. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling really great. I'm kind of relieved right now. It's been a real rough year this year, so to get the win on the last event of 2025, it feels amazing, and I'm stoked.
You said you had a rough year, so how do you get past these patches, and how do you keep strong to keep going?
I just believe in myself, and I trust the process, and I know my surfing's there, and I had the confidence, but I just couldn't really get the rhythm. So I know my time would come, and hopefully for the next few events I can get it too.
I'm sure there's so many things that had to come together to make this moment happen. And what are some of those things or those people that made it, all work out?
All of my sponsors, my trainer, my mental coach, and my family. And I was in Kyoto before this event, and I had a time off there. And I had a little bit of, I didn't really have enough expense to come here, and they supported me to get a ticket and stuff. So I'm really blessed, and I really appreciate them for supporting me to get here. And I couldn't be here without them, so I'm really stoked.
What do you think was that change to get that win finally? Do you think it was something that happened here, or that extra support?
Extra support for sure. The cheering on made me more motivated, and I couldn't really get any wins the last couple of contests. So I was kind of falling. My motivation was kind of falling, but to get the support from them, it just boosted everything up, and I was really excited to get into this comp. So
I'm sure there's so many things that you'd like to say, and I'll let you enjoy this win and say thank you to everyone.
応援ありがとうございました。2025年最後の試合でこうやって優勝できて本当に嬉しいです。今年はなかなか結果が出せずに恩返しができなかったんですけど、ここでこうやってポイントもゲットできて来年につなげれた試合になったのかなって思うので、本当に嬉しいです。今大会も応援ありがとうございました。
Thank you. Back to you guys in the booth. Your women's QS winner.
Thank you so much, Yara, and big congratulations to Sarah Kita. she was saying that she's been having a struggling year to get the result she was looking for, and finally at the end of the year she got the great result. So congrats to Sarah, and this is live action actually. Well, he's already looked at 9 point.
So this is a replay. This is Riyue's second wave. His first wave, super excellent score, 9.0, and he's just so in rhythm, and he's looking more like Clay Marzo every turn now that they say that. Pajar snaps that one hard. Is he able to ride out of it? He's able to ride out of it and find a little more left to this. It's going to be that one maneuver. Nope. He's keeping it going, finding a new rhythm. We're starting to see that inside stand up again, putting it on rail. So not the smoothest finish of that first maneuver, but a really difficult maneuver, and he was able to stomp it down. So they're thinking about that score right now. But Riyue Ito, solid score.
Great start for Riyue Ito, already locked in 9 and backs it up with 6.0. So already 15 point in total, and that put Pajar in a combination situation, but he just locked in 5.0, and on screen we have Pajar up and riding, quick in and out from him, but previous wave locked in a 5.00. So he's out of the combo situation right now. He needs
one perfect wave.
Right, he needs one perfect wave.
But I was talking to Ketut earlier, and I guess Pajar has an injured foot. And so he was kind of taking care of his foot, and Ketut said, you know what, you got a final coming, go and give it your all, and then you can cry about your foot later, basically. Like, you can heal up later, but right now, stay focused. And it's probably in some pain a little bit. But, yeah, pushing hard. That was not babying his foot at all on that maneuver. That was going for it. But Riyue has been such in rhythm.
Right, we have Riyue up and riding, huge turn. I love how he does that, pushing the tail really hard, throwing back at the spray as well as distal fins and then tail slides. But unfortunately, that one, he goes down. But 9 point and 6 point, that is strong, healthy numbers to have in the first 10 minutes. So in QS finals, we have added the 5 extra.
Yeah.
35-minute heat, so it's a long heat, so there's definitely heaps time left for Mother Ariana to get better waves, better scores.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen you, I've seen Riyue, I've seen all of you guys since you guys were just full-on Groms, and to see everyone turning into men and really showing that power, and yeah, I'm so impressed, and I'm also so surprised. I knew everyone had the skills, but everyone has grown so strong, and their bodies as well, grown so much. And it's just the next generation has grown so many really strong and bigger body Japanese surfers. And they're showing the power, showing the technical aspects. And man, I remember when I first started the WSL Japan, there was like the Japanese comedy shows, and there was the guy that always said, "Orega Riyue dakara." And I used to make jokes with that about that.
Right.
And it was like, I knew he would be huge in Japan, and he always was really strong. But to see here in an in a final against international competitors and have knocked out a lot of big names throughout this event, it's insane.
Definitely, yeah, it's insane to see how these surfers grown into, and Riyue is on the CS tour right now.
I'm also, I mean, I have to mention that I haven't been on tour with you guys. I haven't seen all of his previous performances, but the change I've seen in a matter of, I'd say, 12 to 15 years, he's turned into like a superhero in surfing.
Right, definitely. A lot of younger people look up to these two surfers, Riyue and Pajar, because, Pajar had a great run in a McNaughty Pro 2 weeks back. He took out a win in the QS 2000, and he's making it to the finals in the QS 4000, and which is the best result for him. So he's fired up.
Pretty unstoppable.
Unstoppable, and he's.
But we're not going to call that yet. We're not going to call it unstoppable because Pajar still just needing a 10. He hasn't been able to find the best waves, but one pattern that we've seen throughout the previous heats was the confidence of the first wave putting up a big score
Mm.
and then just keeping that momentum through. We have seen heats like Eko's where he didn't come alive until the last 5 minutes, 10 minutes of the heat. And so it's anyone's game, live action.
All right, Pajal needs a big answer back, but that was one of the
That was a slabby section.
Steepest section to hit, but he went for it like you said before. This is a final. You have to put everything into it. Exactly, that's exactly what he did. It was one of the heaviest sections to hit. Unfortunately, nosedived the section, so it's not going to be a big score, but definitely that's exactly surfing he needs to do to get, excellent score up against Riyue.
Yeah, you could see all that movement of the water just inside of him. That part of that set wave hit such a shallow section in reef that it's one of the first slabby hollow sections that we've seen. And to try and go and hit a lip that's that thick, the lip's gonna win.
Right,
but it was
he was almost landing on that one though.
Yeah, it was insane. He had to basically jump from the flats to the lip.
But definitely, that kind of surfing is what you need to perform in the finals of QS 4000. This is QS 4000, second high-ranked QS on the Asian tour. So definitely, you need to have that. You have to showcasing everything you have. This is a time you showcase everything.
And all of the riders really had a chance to shine throughout the event. Even if they did lose out, there was little sparks of letting them showcase their talent in their heat with some great scores all the way through in the early rounds.
So 21 minutes left on the clock in the seats. Actually it goes really quick. It's been already 15 minutes in this finals. 21 minutes left. There's still heaps of time left, so pretty much a lot of opportunities still on the way for two of the surfers. But for now, Riyue is in lead with 9-point ride and 6.0. And Made Ariana in second with 5 and 3, needing one perfect wave to go into to first. But with that time left, probably he can break in 2. He probably trying to get rid of the 5, maybe go for 6 or 7 to start, and then maybe going for the excellent range.
Yeah, and being that his top score is a 5.0 and there's 9-point rides out there available, he's definitely not satisfied with either one of those scores. And like you said, he'll chisel that perfect ride requirement and break it into 2 and there's still 20 minutes. So this is the average heat time in any other comp. So he's still basically, if you just started from 0, you can look at it a whole different way. 20 minutes is plenty of time with just 2 of you in the water.
Oh, definitely. It's like another whole heat just starting now. We see on screen it's starting to rain really, really hard.
Yeah, we have full tropical monsoon weather going on right now, and it's been lightly raining. Here we have Riyue putting a block there.
Great first and big carve for the second sand, and this one actually doubles up throughout the inside. And again, this third turn in, and there's actually another wall ahead of him. That was a innovative maneuver from Riyue Ito.
Yeah, throwing some crazy progressive flair right there. Also a lot of risk, and being able to ride out of that smoothly just shows he's completely on his game. So what began as a block to keep Pajar off of that one didn't look like such a high-scoring wave, but what he was able to do on this wave was amazing. And so drawing it off the bottom, connects with the lip line. This turn, he gets like the first front foot of his board underwater, fully nose picks it, blows that tail out, able to set his back foot on the traction pad and drive out of it. So that was, I would say, the most radical turn that I've seen.
Right, definitely, and that was a great combination from Riyue Ito. And I gotta say that will be replacing the 6-point ride with the combo that he did on that wave. Riyue Ito still waiting for the last wave for blue, but the combination was super, super amazing. Solid turns from Riyue.
Yeah, so I've been playing around with testing my judging skills through this, and I heard Giada in a heat. hearing that you used to be a judge. You came into this as a judge.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
10
and they
years
didn't
ago.
know that.
Yes, 10 years ago, there was a QS 6000 for women's, and I was a judge.
Yeah, so what am I trying to do guessing scores against you? You've got all the experience.
Right. The scores in 7.7 point ride from Riyada's last wave. He's improving. He's scored 9-point ride and 7-point ride. That actually put Maria Ariana in a combo situation right now. So he needs to have a good range score to break out of the combo.
Yeah, it's a little tougher position. I just have a feeling that he's really feeling his foot and not able to put his 100% game in. But we also haven't seen him pick the best waves, and where Riyada's had that rhythm of just locking onto the good ones and making zero mistakes with powerful precision surfing.
Definitely. So 17 minutes left in this heat. This is the final of the finals. WSL International Wanning Corona Cero Pro WQS Men's QS 4000.
Yeah, and so we are excited. Last 16 minutes and 45 seconds of the last heat of this amazing event. And this is the men's QS 4000 of the WSL International Wanning Corona Cero Pro. And we're going to be moving in. We're going to see who we crown as our men's champion of the QS. And then we move straight over to where we had our opening ceremony for the closing ceremony and giving out the awards to these champions. So we just got one more champion to decide.
Wow. 3 champions already crowned. Eko Watanabe for the men's pro junior side, Jingu Wang for the women's pro junior, and Sarah Wakita for the women's QS side. And then now, only one left.
Yeah, this is the moment of truth here, and we also want to thank all of our viewers at home that have stuck with us for these 6 days of competition. This is the 6th day, right?
Yes.
6 days of competition. We did have a 7-day window, but we were provided with so much good surf here at Riyue Bay that we actually were able to slice a day off the window and slam it out. As we did hear that we would possibly have a decrease in swell tomorrow. We wanted to maximize the potential, and you always want to finish the finals in good waves.
And then we did actually. We've seen a lot of great waves, and in this heat, again, we've seen a lot of potential waves have been ridden, have been seen. So definitely, WSL did a great job to pull these things off.
Yeah, and it's all has to do with those morning calls. So we had Todd Oswald, head judge, and with tour manager Ty Sarati, tour director Will Hayden Smith, all taking a look, all deciding, okay, looking at the tides, looking at the wave charts, having to do the math of how many hours of competition we're going to need to do to each round, see where that sits as far as the winds and the tides, to make sure that we're starting in the best place and finishing in the best place while we have available natural light as well. So there's a lot that goes into getting a contest started every day, and they have made the call spot on. And that's what happens when you have people who actually surf and rip running the calls. They know about the tides, they know how to read swells, and they know how to put these competitors out in the best conditions.
Definitely. It went successfully, and with 14 minutes left in this heat. So that's the wrap for the event. But looks like Pajao having a look at this one. He needs a good score to break out of the combo situation. Racing down the line, eyeing for the section. Takes it to the sky, straight air. Unfortunately, he couldn't quite stick to the landing. But that's pretty much what you need to do to get a good or excellent range score.
Yeah, I mean, you could see him eyeing up the ramp from early on, but to pop, and he's also at the same time probably thinking about the pain of the landing. So if he was to go for a reverse, he'd be out in the flats. That would be really painful on a hurt foot. Here he is. You can see him jamming, looking for the ramp. Just goes for the straight air, but you have that offshore, picking the board up and dropping the tail. So wasn't able to get out and get punched out with the lip with enough power to fight the offshore wind.
And it was a really foamy wave, so it was actually really hard to navigating the surfboard where you want it to be. And then if you want to do air, everything has to be precise.
Yeah, Great point, because also with that foam, you get less pop up of the lip as well. Everything kind of got a little foamy there. So, yeah, that was a good read of that replay for sure. 13 minutes, and Rita commanding lead at the moment. And I just really want to see Pajar get a better wave.
Definitely. There's still 12 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. There's heaps time for Pajar to get 2 good scores, and he's capable of getting a great scores. But this is a replay of Riyue's previous waves. This is the first wave we see. This is a 9-point ride, big first turn, and form climb, and time it really well for that last section.
I love how he down carved it to come so hard off the bottom, reading that section so well. Here we have another ride. That's the 7.0. Quick hit here, and you can see as this wave is starting to grow, he picks up some more momentum. And then he comes out to this turn that we loved. That was just, my knees hurt just seeing him come out of that. But that was about as Clay Marzo as it gets right there. It's more power than the ones where Clay Marzo's back foot comes off and then he puts it back on. He was stuck to the board throughout that whole rotation. Insane.
Well, that was Riyue's 9-point ride and 7-point ride that you just watched. 11 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. So Riyue has now first priority. So it looks like he's taking a look at this one. He's up and riding on his front side. Just checking turn for the first turn and another checking turn there. But this is a little bit of tail release there and get a rotation and straight into this checking turn. Probably eyeing for the next section ahead of him. And here comes another beautiful stump from Riyue Ito. Couldn't really ride out of it, but still showcasing, all the skills that he got.
I just saw another favorite turn of the event. This next one's going to be sick. Watch this. So he drives it off, just picking up speed. You can see mid-turn, he's already looking at the section, blows the tail way over the lip, and then sets it down on the top third of the wave to come zooming out of that. And just as he said, he goes for this little hit here where the backwash kind of meets the board and pushes him out. But wow, what an amazing turn. And this had happened as well. Answering back right behind him was Pajar. Carves it. Love that turn. He's really starting to push on his hurt foot and just giving it his all. This has been the best performance. Look at these, jamming it, finding it all the way through, putting some variety, and then also I think he might have seen that Riyue is still on the inside. He's going to zip out to go get priority again.
Now he's done a great job. That last wave comes in out of 6.17. Now he's out of the combination situation. So now he's 9.83, which is really big score. But by watching his surfing on the last wave, his surfing is there, right? So he just needs to get a good wave.
And I love the fact that Riyue was holding priority, wanting to improve on a 9.0 and 7.0. That it just means he's so unsatisfied with the 7, and he knows that he can push it towards the 9s. He just wants to do that again. And man, top performance. But things are starting to shape up for Pajar. At least as far as his performance, being able to really showcase his maneuvers and perform. I was concerned about his foot, but it looks like he's fine.
Yeah, this is final, right? You have to push the limit to the max.
Surf till your legs fall off.
Right, looks like Pajar having a look at this one. Smaller size waves, but I think this wave will wall up for him. Beautiful off the top, unfortunately. Goes down, but that's the maneuver, that's the surfing you want to see to get a 9-point ride.
He's finding his rhythm, and he's also finding which part of the lip gives him that pop. And so got that tail way up and out of there. Love that little tail blow, nose pick landing. If he just could have, let's watch this again. So kind of buying himself some time. Here he's starting to drive into that section, pops up, just barely has his front foot up on the lip line. I love those tail blows, but they wasn't able to recover before that lip came slamming down into the flats. 8 minutes and 20 seconds.
All right, so time's ticking away right now. We were saying the 20 minutes left, and now 8 minutes left on the clock. So time goes quick in this finals of the men's QS 4000.
And at the moment, Pajar needing a 9.83 or 2 really good waves. Time's going way too quick.
Right, Riyue up and riding on this one, trying to get rid of the 7.0 to creating more gap. But unfortunately, he goes down on the first turn. Well, he's non-stop. I mean, he's not, finished yet. He's just looking for a wave to get rid of the 7.0. Probably challenge for another excellent score.
Yeah, he just wants to hear the beach announcer call out that red needs another combination, just to feel that extra boost of confidence. But you got to be pretty confident with 9.0. I don't know what the highest score of the entire event was, but I haven't seen a 9.0 in one of my heats yet.
I'm pretty sure it is the highest score of the event.
So that's pretty darn cool to see the quality and the consistency of the surf, to still see the best scores coming in the very end of the event. Here we have Blue, little late takeoff. You can see stuck on top of that double up. There it drops into that shallower section, and actually kind of got shallow too quick. He goes for the club sandwich.
Wow, that's more like Ray Mausel style club
or
sandwich.
a goofy foot Dean Reynolds.
Yeah. I really love to see people doing club sandwiches on the first section, actually. And that gives a great different approach. So now, Riyue is kind of surfing, approaching differently.
Yeah. So if you guys don't know what a club sandwich, it's an inverted rail grab frontside rotation, but you go actually upside down under the lip, and your nose helps you set the tail down, and then you 180 out of it. And that comes from skateboarding. There was a move called a Miller flip, and you would wind up your body, and you would basically almost do a half backflip, land in the flats, and then spin it around. And on a ramp, you don't have the wave helping you upside down.
Right, Riyue is not over yet. He's trying to get rid of the 7-point ride. Nice first run has cut back, so he didn't like the look of it. So he decided to kick out with 5 minutes and 40 seconds left.
All right, let's watch this replay. Eyeing up a section. Looks like he was waiting for something to happen and then had to redirect at the split second thinking. Looks like he was going right into the section, then found out that he had to buy time midway through. And so just a little approach shift through that one, seeing that was not going to improve his backup score. 5 minutes and 15 seconds. Red has a chance to take the best pick, but with 5 minutes, he's going to have to act quickly to get a good wave, go back, and then get a second good wave in 5 minutes. Or he's going to have to go so crazy for broke on the best wave that's out there to get a perfect score and meet the requirement.
So we are just reaching a 5 minute mark there. And, in 5 minutes, you can get two good, excellent waves, that's for sure. But looks like this is Pajar up and riding, needing a good score. Nice first turn. Get into this air reverse, get a rotation. It's a great turn from Pajar, just trying to, wait for the sections to stand up. That's another great turn there. It was one of the smaller size waves, but there's a little bit of shove it to finish.
I love that. That's the first time we've seen that maneuver in this event. Going not on an oncoming ramp, but actually a down the line section, getting that late grab reverse. We'll watch that again, because I like that a lot. Puts on the brakes, you can see, setting himself up to get in a steeper section to get even more speed, and out that corner of the lip, leg grabs it, spins it around, and then puts that turn on top of it. I really loved it, but not enough, not as big of a wave as he needed, and possibly lacking speed on that initial setup. He was having to buy time into that first turn, so didn't meet up into his top two scores. And now, with very little time left, I think that Riyue is going to kind of control the peak.
Right, that's for sure. Riyue has fast priority, so it's a time to play defense time for Riyue. But, Pajar did everything he could do on that wave. There's no downtime in
For
between
sure.
serve. But just the wave selection, it wasn't the wave that Pajar wanted to have. But he had to go. He had to roll the dice and see how it goes. With the 3 minutes remaining, there's still chance to get one more wave. And there's, like we've been saying this throughout the whole event, there's sometimes breaking at the back, there's sometimes waves coming to the inside area, so definitely there's a chance to, get another good scores.
Yeah, but I think Riyue would have been listening to see what those last scores came in for red, and had he dropped that requirement, then I think Riyue would pull the trigger earlier. But now I think right now, Riyue's basically going to try and just let the clock run out.
Right. That's pretty much the plan for Riyue. So we only see Riyue on screen. We are not too sure where Pajal is right now. Probably creating a space between him and Riyue right now so that he can get a wave.
I feel bad for cheating, but I'm looking out the window. He's just a little bit farther on the. He's almost in the Daiwako zone right now.
Right. So probably Riyue is a little bit further out right now, just trying to get one of the set. But with 1 minute and 50 seconds to go, Riyue holds first priority, sitting in the lead with 9-point ride and a 7-point. And Pajal is in second with 6.17 and 5-point ride, needing 9.83. 1 minute and 30 seconds left.
Wow, this is tough times right here, but I love how Red's just sitting off. He's probably going to go for the biggest crazy Hail Mary air, and but definitely 1 minute 15 seconds, not time to get a wave and go out and get another one.
It is a tense moment for Riyue and Pajal. Definitely, I'm hoping to see more waves coming for them just in 1 minute.
1 minute.
But this is going to be a big win for Riyue if he takes out. And in 50 seconds left.
Looks like Riyue's just starting to take a paddle towards his interview. He's feeling quite confident that he's got it. We're not going to call it till we hear the buzzer, but looks pretty probable that we have 3 Japanese champions and 1 Chinese champion in this event.
All right, so down to 30 seconds left in this heat. This is the final of the final. WSL International Wanning Cero Pro. This is WQS 4000 event. Riyue Ito is leading this heat with a 9-point ride and 7-point ride. So down to 10 seconds.
Dai-chan, 最後の日本語のシチュエーションお願いします。
So 伊藤リアル選手、さあこれで試合終了です。Well, this is the end of the finals of the men's WQS 4000. It is offshore. Ito Riyue takes out the win. He is the champion of the QS 4000 WSL International Wanning Cero Pro. What an event.
Yeah, what an event, and what a great fight for Pajar with an injured foot to go out there and give it his all and not give any ounce into his foot and his pain. What an amazing event it's been. I thank you guys so much. I thank Giada Legati, Chu Starling, and Daiwako for really, really enjoying every call. Every hit I watched was super entertaining, and I had a great time with you guys.
I had a great, guys, throughout whole event. It's been a great 6 days. So we're going to go to a quick break, and we'll be right back with more highlight and post-hit interview.
All right. Thanks so much, Daishan.
Thank you.
“是孩童的嬉闹，是邻里的闲暇。”也有人说，心动是万家的灯火中 最温馨的红尘众生。但不论怎样选择，承载心动的都是那座充满生机的城市。它是旅游胜地，是心灵港湾，更是你我难舍的乡愁，奋斗的坐标，拥有的梦想。它是唯一，是偏爱，是那个令人心动的万宁。
Wow, look at this. It is absolutely just incredible stuff. Riyue Ito taking out the 2025 WSL International Wanning Cero Pro. And he's just, what an incredible win. A 9 and a 7. He's been on fire, Giada.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's something with the Cero. They dropped Cero before. Now they dropped Riyue. So I think we got to work a little bit on the chairs.
Yeah, what is going on? Come on, guys. But maybe a little bit of extra practice for sure will definitely help. I mean, Riyue was putting on an exceptional performance. A 9.0 on your very first wave is huge. Our guy Daiwako is going to be making his way down there. I dare say he's very, very excited to have an interview with Riyue Ito as well, because it's been an incredible event, and he wanted to surf like Clay Marzo in that final, and that he did.
Yeah, a 9 and a 7. You know, there is no better way to kind of wrap this all up. A 9, I think, is the best score of the event, and Sarah Kita on the women's side got the best heat total of the event. Sorry, that took me a second. But there we have it, our winner on the men's side, 2025 WSL International Wanning Cero Pro champion.
Wow. I'm really looking forward to hearing what he has to say and a breakdown of the final. And of course, Aimade Ariana Opajar coming in second. He had an incredible event, a 6 and a 5, 617 and a 5, I should say. What an incredible event for both of these competitors. I can see Daiwako down there. Dai, take it away whenever you're ready to have a chat to the winner.
Thank you guys so much. I'm here with the winner of the WSL International Wanning Cero Pro 伊藤リアル選手、見事優勝しました。おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
率直にまずは今のお気持ち教えてください。
そうですね、今年最後の試合で今年最初の優勝なんで、いい最後に今年最後のいい試合になったかなと思ってます。嬉しいです。
そしてこの優勝でランキングもかなりジャンプアップすると思いますが、ランキングのことも少し頭には入っていたんでしょうか。台湾ではあまりランキングのことを考えずに楽しむことだけをフォーカスしているというふうに聞きましたが、どうでしょう。
そうですね、その気持ちは変わらず、楽しむことを一番でやってたんですけど、ランキングこれでだいぶ上がったと思うんで、次はまだ少ないポイント少ないやつを塗り替えていこうかなと思ってます。そしてクオリファイします。頑張ります。
今回の試合も楽しんでサーフィンの方はできましたか。
そうですね、やっぱ台湾と一緒でグーフィーなんでもう超最高でした。ありがとうございます。
たくさんの方がファイナル、見てくれていたと思います。そんな方たちへのメッセージ最後にお願いします。
いつも応援ありがとうございます。今年最後の試合で勝つことできて、とても嬉しいです。あとそうですね、いつもスポンサーしてくれてるスポンサーさんにもめちゃくちゃ感謝してます。ありがとうございます。まだこれから来週からハワイ行くんで、ハワイでももっとチャージしてもっとやばいの決めるんで、これからも応援よろしくお願いします。頑張ります。
これからの快進撃、そしてハワイでの CS 見るの楽しみにしています。おめでとうございました。
ありがとうございます。
This is a champion, Riyue Ito. Thank you guys, and back to you guys in the booth.
Wow, Dai, thank you so much. What an incredible event we've had. Riyue Ito taking the win, Cero Wakita as well for the QS women. We made history with Jingu Wang as well, being the first ever Chinese surfer to win a WSL event, which is huge. It's been, honestly, one for the books, Eko Watanabe as well. We've had a huge event, Giada. It's been so much fun. We're going to end the event with some highlights. So sit back, relax, and watch highlights from the WSL International Wanning Pro. Yay!
Mas se um dia a noite clarear, Boêmia, eu juro pra você. Mas se um dia a noite clarear e o amor por te passar, Boêmia, eu juro pra você. Tu põe o em teu lugar. Mas se um dia a noite clarear e o amor por te passar, Boêmia, eu juro pra você. Sozinho não vou ficar. Boêmia. Mas se um dia a noite clarear, Boêmia, eu juro pra você. Mas se um dia a noite clarear e o amor por te passar, Boêmia, eu juro pra você. Tu põe o em teu lugar. Mas se um dia a noite clarear e o amor por te passar, Boêmia, eu juro pra você. Sozinho não vou ficar. Boêmia. Boêmia. Mas se um dia a noite clarear, Boêmia, eu juro pra você. Mas se um dia a noite clarear, Boêmia, eu juro pra você. Mas se um dia a noite clarear e o amor por te passar, Boêmia, eu juro pra você. Tu põe o em teu lugar. Mas se um dia a noite clarear